Letter VIII of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 8. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire. Sunday night, Monday morning. I went down with revenge in my heart, the contents of Miss Howe's letter almost engrossing me, the moment that Miss Harlowe and Mrs. Moore, accompanied by Miss Rawlins, came in. But in my countenance all the gentle, the placid, the serene that the glass could teach, and in my behaviour all the polite that such an unpolite creature as she has often told me I am, could put on. Miss Rawlins was sent for home almost as soon as she came in, to entertain an unexpected visitor, to her great regret, as well as to the disappointment of my fair one, as I could perceive from the looks of both; for they had agreed, it seems, if I went to town, as I said I intended to do, to take a walk upon the heath, at least in Mrs. Moore's garden; and who knows what might have been the issue, had the spirit of curiosity in the one met with the spirit of communication in the other. Miss Rawlins promised to return, if possible, but sent to excuse herself, her visitor intending to stay with her all night. I rejoiced in my heart at her message, and after much supplication obtained the favour of my beloved's company for another walk in the garden, having, as I told her, abundance of things to say, to propose, and to be informed of, in order ultimately to govern myself in my future steps. She had vouchsafed, I should have told thee, with eyes turned from me, and in a half-aside attitude, to sip 2 dishes of tea in my company. Dear soul! How anger unpolishes the most polite! For I never saw Miss Harlowe behave so awkwardly. I imagine she knew not how to be awkward. When we were in the garden, I poured my whole soul into her attentive ear, and besought her returning favour. She told me that she had formed her scheme for her future life, that vile as the treatment was which she had received from me, that was not all the reason she had for rejecting my suit, but that, on the maturest deliberation, she was convinced that she could neither be happy with me, nor make me happy; and she enjoined me, for both our sakes, to think no more of her. The captain, I told her, was rid down post in a manner to forward my wishes with her uncle. Lady Betty and Miss Montague were undoubtedly arrived in town by this time. I would set out early in the morning to attend them. They adored her. They longed to see her. They would see her. They would not be denied her company in Oxfordshire. Whither could she better go to be free from her brother's insults? Whither to be absolutely made unapprehensive of any body else? Might I have any hopes of her returning favour, if Miss Howe could be prevailed upon to intercede for me? Miss Howe prevailed upon to intercede for you, repeated she, with a scornful bridle, but a very pretty one. And there she stopped. I repeated the concern it would be to me to be under a necessity of mentioning the misunderstanding to Lady Betty and my cousin, as a misunderstanding still to be made up, and as if I were of very little consequence to a dear creature who was of so much to me, urging that these circumstances would extremely lower me, not only in my own opinion, but in that of my relations. But still she referred to Miss Howe's next letter, and all the concession I could bring her to in this whole conference was, that she would wait the arrival and visit of the two ladies, if they came in a day or two, or before she received the expected letter from Miss Howe. Thank Heaven for this, thought I, and now might I go to town with hopes at my return to find thee, dearest, where I shall leave thee. But yet, as she may find reasons to change her mind in my absence, I shall not entirely trust to this. My fellow, therefore, who is in the house, and who, by Mrs. Bevis's kind intelligence, will know every step she can take, shall have Andrew and a horse ready to give me immediate notice of her motions, and, moreover, go whither she will, he shall be one of her retinue, though unknown to herself, if possible. This was all I could make of the fair inexorable. Should I be glad of it, or sorry for it? Glad, I believe. And yet my pride is confoundedly abated, to think that I had so little hold in the affections of this daughter of the Harlowes. Don't tell me that virtue and principle are her guides on this occasion. 'Tis pride, a greater pride than my own, that governs her. Love she has none, thou seest, nor ever had, at least not in a superior degree. Love, that deserves the name, never was under the dominion of prudence, or of any reasoning power. She cannot bear to be thought a woman, I warrant; and if in the last attempt I find her not one, what will she be the worse for the trial? No one is to blame for suffering an evil he cannot shun or avoid. Were a general to be overpowered and robbed by a highwayman, would he be less fit for the command of an army on that account? If indeed the general, pretending great valour, and having boasted that he never would be robbed, were to make but faint resistance when he was brought to the test, and to yield his purse when he was master of his own sword, then indeed will the highwayman who robs him be thought the braver man. But from these last conferences am I furnished with one argument in defence of my favourite purpose, which I never yet pleaded. O Jack, what a difficulty must a man be allowed to have to conquer a predominant passion, be it what it will, when the gratifying of it is in his power, however wrong he knows it to be, to resolve to gratify it. Reflect upon this. and then wilt thou be able to account for, if not to excuse, a projected crime which has habit to plead for it in a breast as stormy as uncontrollable. This that follows is my new argument. Should she fail in the trial, should I succeed, and should she refuse to go on with me, and even resolve not to marry me, of which I can have no notion, and should she disdain to be obliged to me for the handsome provision I should be proud to make for her, even to the half of my estate, yet cannot she be altogether unhappy? Is she not entitled to an independent fortune? Will not Colonel Morden, as her trustee, put her in possession of it? And did she not, in our former conference, point out the way of life that she always preferred to the married life, to wit, to take her good Norton for her directress and guide, and to live upon her own estate, and the manner her grandfather desired she should live? See Letter III of this volume. It is moreover to be considered that she cannot, according to her own notions, recover above one half of her fame, were we not to intermarry. So much does she think she has suffered by her going off with me. And will she not be always repining and mourning for the loss of the other half? And if she must live a life of such uneasiness and regret for half, may she not as well repine and mourn for the whole? Nor, let me tell thee, will her own scheme of penitence in this case be half so perfect, if she do not fall, as if she does. For what a foolish penitent will she make, who has nothing to repent of? She piques herself, thou knowest, and makes it matter of reproach to me, that she went not off with me by her own consent, but was tricked out of herself. Nor upbraid thou me upon the meditated breach of vows so repeatedly made. She will not, thou seest, permit me to fulfil them. And if she would, this I have to say, that at the time I made the most solemn of them, I was fully determined to keep them. But what prince thinks himself obliged any longer to observe the articles of treaties, the most sacredly sworn to, than suits with his interest or inclination, although the consequence of the infraction must be, as he knows, the destruction of thousands? Is not this, then, the result of all, that Miss Clarissa Harlowe, if it be not her own fault, may be as virtuous after she has lost her honour, as it is called, as she was before? She may be a more eminent example to her sex, and if she yield, a little yield in the trial, may be a completer penitent. Nor can she, but by her own wilfulness, be reduced to low fortunes. And thus may her old nurse and she, an old coachman, and a pair of old coach horses, and 2 or 3 old maidservants, and perhaps a very old footman or 2, for everything will be old and penitential about her, live very comfortably together, reading old sermons and old prayer books, and relieving old men and old women, and giving old lessons and old warnings upon new subjects as well as old ones to the young ladies of her neighbourhood, and so pass on to a good old age, doing a great deal of good, both by precept and example in her generation. And is a woman who can live thus prettily without control, whoever did prefer and who still prefers the single to the married life, and who will be enabled to do everything that the plan she had formed will direct her to do, be said to be ruined, undone, and such sort of stuff? I have no patience with the pretty fools who use these strong words to describe a transitive evil, an evil which a mere church form makes none. At this rate of romancing, how many flourishing ruins dost thou as well as I know? Let us but look about us, and we shall see some of the haughtiest and most censorious spirits among our acquaintance of that sex now passing for chaste wives, of whom strange stories might be told, and others whose husbands' hearts have been made to ache for their gaieties, both before and after marriage, and yet know not half so much of them as some of us honest fellows could tell 'em. But having thus satisfied myself in relation to the worst that can happen to this charming creature, and that it will be her own fault if she be unhappy, I have not at all reflected upon what is likely to be my own lot. This has always been my notion, though Miss Howe grudges us rakes the best of the sex, and says that the worst is too good for us, that the wife of a libertine ought to be pure, spotless, uncontaminated. To what purpose has such a one lived a free life, but to know the world, and to make his advantages of it? And to be very serious, it would be a misfortune to the public for two persons, heads of a family, to be both bad. Since between two such, a race of varlets might be propagated, Lovelaces and Belfords, if thou wilt, who might do great mischief in the world. Thou seest at bottom that I am not an abandoned fellow, and that there is a mixture of gravity in me. This, as I grow older, may increase, and when my active capacity begins to abate, I may sit down with the preacher and resolve all my past life into vanity and vexation of spirit. This is certain, that I shall never find a woman so well suited to my taste as Miss Clarissa Harlowe. I only wish that I may have such a lady as her to comfort and adorn my setting sun. I have often thought it very unhappy for us both that so excellent a creature sprang up a little too late for my setting out, and a little too early in my progress before I can think of returning. And yet, as I have picked up the sweet traveller in my way, I cannot help wishing that she would bear me company in the rest of my journey, although she were stepping out of her own path to oblige me. And then perhaps we could put up in the evening at the same inn, and be very happy in each other's conversation, recounting the difficulties and dangers we had passed in our way to it. I imagine that thou wilt be apt to suspect that some passages in this letter were written in town. Why, Jack, I cannot but say that the Westminster air is a little grosser than that at Hampstead, and the conversation of Mrs. Sinclair and the nymphs less innocent than Mrs. Moore's and Miss Rawlins. And I think in my heart I can say and write those things at one place, which I cannot at the other, nor indeed anywhere else. I came to town about 7 this morning, all necessary directions and precautions remembered to be given. I besought the favour of an audience before I set out. I was desirous to see which of her lovely faces she was pleased to put on after another night had passed. But she was resolved, I found, to leave our quarrel open. She would not give me an opportunity so much as to entreat her again to close it before the arrival of Lady Betty and my cousin. I had notice from my proctor, by a few lines brought by a man and horse just before I set out, that all difficulties had been for 2 days past surmounted, and that I might have the license for fetching. I sent up the letter to my beloved by Mrs. Bevis, with a repeated request for admittance to her presence upon it, but neither did this stand me in stead. I suppose she thought it would be allowing of the consequences that were naturally to be expected to follow the obtaining of this instrument, if she had consented to see me on the contents of this letter, having refused me that honour before I sent it up to her. No surprising her. No advantage to be taken of her in attention to the nicest circumstances. And now, Belford, I set out upon business. End of Letter 8. Letter 9 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 9. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Monday, June 12th. Dost ever see a license, Jack? Edmund, by divine permission, Lord Bishop of London, to our well-beloved in Christ, Robert Lovelace, your servant, my good lord. What have I done to merit so much goodness, who never saw your lordship in my life? Of the parish of St. Martin's in the Fields, bachelor, and Clarissa Harlowe of the same parish, spinster, sendeth greeting. Whereas ye are, as is alleged, determined to enter into the holy state of matrimony, this is only alleged, thou observest, by and with the consent of etc., 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 and are very desirous of obtaining your marriage to be solemnized in the face of the church. We are willing that your honest desires, Jack, may more speedily have their due effect, and therefore that ye may be able to procure such marriage to be freely and lawfully solemnized in the parish church of St. Martin's in the Fields, or St. Giles's in the Fields, in the county of Middlesex, by the rector, vicar, or curate thereof, at any time of the year. at any time of the year, Jack, without publication of banns, provided that, by reason of any pre-contract, I verily think that I have had 3 or 4 pre-contracts in my time, but the good girls have not claimed upon them of a long while. Consanguinity, affinity, or any other lawful cause whatsoever, there be no lawful impediment on this behalf, and that there be not at this time any action, suit, plaint, quarrel, or demand, moved or depending before any judge, ecclesiastical or temporal, for or concerning any marriage contracted by or with either of you, and that the said marriage be openly solemnized in the church above mentioned between the hours of 8 and 12 in the forenoon, and without prejudice to the minister of the place, where the said woman is a parishioner, we do hereby for good causes. It cost me, let me see, Jack, what did it cost me? Give and grant our license, as well to you as to the parties contracting, as to the rector, vicar, or curate of the said church, where the said marriage is intended to be solemnized, to solemnize the same in manner and form above specified, according to the rites and ceremonies prescribed in the Book of Common Prayer in that behalf published by authority of Parliament. Provided always that if hereafter any fraud shall appear to have been committed at the time of granting this license, either by false suggestions or concealment of the truth. Now this, Belford, is a little hard upon us, for I cannot say that every one of our suggestions is literally true. So in good conscience I ought not to marry under this license. The license shall be void to all intents and purposes, as if the same had not been granted. And in that case we do inhibit all ministers whatsoever, if anything of the premises shall come to their knowledge, from proceeding to the celebration of the said marriage, without first consulting us or our Vicar General. Given, etc. Then follow the register's name, and a large pendant seal with these words round it: Seal of the Vicar General and Official Principal of the Diocese of London. A good whimsical instrument, take it altogether. But what thinkest thou are the arms to this matrimonial harbinger? Why, in the first place, 2 crossed swords, to show that marriage is a state of offence as well as defence; 3 lions, to denote that those who enter into the state ought to have a triple proportion of courage. And couldst thou have imagined that these priestly fellows, in so solemn a case, would cut their jokes upon poor souls who come to have their honest desires put in a way to be gratified? There are 3 crooked horns, smartly top-knotted with ribbons, which, being the ladies' wear, seem to indicate that they may very probably adorn, as well as bestow, the bull's feather. To describe it according to heraldry art, if I am not mistaken, gules, 2 swords, saltire-wise, or second coat, a chevron sable between 3 bugle horns, or so it ought to be, on a chief of the second, 3 lions rampant of the first. But the devil take them for their hieroglyphics, should I say, if I were determined in good earnest to marry? And determined to marry I would be, were it not for this consideration, that once married, I am married for life. Well, that is the plague of it. Could a man do as the birds do, change every Valentine's day, a natural appointment, for birds have not the sense, forsooth, to fetter themselves, as we wiseacre men take great and solemn pains to do, there would be nothing at all in it. And what a glorious time would the lawyers have, on the one hand, with their Novarini universis, and suits commensable on restitution of goods and chattels, and the parsons on the other with their indulgences, renewable annually as other licenses, to the honest desires of their clients. Then were a stated mullet, according to rank or fortune, to be paid on every change towards the exigencies of the state, but none on renewals with the old lives, for the sake of encouraging constancy, especially among the minores. The change would be made sufficiently difficult, and the whole public would be the better for it, while those children which the parents could not agree about maintaining might be considered as the children of the public, and provided for like the children of the ancient Spartans, who were, as would in this case be, a nation of heroes. How, Jack, could I have improved upon Lycurgus's institutions had I been a lawgiver? Did I never show thee a scheme which I drew up on such a notion as this, in which I demonstrated the conveniences, and obviated the inconveniences, of changing the present mode to this? I believe I never did. I remember I proved to a demonstration that such a change would be a mean of annihilating, absolutely annihilating, 4 or 5 very atrocious and capital sins, rapes, vulgarly so called, adultery and fornication. Nor would polygamy be panted after. Frequently would it prevent murders and duelling. Hardly any such thing as jealousy, the cause of shocking violences, would be heard of, and hypocrisy between man and wife be banished the bosoms of each. Nor, probably, would the reproach of barrenness rest, as it now too often does, where it is least deserved. Nor would there possibly be such a person as a barren woman. Moreover, what a multitude of domestic quarrels would be avoided, were such a scheme carried into execution, since both sexes would bear with each other, in the view that they could help themselves in a few months. And then what a charming subject for conversation would be the gallant and generous last partings between man and wife, each perhaps a new mate in eye, and rejoicing secretly in the manumission, could afford to be complacently sorrowful in appearance. He presented her with this jewel, it will be said by the reporter, for example's sake. She him with that. How he wept, how she sobbed, how they looked after one another. Well, yet that is the jest of it, neither of them wishing to stand another 12 months' trial. And if giddy fellows or giddy girls misbehave in a first marriage, whether from noviceship, having expected to find more in the matter than can be found, or from perverseness on her part, or positiveness on his, each being mistaken in the other, a mighty difference, Jack, in the same person, an inmate or a visitor, what a fine opportunity will each have by this scheme of recovering a lost character, and of setting all right in the next adventure. And, oh, Jack, with what joy, with what rapture would the changelings, or changeables, if thou like that word better, number the weeks, the days, the hours, as the annual obligation approached to its desirable period. As for the spleen or vapours, no such malady would be known or heard of. The physical tribe would indeed be the sufferers, and the only sufferers, since fresh health and fresh spirits, the consequences of sweet blood and sweet humours, the mind and body continually pleased with each other, would perpetually flow in, and the joys of expectation, the highest of all our joys, would invigorate and keep all alive. But that no body of men might suffer, the physicians, I thought, might turn parsons, as there would be a great demand for parsons. Besides, as they would be partakers in the general benefit, they must be sorry fellows indeed, if they preferred themselves to the public. Every one would be married a dozen times at least. Both men and women would be careful of their characters, and polite in their behaviour, as well as delicate in their persons, and elegant in their dress, A great matter each of these, let me tell thee, to keep passion alive, either to induce a renewal with the old love, or to recommend themselves to a new, while the newspapers would be crowded with paragraphs, all the world their readers, as all the world would be concerned to see who and who is together. Yesterday, for instance, entered into the holy state of matrimony. We should all speak reverently of matrimony then. The Right Honourable Robert Earl Lovelace, I shall be an Earl by that time, with her Grace the Duchess Dowager of 50 Manors, his Lordship's 31st wife. I shall then be contented, perhaps, to take up, as it is called, with a widow. But you must not have had more than one husband neither. Thou knowest that I am nice in these particulars. I know, Jack, that thou, for thy part, wilt approve of my scheme. As Lord M. and I, between us, have 3 or 4 boroughs at command, I think I will get into Parliament, in order to bring in a bill for this good purpose. Neither will the House of Parliament, nor the Houses of Convocation, have reason to object it, and all the courts, whether spiritual or sensual, civil or uncivil, will find their account in it when passed into a law. By my soul, Jack, I should be apprehensive of a general insurrection, and that incited by the women, were such a bill to be thrown out. For here is the excellency of the scheme. The women will have equal reason with the men to be pleased with it. Dost think that old prerogative Harlowe, for example, must not, if such a law were in being, have pulled in his horns? So excellent a wife as he has would never else have renewed with such a gloomy tyrant, who, as well as all other married tyrants, must have been upon good behaviour from year to year. A termagant wife, if such a law were to pass, would be a phoenix. The churches would be the only market-place for the fair sex, and domestic excellence the capital recommendation. Nor would there be an old maid in Great Britain and all its territories. For what an odd soul must she be, who could not have her 12 months' trial! In short, a total alteration for the better in the morals and way of life in both sexes must, in a very few years, be the consequence of such a salutary law. Who would have expected such a one from me? I wish the devil owe me not a spite for it. Then would not the distinction be very pretty, Jack, as in flowers? Such a gentleman, or such a lady, is an annual. Such a one is a perennial. One difficulty, however, as I remember, occurred to me upon the probability that a wife might be enceinte, as the lawyers call it. But thus I obviated it, that no man should be allowed to marry another woman without his then wife's consent, till she were brought to bed, and he had defrayed all incident charges, until it was agreed upon between them whether the charge should be his, hers, or the public's. The women, in this case, to have what I call the coercive option, for I would not have it in the man's power to be a dog neither. And indeed, I gave the turn of the scale in every part of my scheme in the women's favour, for dearly do I love the sweet rogues. How infinitely more preferable this my scheme to the polygamy of one of the old patriarchs, who had wives and concubines without number. I believe David and Solomon had their hundreds at the time. Had they not, Jack? Let me add, that annual parliaments and annual marriages are the projects next my heart. How could I expatiate upon the benefits that would arise from both? End of Letter IX. Letter X of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 10. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire. Well, but now my plots thicken, and my employment of writing to thee on this subject will soon come to a conclusion. For now, having got the license, and Mrs. Townsend with her tars being to come to Hampstead next Wednesday or Thursday, and another letter, possibly, or message from Miss Howe to express her wonder that she has not heard from her in answer to hers on her escape, I must soon blow up the lady, or be blown up myself. And so I am preparing with Lady Betty and my cousin Montague to wait upon my beloved with a coach and four, or set. For Lady Betty will not stir out with a pair for the world, though but for 2 or 3 miles, and this is a well-known part of her character. But as to the arms and crest upon the coach and trappings, dost thou not know that a Blunt's must supply her, while her own is new lining and repairing, an opportunity she is willing to take now she is in town? Nothing of this kind can be done to her mind in the country. Liveries nearly Lady Betty's. Thou hast seen Lady Betty Lawrance several times, hast thou not, Belford? No, never in my life. But thou hast, and lain with her too. Or fame does thee more credit than thou deservest. Why, Jack, knowest thou not Lady Betty's other name? Other name! Has she too? She has. And what think'st thou of Lady Bab Wallis? Oh, the devil! Now thou hast it. Lady Barbara, thou knowest, lifted up in circumstances, and by pride, never appears or produces herself but on occasions spéciales, to pass to men of quality or price, for a duchess or countess at least. She has always been admired for a grandeur in her air that few women of quality can come up to, and never was supposed to be other than what she passed for, though often and often a paramour for lords. And who thinkest thou is my cousin Montague? Nay, how should I know? How indeed? Why, my little Joannetta Golding, a lively yet modest-looking girl, is my cousin Montague. There, Belford, is an aunt. There's a cousin. Both have wit at will. Both are accustomed to ape quality. Both are genteelly descended. Mistresses of themselves, and well educated, yet past pity. True Spartan dames, ashamed of nothing but detection. Always, therefore, upon their guard against that, and in their own conceit, when assuming top parts, the very quality they ape. And how dost think I dress them out? I'll tell thee. Lady Betty, in a rich gold tissue, adorned with jewels of high price. My cousin Montague, in a pale pink, standing on end with silver flowers of her own working. Charlotte, as well as my beloved, is admirable at her needle. Not quite so richly jewelled out as Lady Betty, but earrings and solitaire very valuable, and infinitely becoming. Joannetta, thou knowest, has a good complexion, a fine neck, and ears remarkably fine. So has Charlotte. She is nearly of Charlotte's stature too. Laces both, the richest that could be procured. Thou canst not imagine what a sum the loan of the jewels cost me, though but for 3 days. This sweet girl will half ruin me. But seest thou not by this time that her reign is short? It must be so. and Mrs. Sinclair has already prepared everything for her reception once more. Here come the ladies, attended by Susan Morrison, a tenant farmer's daughter, as Lady Betty's woman, with her hands before her, and thoroughly instructed. How dress advantages women, especially those who have naturally a genteel air and turn, and have had education. Hadst thou seen how they paraded it? Cousin and nephew at every word, Lady Betty bridling and looking haughtily condescending, Charlotte gallanting her fan, and swimming over the floor without touching it. How I long to see my niece elect, cries one, for they are told that we are not married, and are pleased that I have not put the slight upon them that they had apprehended from me. How I long to see my dear cousin that is to be, the other. Your Lordship and your Ladyship, and an awkward curtsy at every address. Prim Susan Morrison. Top your parts, ye villains. You know how nicely I distinguish. There will be no passion in this case to blind the judgment, and to help on meditated delusion, as when you engage with titled sinners. My charmer is as cool and as distinguishing, though not quite so learned in her own sex, as I am. Your commonly assumed dignity won't do for me now. Airs of superiority as if born to rank, but no overdo. Doubting nothing, let not your faces arraign your hearts. Easy and unaffected, your very dresses will give you pride enough. A little graver, Lady Betty, more significance, less bridling in your dignity. That's the air, charmingly hit again. You have it. Devil take you, less arrogance. You are got into airs of young quality. Be less sensible of your new condition. People born to dignity command respect without needing to require it. Now for your part, cousin Charlotte, pretty well, but a little too frolicky that air. Yet have I prepared my beloved to expect in you both great vivacity and quality freedom. Oh, curse those eyes, those glancings will never do. A downcast, bashful turn, if you can command it. Look upon me. Suppose me now to be my beloved. Devil take that leer, too significantly arch. Once I knew you the girl I would now have you to be. Sprightly, but not confident, cousin Charlotte. Be sure forget not to look down or aside when looked at. When eyes meet eyes, be yours the retreating ones. Your face will bear examination. O Lord, Lord, that so young a creature can so soon forget the innocent appearance she first charmed by, and which I thought born with you all. 5 years to ruin what 20 had been building up. How natural the latter lesson, how difficult to regain the former. A stranger, as I hope to be saved to the principal arts of your sex. Once more, what a devil has your heart to do in your eyes? Have I not told you that my beloved is a great observer of the eyes? She once quoted upon me a text, Ecclesiastes 26, which showed me how she came by her knowledge. Dorcases were found guilty of treason the first moment she saw her. The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. Watch over an impudent eye, and marvel not if it trespass against thee. Once more, suppose me to be my charm. Now you are to encounter my examining eye and my doubting heart. That's, my dear. Study that air in the pier glass charmingly, perfectly right. Your honours now, devils, pretty well, cousin Charlotte, for a young country lady. Till form yields to familiarity, you may curtsy low. You must not be supposed to have forgot your boarding-school airs, but too low, Lady Betty, for your years and your quality. The common fault of your sex will be your danger. Aiming to be young too long are the devils in you all, when you judge of yourselves by your wishes and by your vanity. 50 in that case is never more than 15. Graceful ease, conscious dignity like that of my charmer. Oh, how hard to hit both together now. Charming. That's the air, Lady Betty. That's the cue, cousin Charlotte, suited to the character of each. But once more, be sure to have a guard upon your eyes. Never fear, nephew. Never fear, cousin. A dram of Barbados each. And now we are gone. End of Letter 10. Letter 11 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 11. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, at Mrs. Sinclair's, Monday afternoon. All's right as heart can wish, in spite of all objection, in spite of a reluctance next to faintings, in spite of all foresight, vigilance, suspicion. Once more is the charmer of my soul in her old lodgings. Now throbs away every pulse, now thumps my bounding heart for something, but I have not time for the particulars of our management. My beloved is now directing some of her clothes to be packed up, never more to enter this house, nor ever more will she, I dare say, when once again out of it. Yet not so much as a condition of forgiveness. The Harlowe-spirited fair one will not deserve my mercy. She will wait for Miss Howe's next letter, and then, if she find a difficulty in her new schemes, thank her for nothing. Will what? Why, even then will take time to consider whether I am to be forgiven or for ever rejected. An indifference that revives in my heart the remembrance of 1,000 of the like nature. And yet, Lady Betty and Miss Montague, a man would be tempted to think, Jack, that they wish her to provoke my vengeance, declare that I ought to be satisfied with such a proud suspension. They are entirely attached to her. Whatever she says must be gospel. They are guarantees for her return to Hampstead this night. They are to go back with her. A supper bespoken by Lady Betty at Mrs. Moore's. All the vacant apartments there, by my permission, for I had engaged them for a month certain, to be filled with them and their attendants for a week at least, or till they can prevail upon the dear perverse, as they hope they shall, to restore me to her favour, and to accompany Lady Betty to Oxfordshire. The dear creature has thus far condescended, that she will write to Miss Howe, and acquaint her with the present situation of things. If she write, I shall see what she writes. But I believe she will have other employment soon. Lady Betty is sure, she tells her, that she shall prevail upon her to forgive me, though she dares say that I deserve not forgiveness. Lady Betty is too delicate to inquire strictly into the nature of my offence. But it must be an offence against herself, against Miss Montague, against the virtues of the whole sex, or it could not be so highly resented. Yet she will not leave her till she forgive me, until she see our nuptials privately celebrated. Meantime, as she approves of her uncle's expedient, she will address her as already my wife before strangers. Stedman, her solicitor, may attend her for orders in relation to her chancery affair at Hampstead. Not 1 hour they can be favoured with will they lose from the company and conversation of so dear, so charming a new relation. Hard then, if she had not obliged them with her company in their coach and four, to and from their cousin Leeson's, who longed, as they themselves had done, to see a lady so justly celebrated. How will Lord M. be raptured when he sees her, and can salute her as his niece! How will Lady Sarah bless herself! She will now think her loss of the dear daughter she mourns for happily supplied. Miss Montague dwells upon every word that falls from her lips. She perfectly adores her new cousin, for her cousin she must be, and her cousin will she call her. She answers for equal admiration in her sister Patty. I, cry I, whispering loud enough for her to hear, how will my cousin Patty's dove's eyes glisten and run over on the very first interview! So gracious, so noble, so unaffected a dear creature! What a happy family, chorus we all, will ours be! These and such like congratulatory admirations every hour repeated, her modesty hurt by the ecstatic praises. Her graces are too natural to herself for her to be proud of them, but she must be content to be punished for excellencies that cast a shade upon the most excellent. In short, we are here, as at Hampstead, all joy and rapture, all of us except my beloved, in whose sweet face, her almost fainting reluctance to re-enter these doors not overcome, reigns a kind of anxious serenity. But how will even that be changed in a few hours? Methinks I begin to pity the half-apprehensive beauty. But avaunt, thou unseasonably intruding pity! Thou hast more than once already well nigh undone me. Adieu reflection, begone consideration and commiseration. I dismiss ye all for at least a week to come. But be remembered her broken word, her flight, when my fond soul was meditating mercy to her. Be remembered her treatment of me in her letter on her escape to Hampstead, her Hampstead virulence. What is it she ought not to expect from an unchained Beelzebub and a plotting villain? Be her preference of the single life to me also remembered, that she despises me, that she even refuses to be my wife, a proud Lovelace, to be denied a wife, to be more proudly rejected by a daughter of the Harlowes, the ladies of my own family, she thinks them the ladies of my family, supplicating in vain for her returning favour to their despised kinsman, and taking laws from her still prouder punctilio. Be the execrations of her vixen friend likewise remembered, poured out upon me from her representations, and thereby made her own execrations. Be remembered still more particularly the Townsend plot, set on foot between them, and now in a day or two ready to break out, and the sordid threatening thrown out against me by that little fury. Is not this the crisis for which I have been long waiting? Shall Tomlinson, shall these women be engaged, shall so many engines be set at work at an immense expense, with infinite contrivance, and all to no purpose? Is not this the hour of her trial, and in her of the trial of the virtue of her whole sex, so long premeditated, so long threatened, whether her frost be frost indeed, whether her virtue be principle, whether if once subdued, she will not be always subdued, and will she not want the crown of her glory, the proof of her till now all surpassing excellence, if I stop short of the ultimate trial? Now is the end of purposes long overawed, often suspended at hand. And need I go throw the sins of her cursed family into the too weighty scale? Abhorred be force, be the thoughts of force. There's no triumph over the will in force. This I know I have said. Volume 4, Letter 48. But would I not have avoided it, if I could? Have I not tried every other method? And have I any other resource left me? Can she resent the last outrage more than she has resented a fainter effort? And if her resentments run ever so high, cannot I repair by matrimony? She will not refuse me, I know, Jack. The haughty beauty will not refuse me when her pride of being corporally inviolate is brought down, when she can tell no tales, but when, be her resistance what it will, even her own sex will suspect a yielding in resistance, and when that modesty which may fill her bosom with resentment will lock up her speech. But how know I that I have not made my own difficulties? Is she not a woman? What redress lies for a perpetuated evil? Must she not live? Her piety will secure her life. And will not time be my friend? What, in a word, will be her behaviour afterwards? She cannot fly me. She must forgive me. And as I have often said, once forgiven will be for ever forgiven. Why then should this enervating pity unsteel my foolish heart? It shall not. All these things will I remember, and think of nothing else, in order to keep up a resolution, which the women about me will have it I shall be still unable to hold. I'll teach the dear charming creature to emulate me in contrivance. I'll teach her to weave webs and plots against her conqueror. I'll show her that in her smuggling schemes she is but a spider compared to me, and that she has all this time been spinning only cobweb. What shall we do now? We are immersed in the depth of grief and apprehension. How ill do women bear disappointment! Set upon going to Hampstead, and upon quitting for ever a house she re-entered with infinite reluctance, what things she intended to take with her ready packed up, herself on tiptoe to be gone, and I prepared to attend her thither, she begins to be afraid that she shall not go this night, and in grief and despair has flung herself into her old apartment, locked herself in, and through the keyhole Dorcas sees her on her knees, praying, I suppose, for a safe deliverance. And from what? And wherefore these agonizing apprehensions? Why, here, this unkind Lady Betty, with the dear creature's knowledge, though to her concern, and this mad-headed cousin Montague without it, while she was employed in directing her package, have hurried away in the coach to their own lodgings, only indeed to put up some night clothes and so forth, in order to attend their sweet cousin to Hampstead, and no less to my surprise than hers, are not yet returned. I have sent to know the meaning of it. In a great hurry of spirits, she would have had me to go myself. Hardly any pacifying her. The girl, God bless her, is wild with her own idle apprehensions. What is she afraid of? I curse them both for their delay. My tardy villain, how he stays! Devil fetch them! Let them send their coach, and we'll go without them. In her hearing, I bid the fellow tell them so. Perhaps he stays to bring the coach, if anything happens to hinder the ladies from attending my beloved this night. Devil take them again, say I. They promised too they would not stay, because it was but 2 nights ago that a chariot was robbed at the foot of Hampstead Hill, which alarmed my fair one when told of it. Oh, here's Lady Betty's servant, with a billet.
To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Monday night. Excuse this, my dear nephew, I beseech you, to my dearest kinswoman. One night cannot break squares, for here Miss Montague has been taken violently ill, with 3 fainting fits, one after another. The hurry of her joy, I believe, to find your dear lady, so much surpassed all expectations. Never did family love, you know, reign so strong as among us, and the too eager desire she had to attend her have occasioned it. For she has but weak spirits, poor girl, well as she looks. If she be better, we will certainly go with you to-morrow morning, after we have breakfasted with her at your lodgings. But whether she be or not, I will do myself the pleasure to attend your lady to Hampstead, and will be with you for that purpose about 9 in the morning. With due compliments to your most worthily beloved, I am, yours affectionately, Elizabeth Lawrence.
Faith and troth, Jack, I know not what to do with myself. For here just now, having sent in the above note by Dorcas, out came my beloved with it in her hand, in a fit of frenzy. Oh, true, by my soul! She had indeed complained of her head all the evening. Dorcas ran to me, out of breath, to tell me that a lady was coming in some strange way, but she followed her so quick that the frighted wench had not time to say in what way. It seems, when she read the billet, "Now, indeed," said she, "am I a lost creature? Oh, the poor Clarissa Harlowe!" She tore off her head-clothes, inquired where I was, and in she came, her shining tresses flowing about her neck, her ruffles torn, and hanging in tatters about her snowy hands, with her arms spread out, her eyes wildly turned, as if starting from their orbits. Down sunk she at my feet, as soon as she approached me, her charming bosom heaving to her uplifted face, and clasping her arms about my knees. "Dear Lovelace," said she, "if ever, and unable to speak another word, quitting her clasping hold, down prostrate on the floor sunk she, neither in a fit nor out of one. I was quite astonished. All my purposes suspended for a few moments. I knew neither what to say nor what to do. But recollecting myself, Am I again, thought I, in a way to be overcome and made a fool of? If I now recede, I am gone for ever. I raised her, but down she sunk, as if quite disjointed, her limbs failing her, yet not in a fit neither. I never heard of or saw such a dear unaccountable, almost lifeless and speechless too for a few moments. What must her apprehensions be at that moment, and for what? An high-notioned, dear soul, pretty ignorance, thought I, never having met with so sincere, so unquestionable a repugnance. I was staggered. I was confounded. Yet how should I know that it would be so till I tried? And how, having proceeded thus far, could I stop, were I not to have had the women to goad me on, and to make light of circumstances, which they pretended to be better judges of than I? I lifted her, however, into a chair, and in words of disordered passion told her all her fears were needless, wondered at them, begged of her to be pacified, besought her reliance on my faith and honour, and revowed all my old vows, and poured forth new ones. At last, with a heart-breaking sob, I see, Mr. Lovelace, in broken sentences she spoke, I see, that at last I am ruined, if your pity, let me implore your pity. And down on her bosom, like a half-broken stalk lily, top-heavy with the overcharging dews of the morning, sunk her head with a sigh that went to my heart. All I could think of to reassure her when a little recovered, I said, why did I not send for their coach, as I had intimated? It might return in the morning for the ladies. I had actually done so, I told her, on seeing her strange uneasiness, but it was then gone to fetch a doctor for Miss Montague, lest his chariot should not be so ready. Ah, Lovelace, said she, with a doubting face, anguish in her imploring eye. Lady Betty would think it very strange, I told her, if she were to know it was so disagreeable to her to stay one night for her company in the house where she had passed so many. She called me names upon this. She had called me names before. I was patient. Let her go to Lady Betty's lodgings, then. Directly go. If the person I called Lady Betty was really Lady Betty. If, my dear, good heaven! What a villain does that if show you believe me to be? I cannot help it. I beseech you once more, let me go to Mrs. Leeson's, if that if ought not to be said. Then, assuming a more resolute spirit, I will go. I will inquire my way. I will go by myself, and would have rushed by me. I folded my arms about her to detain her, pleading the bad way I heard poor Charlotte was in, and what a farther concern her impatience, if she went, would give to poor Charlotte. She would believe nothing I said, unless I would instantly order a coach, since she was not to have Lady Betty's, nor was permitted to go to Mrs. Leeson's. And let her go in it to Hampstead, late as it was, and all alone, so much the better, from the house of people of whom Lady Betty, upon inquiry, had heard a bad character. Dropped foolishly this by my prating new relation, in order to do credit to herself by depreciating others. Every thing and every face looking with so much meaning vileness as well as my own. Thou art still too sensible, thought I, my charmer. She was resolved not to stay another night, dreading what might happen as to her intellects, and being very apprehensive that she might possibly go through a great deal before morning, though more violent she could not well be with the worst she dreaded. I humoured her, and ordered Will to endeavour to get a coach directly to carry us to Hampstead. I cared not at what price. Robbers, with whom I would have terrified her, she feared not. I was all her fear, I found, and this house her terror, for I saw plainly that she now believed that Lady Betty and Miss Montague were both impostors. But her mistrust is a little the latest to do her service. And, oh Jack, the rage of love, the rage of revenge is upon me. By turns they tear me, the progress already made, the women's instigation, the power I shall have to try her to the utmost, and still to marry her, if she be not to be brought to cohabitation. Let me perish, Belford, if she escape me now. Will is not yet come back. Near 11. Will is this moment returned. No coach to be got, either for love or money. Once more she urges, "To Mrs. Leeson's let me go, Lovelace, good Lovelace, let me go to Mrs. Leeson's. What is Miss Montague's illness to my terror? For the Almighty's sake, Mr. Lovelace." Her hands clasped. O my angel, what a wildness is this! Do you know, do you see, my dearest life, what appearances your causeless apprehensions have given you? Do you know it is past 11 o'clock? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, my any hour, I care not. If you mean me honourably, let me go out of this hated house. Thou'lt observe, Belford, that though this was written afterwards, yet, as in other places, I write it as it was spoken and happened, as if I had retired to put down every sentence spoken. I know thou likest this lively present tense manner, as it is one of my peculiars. Just as she had repeated the last words, "If you mean me honourably, let me go out of this hated house," in came Mrs. Sinclair in a great ferment. "And what, pray, Madam, has this house done to you, Mr. Lovelace? You have known me some time, and if I have not the niceness of this lady, I hope I do not deserve to be treated thus." She set her huge arms akimbo. "Oh, Madam, let me tell you that I am amazed at your freedoms with my character and Mr. Lovelace," holding up and violently shaking her head, "if you are a gentleman and a man of honour." Having never before seen any thing but obsequiousness in this woman, little as she liked her, she was frightened at her masculine air and fierce look. "God help me," cried she, "what will become of me now?" Then turning her head hither and thither in a wild kind of amaze, "Whom have I for a protector? What will become of me now?" "I will be your protector, my dearest love. But indeed you are uncharitably severe upon poor Mrs. Sinclair. Indeed you are. She is a gentlewoman born, and the relict of a man of honour. And though left in such circumstance as to oblige her to let lodgings, yet would she scorn to be guilty of a wilful baseness." "I hope so. It may be so. I may be mistaken. But there is no crime, I presume no treason, to say I don't like her house." The old dragon straddled up to her with her arms kemboed again, her eyebrows erect like the bristles upon a hog's back, and scowling over her shortened nose more than half hid her ferret eyes. Her mouth was distorted. She pouted out her blubber lips, as if to bellows up wind and sputter into her hoarse nostrils, and her chin was curdled and more than usually prominent with passion. With two "Ho, madams!" she accosted the frighted fair one, who, terrified, caught hold of my sleeve. I feared she would fall into fits, and with a look of indignation told Mrs. Sinclair that these apartments were mine, and I could not imagine what she meant. either by listening to what passed between me and my spouse, or to come in uninvited. And still more I wondered at her giving herself these strange liberties. I may be to blame, Jack, for suffering this wretch to give herself these airs, but her coming in was without my orders. The old beldam, throwing herself into a chair, fell a blubbering and exclaiming, and the pacifying of her, and endeavouring to reconcile the lady to her, took up till near 1 o'clock. And thus, between terror and the late hour, and what followed, she was diverted from the thoughts of getting out of the house to Mrs. Leeson's, or anywhere else. End of Letter 11. Letter 12 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 12. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday morning, June 13. And now, Belford, I can go no farther. The affair is over. Clarissa lives, and I am your humble servant, R. Lovelace. The whole of this black transaction is given by the injured lady to Miss Howe in her subsequent letters, dated Thursday, July 6th. See letters 67, 68, 69. End of Letter 12.
Letter number 13 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 13. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Watford, Wednesday, January 14th. O thou savage-hearted monster! What work hast thou made in one guilty hour for a whole age of repentance? I am inexpressibly concerned at the fate of this matchless lady. She could not have fallen into the hands of any other man breathing, and suffered as she has done with thee. I had written a great part of another long letter to try to soften thy flinty heart in her favour, for I thought it but too likely that thou shouldst succeed in getting her back again to the accursed woman's. But I find it would have been too late had I finished it, and sent it away. Yet cannot I forbear writing, to urge thee to make the only amends thou now canst make her, by a proper use of the licence thou hast obtained. Poor, poor lady! It is a pain to me that I ever saw her. such an adorer of virtue to be sacrificed to the vilest of her sex, and thou their implement in the devil's hand, for a purpose so base, so ungenerous, so inhumane. Pride thyself, O cruelest of men, in this reflection, and that thy triumph over a woman, who for thy sake was abandoned of every friend she had in the world, was effected, not by advantages taken of her weakness and credulity, but by the blackest artifice, after a long course of studied deceits had been tried to no purpose. I can tell thee it is well either for thee or for me that I am not the brother of the lady. Had I been her brother, her violation must have been followed by the blood of one of us. Excuse me, Lovelace, and let not the lady fare the worse for my concern for her. And yet I have but one other motive to ask thy excuse, and that is, because I owe to thy own communicative pen the knowledge I have of thy barbarous villainy, since thou mightest, if thou wouldst, have passed it on to me for a common seduction. Clarissa lives, thou sayest. That she does so is my wonder, and these words show that thou thyself, though thou couldst nevertheless proceed, hardly expectedst she should have survived the outrage. What must have been the poor lady's distress, watchful as she had been over her honour, when dreadful certainty took place of cruel apprehension! And yet a man may guess what must have been, by that which thou paintest, when she suspected herself tricked, deserted, and betrayed by the pretended ladies. That thou couldst behold her frenzy on this occasion, and her half speechless, half fainting prostration at thy feet, and yet retain thy evil purposes, will hardly be thought credible, even by those who know thee, if they had seen her. Poor lady, with such noble qualities as would have adorned the most exalted married life, to fall into the hands of the only man in the world who could have treated her as thou hast treated her, and to let loose the old dragon, as thou properly callest her, upon the before affrighted innocent. What a barbarity was that! What a poor piece of barbarity, in order to obtain by terror what thou despairest to gain by love, though supported by stratagems the most insidious. Oh, Lovelace, Lovelace! Had I doubted it before, I should now be convinced that there must be a world after this, to do justice to injured merit, and to punish barbarous perfidy. Could the divine Socrates and the divine Clarissa otherwise have suffered? But let me, if possible, for one moment, try to forget this villainous outrage on the most excellent of women. I have business here which will hold me yet a few days, and then perhaps I shall quit this house for ever. I have had a solemn and tedious time of it. I should never have known that I had half the respect I really find I had for the old gentleman, had I not so closely, at his earnest desire, attended him, and been a witness of the tortures he underwent. This melancholy occasion may possibly have contributed to humanize me, but surely I never could have been so remorseless a caitiff as thou hast been, to a woman of half this lady's excellence. But prithee, dear Lovelace, if thou'rt a man, and not a devil, resolve out of hand to repair thy sin of ingratitude, by conferring upon thyself the highest honour thou canst receive in making her lawfully thine. But if thou canst not prevail upon thyself to do her this justice, I think I should not scruple a tilt with thee. An everlasting rupture at least must follow, if thou sacrificest her to the accursed women. Thou art desirous to know what advantage I reap from my uncle's demise. I do not certainly know, for I have not been so greedily solicitous on this subject as some of the kindred have been, who ought to have shown more decency, as I have told them, and suffered the corpse to have been cold before they had begun their hungry inquiries. But by what I gathered from the poor man's talk to me, who oftener than I wished touched upon the subject, I deem it will be upwards of £5,000 in cash, and in the funds, after all legacies paid, besides the real estate, which is a clear £1,000 a year. I wish from my heart thou wert a money lover. Were the estate to be of double the value, thou shouldst have it every shilling, only upon one condition, for my circumstances before were as easy as I wish them to be while I am single, that thou wouldst permit me the honour of being this fatherless lady's father, as it is called, at the altar. Think of this, my dear Lovelace. Be honest, and let me present thee with the brightest jewel that man ever possessed, and then, body and soul, wilt thou bind to thee for ever thy Belford.
End of Letter 13.
Letter 14 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 14. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday, June 15th. Let me alone, you great dog, you! Let me alone! Have I heard lesser boy, his coward arms held over his head and face, say to a bigger who was pummelling him for having run away with his apple, his orange, or his gingerbread? So say I to thee, on occasion of thy severity to thy poor friend, who, as thou ownest, has furnished thee, ungenerous as thou art, with the weapons thou brandishest so fearfully against him. Unto what purpose, when the mischief is done? When, of consequence, the affair is irretrievable, and when a Clarissa could not move me? Well, but after all, I must own that there is something very singular in this lady's case, and at times I cannot help regretting that ever I attempted her, since not one power either of body or soul could be moved in my favour, and since, to use the expression of the philosopher on a much graver occasion, there is no difference to be found between the skull of King Philip and that of another man. But people's extravagant notions of things alter not facts, Belford, and when all is done, Miss Clarissa Harlowe has but run the fate of 1,000 others of her sex, only that they did not set such a romantic value upon what they call their honour. That's all. And yet I will allow thee this, that if a person sets a high value upon anything, be it ever such a trifle in itself or in the eye of others, the robbing of that person of it is not a trifle to him. Take the matter in this light, I own I have done wrong, great wrong, to this admirable creature. But have I not known 20 and 20 of the sex, who have seemed to carry their notions of virtue high, yet when brought to the test have abated of their severity? And how should we be convinced that any of them are proof till they are tried? 1,000 times have I said, that I never yet met with such a woman as this. If I had, I hardly ever should have attempted Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Hitherto she is all angel, and was not that the point which at setting out I proposed to try? See Volume III, Letter 18. And was not cohabitation ever my darling view? And am I not now at last in the high road to it? It is true that I have nothing to boast of as to her will, the very contrary. But now are we come to the test, whether she cannot be brought to make the best of an irreparable evil. If she exclaim, she has reason to exclaim, and I will sit down with patience by the hour together to hear her exclamations till she is tired of them. She will then descend to expostulation, perhaps. Expostulation will give me hope. Expostulation will show that she hates me not. And if she hate me not, she will forgive. And if she now forgive, then will all be over, and she will be mine upon my own terms, and it shall then be the whole study of my future life to make her happy. So, Belford, thou seest that I have journeyed on to this stage, indeed through infinite mazes, and as infinite remorses, with one determined point in view from the first. To thy urgent supplication, then, that I will do her grateful justice by marriage, let me answer in Matt Prior's 2 lines on his hoped-for auditorship, as put into the mouths of his St. John and Harley. Let that be done which Matt doth say. Yea, quoth the Earl, but not to-day. Thou seest, Jack, that I make no resolutions, however, against doing her one time or other the wished-for justice, even were I to succeed in my principal view, cohabitation. And of this I do assure thee, that if I ever marry, it shall be Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Nor is our honour at all impaired with me by what she has so far suffered, but the contrary. She must only take care that, if she be at last brought to forgive me, she show me that her Lovelace is the only man on earth whom she could have forgiven on the like occasion. But, Jack, what in the mean time shall I do with this admirable creature? At present, I am loath to say it, but at present she is quite stupified. I had rather, methinks, she should have retained all her active powers, though I had suffered by her nails and her teeth, than that she should be sunk into such a state of absolute insensibility, shall I call it, as she has been in ever since Tuesday morning. Yet as she begins a little to revive, and now and then to call names and to exclaim, I dread almost to engage with the anguish of a spirit that owes its extraordinary agitations to a niceness that has no example, either in ancient or modern story. For after all, what is there in her case that should stupify such a glowing, such a blooming charmer? Excess of grief, excess of terror, have made a person's hair stand on end, and even, as we have read, change the colour of it. But that it should so stupify as to make a person at times insensible to those imaginary wrongs which would raise others from stupefaction, is very surprising. But I will leave this subject, lest it should make me too grave. I was yesterday at Hampstead, and discharged all obligations there with no small applause. I told them that the lady was now as happy as myself, and that is no great untruth, for I am not altogether so when I allow myself to think. Mrs. Townsend, with her tars, had not been then there. I told them what I would have them say to her if she came. Well, but, after all, how many after-alls have I? I could be very grave were I to give way to it. The devil take me for a fool! What is the matter with me, I wonder? I must breathe a fresher air for a few days. But what shall I do with this admirable creature the while? Hang me if I know. For if I stir, the venomous spider of this habitation will want to set upon the charming fly, whose silken wings are already so entangled in my enormous web, that she cannot move hand or foot, for so much has grief stupefied her, that she is at present destitute of will, as she always seemed to be of desire. I must not therefore think of leaving her yet for 2 days together. End of Letter 14. Letter 15 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 15. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire. I have just now had a specimen of what the resentment of this dear creature will be when quite recovered, an affecting one, for entering her apartment after Dorcas, and endeavouring to soothe and pacify her disordered mind. In the midst of my blandishments, she held up to heaven, in a speechless agony, the innocent license which she has in her own power, as the poor distressed Catalans held up their English treaty on an occasion that keeps the worst of my actions in countenance. She seemed about to call down vengeance upon me, when happily the leaden god, in pity to her trembling Lovelace, waved over her half-drowned eyes his somniferous wand, and laid asleep the fair exclaimer before she could go half through with her intended imprecation. Thou wilt guess by what I have written that some little art has been made use of, but it was with a generous design, if thou'lt allow me the word on such an occasion, in order to lessen the too quick sense she was likely to have of what she was to suffer, a contrivance I never had occasion for before, and had not thought of now, if Mrs. Sinclair had not proposed it to me, to whom I left the management of it. And I have done nothing but curse her ever since, lest the quantity should have for ever dampened her charming intellects. Hence my concern, for I think the poor lady ought not to have been so treated. Poor lady, did I say? What have I to do with thy creeping style? But have not I the worst of it, since her insensibility has made me but a thief to my own joys? I did not intend to tell thee of this little innocent trick, for such I designed it to be, but that I hate disingenuousness, to thee especially, and as I cannot help writing in a more serious vein than usual, thou wouldst perhaps, had I not hinted the true cause, have imagined that I was sorry for the fact itself, and this would have given thee a good deal of trouble in scribbling dull persuasives to repair by matrimony, and me in reading thy cruel nonsense. Besides, one day or other thou mightest, had I not confessed it, have heard of it in an aggravated manner, and I know thou hast such an high opinion of this lady's virtue, that thou wouldst be disappointed if thou hadst reason to think that she was subdued by her own consent, or any the least yielding in her will. And so is she beholden to me in some measure, that, at the expense of my honour, she may so justly form a plea which will entirely salve hers. And now is the whole secret out. Thou wilt say I am a horrid fellow, as the lady does, that I am the unchained Beelzebub, and a plotting villain. And as this is what you both said beforehand, and nothing worse can be said, I desire, if thou wouldst not have me quite serious with thee, that I should think thou meanest more by thy tilting hint than I am willing to believe thou dost, that thou wilt forbear thy invectives. For is not the thing done? Can it be helped? And must I not now try to make the best of it? And the rather do I enjoin to make thee this and inviolable secrecy, because I begin to think that my punishment will be greater than the fault, were it to be only from my own reflection. End of Letter 15. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, Letter 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 16. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Friday, June 16. I am sorry to hear of thy misfortune, but hope thou wilt not long lie by it. Thy servant tells me what narrow escape thou hadst with thy neck. I wish it may not be ominous, but I think thou seemest not to be in so enterprising a way as formerly. And yet, merry or sad, thou seest a rake's neck is always in danger, if not from the hangman, from his own horse. But 'tis a vicious toad, it seems, and I think thou shouldst never venture upon his back again, for 'tis a plaguy thing for rider and horse both to be vicious. The fellow tells me thou desirest me to continue to write to thee, in order to divert thy chagrin on thy forced confinement. But how can I think it in my power to divert, when my subject is not pleasing to myself? Caesar never knew what it was to be hipped, I will call it, till he came to be what Pompey was, that is to say, till he arrived at the height of his ambition. Nor did thy Lovelace know what it was to be gloomy, till he had completed his wishes upon the most charming creature in the world. And yet why say I completed, when the will, the consent, is wanting? And I have still views before me of obtaining that. Yet I could almost join with thee in the wish which thou sendest me up by thy servant, unfriendly as it is, that I had had thy misfortune before Monday night last. For here the poor lady has run into a contrary extreme to that I told thee of in my last. For now is she as much too lively as before she was too stupid. And bating that she has pretty frequent lucid intervals, would be deemed raving mad, and I should be obliged to confine her. I am most confoundedly disturbed about it, for I begin to fear that her intellects are irreparably hurt. Who the devil could have expected such strange effects from a cause so common and so slight? But these high-souled and high-sensed girls, who had set up for shining lights and examples to the rest of the sex, are with such difficulty brought down to the common standard, that a wise man, who prefers his peace of mind to his glory in subduing one of that exalted class, would have nothing to say to them. I do all in my power to quiet her spirits when I force myself into her presence. I go on begging pardon one minute, and vowing truth and honour another. I would at first have persuaded her, and offered to call witnesses to the truth of it, that we were actually married. Though the license was in her hands, I thought the assertion might go down in her disorder, and charming consequences, I hope, would follow. But this would not do. I therefore gave up that hope, and now I declare to her that it is my resolution to marry her, the moment her uncle Harlowe informs me that he will grace the ceremony with his presence. But she believes nothing I say, nor, whether in her senses or not, bears me with patience in her sight. I pity her with all my soul, and I curse myself when she is in her wailing fits, and when I apprehend that intellects so charming are for ever damped. But more, I curse these women who put me upon such an expedient. Lord, Lord, what a hand have I made of it, and all for what? Last night, for the first time since Monday night, she got to her pen and ink. But she pursues her writing with such eagerness and hurry as show too evidently her discomposure. I hope, however, that this employment will help to calm her spirits. Just now Dorcas tells me that what she writes she tears, and throws the paper in fragments under the table, either as not knowing what she does, or disliking it; then gets up, wrings her hands, weeps, and shifts her seat all round the room, then returns to her table, sits down, and writes again. One odd letter, as I may call it, Dorcas has this moment given me from her. Carry this, said she, to the vilest of men. Dorcas, a toad, brought it without any further direction to me. I sat down, intending, though 'tis pretty long, to give thee a copy of it. But for my life I cannot, 'tis so extravagant, and the original is too much an original to let it go out of my hands. But some of these scraps and fragments, as either torn through or flung aside, I will copy, for the novelty of the thing, and to show thee how her mind works now she is in the whimsical way. Yet I know I am still furnishing thee with new weapons against myself. But spare thy comments. My own reflections render them needless. Dorcas thinks her lady will ask for them, so wishes to have them to lay again under the table. By the first thou wilt guess that I have told her that Miss Howe is very ill and can't write, that she may account the better for not having received the letter designed for her.
Paper 1, torn in 2 pieces. My dearest Miss Howe, oh, what dreadful, dreadful things have I to tell you! But yet I cannot tell you neither. But say, are you really ill, as a vile, vile creature informs me you are? But he never yet told me truth, and I hope has not in this. And yet, if it were not true, surely I should have heard from you before now. But what have I to do to upbraid? You may well be tired of me. And if you are, I can forgive you, for I am tired of myself, and all my own relations were tired of me long before you were. How good you have always been to me, mine own dear Anna Howe! But how I ramble! I sat down to say a great deal. My heart was full. I did not know what to say first, and thought, and grief, and confusion, and, oh, my poor head, I cannot tell what, and thought, and grief, and confusion came crowding so thick upon me. One would be first, another would be first, all would be first, so I can write nothing at all. Only that, whatever they have done to me, I cannot tell, but I am no longer what I was. In any one thing, did I say? Yes, but I am, for I am still, and I ever will be, your true—
Plague on it! I can write no more of this eloquent nonsense myself, which rather shows a raised than a quenched imagination. But Dorcas shall transcribe the others in separate papers, as written by the whimsical charmer. And some time hence, when all is over, and I can better bear to read them, I may ask thee for a sight of them. Preserve them, therefore, for we often look back with pleasure even upon the heaviest griefs, when the cause of them is removed.
Paper 2, scratched through and thrown under the table. And can you, my dear honoured papa, resolve for ever to reprobate your poor child? But I am sure you would not, if you knew what she has suffered since her unhappy— And will nobody plead for your poor suffering girl? No one good body? Why then, dearest sir, let it be an act of your own innate goodness, which I have so much experienced, and so much abused. I don't presume to think you should receive me. No, indeed. My name is—I don't know what my name is. I never dare to wish to come into your family again. But your heavy curse, my papa. Yes, I will call you papa, and help yourself as you can. For you are my own dear papa, whether you will or not. And though I am an unworthy child, yet I am your child. Paper 3. A lady took a great fancy to a young lion, or a bear, I forget which. But a bear or a tiger, I believe it was. It was made her a present when a whelp. She fed with her own hand. She nursed up the wicked cub with great tenderness, and would play with it without fear of apprehension or danger. And it was obedient to all her commands. And its tameness, as she used to boast, increased with its growth, so that, like a lapdog, it would follow her all over the house. But mind what followed, at least, somehow neglecting to satisfy its hungry maw, or having otherwise disobliged it in some occasion, it resumed its nature, and on a sudden fell upon her, and tore her to pieces. And who was more to blame, I pray? The brute or the lady? The lady, surely! For what she did was out of nature, out of character, at least. What it did was in its own nature. Paper 4. How art thou now humbled in the dust, thou proud Clarissa Harlowe! Thou that never steppedst out of thy father's house but to be admired, who wert wont to turn thine eye, sparkling with healthful life and self-assurance, to different objects at once as thou passedst, as if, for so thy penetrating sister used to say, to plume thyself upon the expected applauses of all that beheld thee, thou that usedst to go to rest satisfied with the adulations paid thee in the past day, and couldst put off every thing but thy vanity. Paper 5. Rejoice not now, my Bella, my sister, my friend, but pity the humbled creature, whose foolish heart you used to say you beheld through the thin veil of humility which covered it. It must have been so. My fall had not else been permitted. You penetrated my proud heart with the jealousy of an eldest sister searching eye. You knew me better than I knew myself. Hence your upbraidings and your chidings, when I began to totter. But forgive now those vain triumphs of my heart. I thought, poor proud wretch that I was, that what you said was owing to your envy. I thought I could acquit my intention of any such vanity. I was too secure in the knowledge I thought I had of my own heart. My supposed advantages became a snare to me, and what now is the end of all? Paper 6. What now is become of the prospects of a happy life, which once I thought opening before me? Who now shall assist in the solemn preparations? Who now shall provide the nuptial ornaments, which soften and divert the apprehensions of the fearful virgin? No court now to be paid to my smiles. No encouraging compliments to inspire thee with hope of laying a mind not unworthy of thee under obligation. No elevation now for conscious merit, and applauded purity to look down from on a prostrate adorer, and an admiring world, and up to pleased and rejoicing parents and relations. Paper 7. Thou pernicious caterpillar, that preyest upon the fair leaf of a virgin fame, and poisonest those leaves which thou canst not devour. Thou fell blight, thou eastern blast, thou overspreading mildew, that destroyest the early promises of the shining year, that mockest the labourer's toil, and blastest the joyful hopes of the painful husbandman. Thou fretting moth, that corruptest the fairest garment. Thou eating cankerworm, that preyest upon the opening bud, and turnest the damask rose into livid yellowness. If, as religion teaches us, God will judge us, in a great measure, by our own benevolent or evil actions to one another, O wretch! Bethink thee, in time bethink thee, how great must be thy condemnation. Paper 8. At first I saw something in your air and person that displeased me not. Your birth and fortunes were no small advantages to you. You acted not ignobly by my passionate brother. Everybody said you were brave. Everybody said you were generous. A brave man, I thought, could not be a base man. A generous man could not, I believed, be ungenerous, where he acknowledged obligation. Thus prepossessed, all the rest that my soul loved and wished for in your reformation I hoped. I knew not, but by report, any flagrant instances of your wildness. You seemed frank, as well as generous. Frankness and generosity ever attracted me. Whoever kept up those appearances, I judged of their hearts by my own. And whatever qualities I wished to find in them, I was ready to find, and, when found, I believed them to be natives of the soil. My fortunes, my rank, my character, I thought of further security. I was in none of those respects unworthy of being the niece of Lord M. and of his two noble sisters. Your vows, your imprecations, but, oh, you have barbarously and basely conspired against that honour which you ought to have protected. And now you have me. What is it of vile that you have not made me? Yet, God knows my heart, I had no culpable inclinations. I honoured virtue. I hated vice. But I knew not that you were the vice itself. Paper 9. Had the happiness of any of the poorest outcasts in the world, whom I have never seen, never known, never before heard of, lain as much in my power as my happiness did in yours, my benevolent heart would have made me fly to the succour of such a poor distressed. With what pleasure would I have raised the dejected head, and comforted the desponding heart! But who now shall pity the poor wretch, who has increased, instead of diminished, the number of the miserable? Paper 10. Lead me where my own thoughts themselves may loose me, where I may doze out what I've left of life, forget myself, and that day's guile. Cruel remembrance, how shall I appease thee? Death only can be dreadful to the bad. The innocence 'tis like a bugbear dressed to frighten children. Pull but off the mask and he'll appear a friend. Oh, you have done an act that blots the face and blush of modesty, take off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and makes a blister there. Then down I laid my head, down on cold earth, and for a while was dead, and my freed soul to a strange somewhere fled. Ah, Sotis' soul, said I, when back to its cage again I saw it fly. Fool, to resume her broken chain, and row the galley here again. Fool, that a body to return, where it condemned and destined is to mourn. I could a tale unfold, would harrow up thy soul. O Miss Howe, if thou hast friendship, help me, and speak the words of peace to my divided soul, that was within me, and raise every sense to my confusion. I'm tottering on the brink of peace, and thou art all the hold I've left. Assist me in the pangs of my affliction. When honour's lost, 'tis a relief to die. Death's but a sure retreat from infamy. By swift misfortunes, how I am pursued, which on each other are like waves renewed. The farewell youth, and all the joys that dwell with youth and life itself, farewell. For life can never be sincerely blest. Heaven punishes the bad, and proves the best.
After all, Belford, I have just skimmed over these transcriptions of Dorcas, and I see there are method and good sense in some of them, wild as others of them are, and that her memory, which serves her so well for these poetical flights, is far from being impaired. And this gives me hope that she will soon recover her charming intellects, though I shall be the sufferer by their restoration, I make no doubt. But in the letter she wrote to me, there are yet greater extravagances, and though I said it was too affecting to give thee a copy of it, yet, after I have let thee see the loose papers enclosed, I think I may throw in a transcript of that. Dorcas, therefore, shall here transcribe it. I cannot. The reading of it affected me 10 times more than the severest reproaches of a regular mind could do.
To Mr. Lovelace, I never intended to write another line to you. I would not see you if I could help it. Oh, that I never had! But tell me, of a truth, is Miss Howe really and truly ill? Very ill? And is not her illness poison? And don't you know who gave it to her? What you, or Mrs. Sinclair, or somebody, I cannot tell who, have done to my poor head you best know. But I shall never be what I was. My head is gone. I have wept away all my brain, I believe, for I can weep no more. Indeed, I have had my full share, so it is no matter. But, good now, Lovelace, don't set Mrs. Sinclair upon me again. I never did her any harm. She so affrights me when I see her, ever since— when was it? I cannot tell. You can, I suppose. She may be a good woman as far as I know. She was the wife of a man of honour, very likely, though forced to let lodgings for a livelihood. Poor gentlewoman! Let her know I pity her, but don't let her come near me again. Pray don't. Yet she may be a very good woman. What would I say? I forget what I was going to say. Oh, Lovelace, you are Satan himself, or he helps you out in everything, and that's as bad. But have you really and truly sold yourself to him? And for how long? What duration is your reign to have? Poor man, the contract will be out, and then what will be your fate? Oh, Lovelace, if you could be sorry for yourself, I would be sorry too. But when all my doors are fast, and nothing but the keyhole open, and the key of late put into that, to be where you are, in a manner, without opening any of them, oh, wretched, wretched Clarissa Harlowe! For I never will be Lovelace. Let my uncle take it as he pleases. Well, but now I remember what I was going to say. It is for your good, not mine, for nothing can do me good now. O thou villainous man! Thou hated Lovelace! But Mrs. Sinclair may be a good woman, if you love me, but that you don't. But don't let her bluster up with her worse than mannish airs to me again. Oh, she is a frightful woman, if she be a woman. She needed not to put on that fearful mask to scare me out of my poor wits. But don't tell her what I said. I have no hatred to her. It is only fright, and a foolish fear, that's all. She may not be a bad woman, but neither are all men, any more than all women alike. God forbid they should be like you. Alas, you have killed my head among you. I don't say who did it. God forgive you all. But had it not been better to have put me out of all your ways at once? You might safely have done it, for nobody would require me at your hands. No, not a soul, except indeed Miss Howe would have said, when she should see you, "What, Lovelace, have you done with Clarissa Harlowe?" And then you could have given any slight, gay answer, sent her beyond sea, or "She has run away from me," as she did from her parents. And this would have been easily credited, for you know, Lovelace, she that could run away from them might very well run away from you. But this is nothing to what I wanted to say. Now I have it. I have lost it again. This foolish wench comes teasing me. For what purpose should I eat? For what end should I wish to live? I tell thee, Dorcas, I will never eat nor drink. I cannot be worse than I am. I will do as you'd have me. Good Dorcas, look not upon me so fiercely. But thou canst not look so bad as I have seen somebody look. Mr. Lovelace, now that I remember what I took pen in hand to say, let me hurry off my thoughts, lest I lose them again. Here I am sensible, and yet I am hardly sensible neither, but I know my head is not as it should be, for all that. Therefore let me propose one thing to you. It is for your good, not mine, and this is it. I must needs be both a trouble and an expense to you. And here my uncle Harlowe, when he knows how I am, will never wish any man to have me. No, not even you, who have been the occasion of it. Barbarous and ungrateful. A less complicated villainy cost a Tarquin. But I forget what I would say again. Then this is it. I never shall be myself again. I have been a very wicked creature. A vain, proud, poor creature, full of secret pride, which I carried off under a humble guise, and deceived everybody. My sister says so. And now I am punished. So let me be carried out of this house, and out of your sight, and let me be put into that bedlam privately, which once I saw. But it was a sad sight to me then, little as I thought what I should come to myself. That is all I would say. This is all I have to wish for. Then I shall be out of all your ways, and I shall be taken care of, and bread and water without your tormentings will be dainties, and my straw bed the easiest I have lain in, for I cannot tell how long. My clothes will sell for what will keep me there, perhaps as long as I shall live. But Lovelace, dear Lovelace, I will call you, for you have cost me enough, I am sure. Don't let me be made a show of, for my family's sake. Nay, for your own sake, don't do that. For when I know all I have suffered, which yet I do not, and no matter if I never do, I may be apt to rave against you by name, and tell of all your baseness to a poor humbled creature that once was as proud as anybody. But of what I can tell, except of my own folly and vanity, but let that pass, since I am punished enough for it. So, suppose, instead of Bedlam, it were a private madhouse, where nobody comes. That will be better a great idea. But another thing, Lovelace, don't let them use me cruelly when I am there. You have used me cruelly enough, you know. Don't let them use me cruelly, for I will be very tractable, and do as anybody would have me to do, except what you would have me do. For that I never will. Another thing, Lovelace, don't let this good woman, I was going to say vile woman, but I'll tell her that, because she won't let you send me to this happy refuge, perhaps, if she were to know it. Another thing, Lovelace, and let me have pen and ink and paper allowed me. It will be all my amusement, but they need not send to anybody I shall write to what I write, because it will but trouble them, and somebody may do you a mischief, maybe. I wish not that anybody do anybody a mischief upon my account. You tell me that Lady Betty Lawrance and your cousin Montague were here to take leave of me, but that I was asleep and could not be awakened. So you told me at first I was married, you know, and that you were my husband. Ah, Lovelace, look at what you say, but let not them, for they will sport with my misery. Let not that Lady Betty, let not that Miss Montague, whatever the real ones may do, nor Mrs. Sinclair neither, nor any of her lodgers, nor her nieces, come to see me in my place. Real ones, I say, for, Lovelace, I shall find out all your villainies in time. Indeed I shall. So put me there as soon as you can. It is for your good. Then all will pass for ravings that I can say, as I doubt no many poor creatures' exclamations do pass, though there may be too much truth in them for all that. And you know I began to be mad at Hampstead. So you said. Ah, villainous man, what have you not to answer for? A little interval seems to be lent me. I had begun to look over what I have written. It is not fit for any one to see, so far as I have been able to reperuse it, but my head will not hold, I doubt, to go through it all. If therefore I have not already mentioned my earnest desire, let me tell you it is this, that I be sent out of this abominable house without delay, and locked up in some private madhouse about this town, for such, it seems, there are, never more to be seen, or to be produced to anybody, except in your own vindication, if you should be charged with the murder of my person, a much lighter crime than that of honour, which the greatest villain on earth has robbed me of. And deny me not this last request, I beseech you, and one other, and that is, never to let me see you more. This surely may be granted to the miserably abused Clarissa Harlowe.
I will not bear thy heavy preachments, Belford, upon this affecting letter. So not a word of that sort. The paper thou'lt see is blistered with the tears even of the hardened transcriber, which has made her ink run here and there. Mrs. Sinclair is a true heroine, and I think shames us all, and she is a woman too. Thou'lt say the best things corrupted become the worst, but this is certain, that whatever the sex set their hearts upon, they make thorough work of it. And hence it is, that a mischief which would end in simple robbery among men rogues becomes murder, if a woman be in it. I know thou wilt blame me for having had recourse to art, But do not physicians prescribe opiates in acute cases, where the violence of the disorder would be apt to throw the patient into a fever or delirium? I aver that my motive for this expedient was mercy, nor could it be any thing else. For a rape, thou knowest, to us rakes, is far from being an undesirable thing. Nothing but the law stands in our way. Upon that account, and the opinion of what a modest woman will suffer rather than become a viva voce accuser, lessens much an honest fellow's apprehensions on that score. Then, if these somnivolences (I hate the word opiates on this occasion) have turned her head, that is an effect they frequently have upon some constitutions, and in this case was rather the fault of the dose than the design of the giver. But is not wine itself an opiate in degree? How many women have been taken advantage of by wine, and other still more intoxicating viands? Let me tell thee, Jack, that the experience of many of the passive sex, and the consciences of many more of the active appealed to, will testify that thy Lovelace is not the worst of villains. Nor would I have thee put me upon clearing myself by comparisons. If she escape a settled delirium when my plots unravel, I think it is all I ought to be concerned about. What therefore I desire of thee is, that if two constructions may be made of my actions, thou wilt afford me the most favourable. For this not only friendship, but my own ingenuousness, which has furnished thee with the knowledge of the facts against which thou art so ready to inveigh, require of thee. Will. is just returned from an errand to Hampstead, and acquaints me that Mrs. Townsend was yesterday at Mrs. Moore's, accompanied by 3 or 4 rough fellows, a greater number, as supposed, at the distance. She was strangely surprised at the news that my spouse and I are entirely reconciled, and that 2 fine ladies, my relations, came to visit her, and went to town with her, where she is very happy with me. She was sure we were not married, she said, unless it was while we were at Hampstead, and they were sure the ceremony was not performed there. But that the lady is happy and easy is unquestionable, and a fling was thrown out by Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Bevis at mischief makers, as they knew Mrs. Townsend to be acquainted with Miss Howe. Now, since my fair one can neither receive nor send away letters, I am pretty easy as to this Mrs. Townsend and her employer, and I fancy Miss Howe will be puzzled to know what to think of the matter, and afraid of sending by Wilson's conveyance, and perhaps suppose that her friend slights her, or has changed her mind in my favour, and is ashamed to own it, as she has not had an answer to what she wrote, and will believe that the rustic delivered her last letter into her own hand. Meantime, I have a little project come into my head, of a new kind, just for amusement's sake, that's all. Variety has irresistible charms. I cannot live without intrigue. My charmer has no passions, that is to say, none of the passions that I want her to have. She engages all my reverence. I am at present more inclined to regret what I have done, than to proceed to new offences, and shall regret it till I see how she takes it when recovered. Shall I tell thee my project? 'Tis not a high one. 'Tis this: to get hither Mrs. Moore, Miss Rawlins, and my widow Bevis, for they are desirous to make a visit to my spouse, now we are so happy together. And if I can order it right, Belton, Mowbray, Tourville, and I will show them a little more of the ways of this wicked town than they at present know. Why should they be acquainted with a man of my character, and not be the better and wiser for it? I would have every body rail against rakes with judgment and knowledge, if they will rail. Two of these women gave me a great deal of trouble, and the third, I am confident, will forgive a merry evening. Thou wilt be curious to know what the persons of these women are, to whom I intend so much distinction. I think I have not heretofore mentioned anything characteristic of their persons. Mrs. Moore is a widow of about 38, a little mortified by misfortunes, but those are often the merriest folks when warmed. She has good features still, and is what they call much of a gentlewoman, and very neat in her person and dress. She has given over, I believe, all thoughts of our sex, but when the dying embers are raked up about the half-consumed stump, there will be fuel enough left, I dare say, to blaze out, and to give a comfortable warmth to a half-starved bystander. Mrs. Bevis is comely, that is to say plump, a lover of mirth, and one whom no grief ever dwelt with, I dare say, for a week together, about 25 years of age. Mowbray will have very little difficulty with her, I believe, for one cannot do everything oneself. And yet sometimes women of this free cast, when it comes to the point, answer not the promises their cheerful forwardness gives a man who has a view upon them. Miss Rawlins is an agreeable young lady enough, but not beautiful. She has sense, and would be thought to know the world, as it is called, but for her knowledge is more indebted to theory than experience. A mere whipped syllabub knowledge this, Jack, that always fails the person who trusts to it, when it should hold to do her service. For such young ladies have so much dependence upon their own understanding and wariness, are so much above the cautions that the less opinionative may be benefited by, that their presumption is generally their overthrow, when attempted by a man of experience, who knows how to flatter their vanity, and to magnify their wisdom, in order to take advantage of their folly. But for Miss Rawlins, if I can add experience to her theory, what an accomplished person will she be, and how much will she be obliged to me? And not only she, but all those who may be the better for the precept she thinks herself already so well qualified to give. Dearly, Jack, do I love to engage with these precept givers and example setters. Now, Belford, although there is nothing striking in any of these characters, yet may we at a pinch make a good frolicky half day with them, if, after we have softened their wax at table by encouraging viands, we can set our women and them into dancing, dancing which all women love, and all men should therefore promote for both their sakes. And thus, when Tourville sings, Belton fiddles, Mowbray makes rough love, and I smooth, and thou, Jack, wilt be by that time well enough to join in the chorus. The devil's in it, if we don't mould them into what shape we please. Our own women, by their laughing freedoms, encouraging them to break through all their customary reserves. For women to women, thou knowest, are great darers and incentives, not one of them loving to be outdone or outdared when their hearts are thoroughly warmed. I know, at first, the difficulty will be the accidental absence of my dear Mrs. Lovelace, to whom principally they will design their visit. But if we can exhilarate them, they won't then wish to see her, and I can form 20 accidents and excuses from one hour to another for her absence, till each shall have a subject to take up all her thoughts. I am really sick at heart for a frolic, and have no doubt but this will be an agreeable one. These women already think me a wild fellow, nor do they like me the less for it, as I can perceive, and I shall take care that they shall be treated with so much freedom before one another's faces, that in policy they shall keep each other's counsel. And won't this be doing a kind thing by them, since it will knit an indissoluble band of union and friendship between three women who are neighbours, and at present have only common obligations to one another? For thou wantest not to be told that secrets of love and secrets of this nature are generally the strongest cement of female friendships. But after all, if my beloved should be happily restored to her intellects, we may have scenes arise between us that will be sufficiently busy to employ all the faculties of thy friend, without looking out for new occasions. Already, as I have often observed, has she been the means of saving scores of her sex, yet without her own knowledge. Saturday night. By Dorcas's account of her lady's behaviour, the dear creature seems to be recovering. I shall give the earliest notice of this to the worthy Captain Tomlinson, that he may apprize Uncle John of it. I must be properly enabled from that quarter to pacify her, or at least to rebate her first violence. End of Letter XVI. Letter XVII of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XVII. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esq. Sunday afternoon, 6 o'clock, June 18. I went out early this morning, and returned not till just now, when I was informed that my beloved, in my absence, had taken it into her head to attempt to get away. She tripped down, with a parcel tied up in a handkerchief, her hood on, and was actually in the entry when Mrs. Sinclair saw her. Pray, Madam, whipping between her and the street door, be pleased to let me know where you are going. Who has a right to control me? Was the word. I have, Madam, by order of your spouse, and kemboing her arms as she owned. I desire you will be pleased to walk up again. She would have spoken, but could not, and bursting into tears, turned back and went up to her chamber, and Dorcas was taken to task for suffering her to be in the passage before she was seen. This shows, as we hoped last night, that she is recovering her charming intellects. Dorcas says she was visible to her but once before the whole day, and then she seemed very solemn and sedate. I will endeavour to see her. It must be in her own chamber, I suppose, for she will hardly meet me in the dining-room. What advantage will the confidence of our sex give me over the modesty of hers, if she be recovered? I, the most confident of men; she, the most delicate of women. Sweet soul! Methinks I have her before me, her face averted, speech lost in sighs, abashed, conscious. What a triumphant aspect will this give me, when I gaze on her downcast countenance! This moment Dorcas tells me she believes she is coming to find me out. She asked her after me, and Dorcas left her, drying her red swollen eyes at her glass, no design of moving me by tears, sighing too sensibly for my courage. But to what purpose have I gone thus far, if I pursue not my principal end? Niceness must be a little abated. She knows the worst, that she cannot fly me, that she must see me, and that I can look her into a sweet confusion. Our circumstance is greatly in my favour. What can she do but rave and exclaim? I am used to raving and exclaiming, but if recovered, I shall see how she behaves upon this our first sensible interview after what she has suffered. Here she comes. End of Letter 17. Letter 18 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 18. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esq. Sunday night. Never blame me for giving way to have art used with this admirable creature. All the princes of the air or beneath it, joining with me, could never have subdued her while she had her senses. I will not anticipate, only to tell thee that I am too much awakened by her to think of sleep were I to go to bed, and so shall have nothing to do but to write an account of our odd conversation, while it is so strong upon my mind that I can think of nothing else. She was dressed in a white damask night-gown, with less negligence than for some days past. I was sitting with my pen in my fingers, and stood up when I first saw her, with great complaisance, as if the day were still her own. And so indeed it is. She entered with such dignity in her manner as struck me with great awe, and prepared me for the poor figure I made in the subsequent conversation. A poor figure indeed! But I will do her justice. She came up with quick steps pretty close to me, a white handkerchief in her hand, her eyes neither fierce nor mild, but very earnest, and a fixed sedateness in her whole aspect, which seemed to be the effect of deep contemplation. And thus she accosted me with an air and action that I never saw equalled. You see before you, Sir, the wretch whose preference of you to all your sex you have rewarded, as it indeed deserved to be rewarded. My father's dreadful curse has already operated upon me in the very letter of it, as to this life. and it seems to me too evident that it will not be your fault that it is not entirely completed in the loss of my soul, as well as of my honour, which you, villainous man, have robbed me of, with a baseness so unnatural, so inhuman, that it seems you, even you, had not the heart to attempt it, till my senses were made the previous sacrifice. Here I made an hesitating effort to speak, laying down my pen, but she proceeded. Hear me out, guilty wretch, abandoned man. Man, did I say? Yet what name else can I, since the mortal worryings of the fiercest beast would have been more natural and infinitely more welcome than what you have acted by me, and that with a premeditation and contrivance worthy only of that single heart which now, base as well as ungrateful as thou art, seems to quake within thee. And well mayest thou quake, well mayest thou tremble, and falter, and hesitate, as thou dost, when thou reflectest upon what I have suffered for thy sake, and upon the returns thou hast made me. By my soul, Belford, my whole frame was shaken; for not only her looks and her action, but her voice, so solemn, was inexpressibly affecting. And then my cursed guilt, and her innocence, and merit, and rank, and superiority of talents, all stared me at that instant in the face so formidably, that my present account, to which she unexpectedly called me, seemed, as I then thought, to resemble that general one, to which we are told we shall be summoned, when our conscience shall be our accuser. But she had had time to collect all the powers of her eloquence, the whole day, probably, in her intellects. And then I was the more disappointed, as I had thought I could have gazed the dear creature into confusion. But it is plain that the sense she has of her wrongs sets this matchless woman above all lesser, all weaker considerations. My dear, my love, never, no, never, lips trembling, limbs quaking, voice inward hesitating, broken, never surely did miscreant look so like a miscreant. While thus she proceeded, waving her snowy hand with all the graces of moving oratory. I have no pride in the confusion visible in thy whole person. I have been all the day praying for a composure, if I could not escape from this vile house, that should once more enable me to look up to my destroyer with the consciousness of an innocent sufferer. Thou seest me, since my wrongs are beyond the power of words to express, thou seest me calm enough to wish that thou mayest continue harassed by the workings of thy own conscience, till effectual repentance take hold of thee, that so thou mayest not forfeit all title to that mercy which thou hast not shown to the poor creature now before thee, who had so well deserved to meet with a faithful friend where she met with the worst of enemies. But tell me, for no doubt thou hast some scheme to pursue, tell me, since I am a prisoner, as I find, in the vilest of houses, and have not a friend to protect or save me, what thou intendest shall become of the remnant of a life not worth the keeping. Tell me if yet there are more evils reserved for me, and whether thou hast entered into a compact with the grand deceiver, in the person of his horrid agent in this house, and if the ruin of my soul, that my father's curse may be fulfilled, is to complete the triumphs of so vile a confederacy. Answer me. Say, if thou hast courage to speak out to her whom thou hast ruined, tell me what farther I am to suffer from thy barbarity. She stopped here, and sighing, turned her sweet face from me, drying up with her handkerchief those tears which she endeavoured to restrain, and when she could not, to conceal from my sight. As I told thee, I had prepared myself for high passions, raving, flying, tearing execration. These transient violences, the workings of sudden grief and shame and vengeance, would have set us upon a par with each other, and quitted scores. These have I been accustomed to, and as nothing violent is lasting with these, I could have wished to encounter. But such a majestic composure, seeking me, whom yet it is plain by her attempt to get away she would have avoided seeking, no Lucretia-like vengeance upon herself in her thought, yet swallowed up, her whole mind swallowed up, as I may say, by a grief so heavy as in her own words to be beyond the power of speech to express, and to be able, discomposed as she was, to the very morning, to put such a home question to me, as if she had penetrated my future view. How could I avoid looking like a fool, and answering, as before, in broken sentences and confusion? What has been done? I cannot but say, must own, must confess. It's not right. It's not what should have been. But I am truly sorry for it. Upon my soul I am, and will do everything, do whatever is incumbent upon me, all that you shall require to make you amends. Oh, Belford, Belford! Whose the triumph now, hers or mine? Amends, O thou truly despicable wretch! Then lifting up her eyes, good Heaven, who shall pity the creature who could fall by so base a mind? Yet, and then she looked indignantly upon me, yet I hate thee not, base and low-souled as thou art, half so much as I hate myself, that I saw thee not sooner in thy proper colours, that I hoped either morality, gratitude, or humanity from a libertine, who, to be a libertine, must have got over and defied all moral sanctions. Her cousin Morden's words to her in his letter from Florence. See Volume 4, Letter 19. She then called upon her cousin Morden's name, as if he had warned her against a man of free principles, and walked towards the window, her handkerchief at her eyes, but turning short towards me with an air of mingled scorn and majesty. What, at the moment, would I have given never to have injured her? What amends hast thou to propose? What amends can such a one as thou make to a person of spirit or common sense for the evils thou hast so inhumanly made me suffer? As soon, Madam, as soon as your uncle, or not waiting, thou wouldst tell me, I suppose. I know what thou wouldst tell me. But thinkest thou that marriage will satisfy for a guilt like thine? Destitute as thou hast made me both of friends and fortune, I too much despise the wretch who could rob himself of his wife's virtue, to endure the thoughts of thee and the light thou seemest to hope I will accept thee in. I hesitated in interruption, but my meaning died away upon my trembling lips. I could only pronounce the word marriage. And thus she proceeded. Let me therefore know whether I am to be controlled in the future disposal of myself, whether in a country of liberty as this, where the sovereign of it must not be guilty of your wickedness, and where you neither durst have attempted it, had I one friend or relation to look upon me, I am to be kept here a prisoner, to sustain fresh injuries, whether, in a word, you intend to hinder me from going where my destiny shall lead me. After a pause, for I was still silent, can you not answer me this plain question? I quit all claim, all expectation upon you. What right have you to detain me here? I could not speak. What could I say to such a question? O wretch! wringing her uplifted hands, had I not been robbed of my senses, and that in the basest manner you best know how, had I been able to account for myself and your proceedings, or to have known but how the days past, a whole week should not have gone over my head as I find it has done, before I had told you what I now tell you, that the man who has been the villain to me you have been, shall never make me his wife. I will write to my uncle to lay aside his kind intentions in my favour. All my prospects are shut in. I give myself up for a lost creature as to this world. Hinder me not from entering upon a life of severe penitence, for corresponding after prohibition with a wretch who has too well justified all their warnings and inveteracy, and for throwing myself into the power of your vile artifices. Let me try to secure the only hope I have left. This is all the amends I ask of you. I repeat, therefore, am I now at liberty to dispose of myself as I please? Now comes the fool, the miscreant again, hesitating his broken answer. My dearest love, I am confounded, quite confounded, at the thought of what has been done, and at the thought of to whom. I see there is no withstanding your eloquence. Such irresistible proofs of the love of virtue for its own sake did I never hear of, nor meet with, in all my reading. And if you can forgive a repentant villain, who thus on his knees implores your forgiveness, then down I dropped, absolutely in earnest in all I said. I vow by all that's sacred and just, and may a thunderbolt strike me dead at your feet, if I am not sincere, that I will by marriage before to-morrow noon, without waiting for your uncle, or any body, do you all the justice I now can do you. And you shall ever after control and direct me as you please, till you have made me more worthy of your angelic purity than now I am. Nor will I presume so much as to touch your garment, till I have the honour to call so great a blessing lawfully mine. O thou guileful betrayer! There is a just God whom thou invokest, yet the thunderbolt descends not, and thou livest to imprecate and deceive. My dearest life, rising, for I hoped she was relenting, hadst thou not sinned beyond the possibility of forgiveness, interrupted she, and this had been the first time that thus thou solemnly promisest and invokest the vengeance thou hast as often defied. The desperateness of my condition might have induced me to think of taking a wretched chance with a man so profligate. But after what I have suffered by thee, it would be criminal in me to wish to bind my soul in covenant to a man so nearly allied to perdition. Good God! How uncharitable! I offer not to defend. Would to Heaven that I could recall. So nearly allied to perdition, Madam! So profligate a man, Madam! Oh, how short is expression of thy crimes, and of my sufferings! Such premeditation in thy baseness, to prostitute the characters of persons of honour of thy own family, and all to delude a poor creature whom thou oughtest. But why talk I to thee? Be thy crimes upon thy head. Once more I ask thee, am I, or am I not, at my own liberty now? I offered to speak in defence of the women, declaring that they really were the very persons. Presume not, interrupted she, base as thou art, to say one word in thine own vindication. I have been contemplating their behaviour, their conversation, their over-ready acquiescences to my declarations in thy disfavour, their free, yet affectedly reserved, light manners. And now that the sad event has opened my eyes, and I have compared facts and passages together in the little interval that has been lent me, I wonder I could not distinguish the behaviour of the unmatron-like jilt whom thou broughtest to betray me from the worthy lady whom thou hast the honour to call thy aunt, and that I could not detect the superficial creature whom thou passest upon me for the virtuous Miss Montague. Amazing uncharitableness in a lady so good herself, that the high spirits those ladies were in to see you should subject them to such censures. I do most solemnly vow, madam— That they were, interrupting me, verily and indeed Lady Betty Lawrance and thy cousin Montague. O wretch, I see by thy solemn averment I had not yet averred it. What credit ought to be given to all the rest, had I no other proof? Interrupting her, I besought her patient ear. I had found myself, I told her, almost avowedly despised and hated. I had no hope of gaining her love or her confidence. The letter she had left behind her on her removal to Hampstead sufficiently convinced me that she was entirely under Miss Howe's influence, and waited but the return of a letter from her to enter upon measures that would deprive me of her for ever. Miss Howe had ever been my enemy. More so then, no doubt, from the contents of the letter she had written to her on her first coming to Hampstead, that I dared not to stand the event of such a letter, and was glad of an opportunity, by Lady Betty's and my cousin's means, though they knew not my motive, to get her back to town, far at that time from intending the outrage which my despair and her want of confidence in me put me so vilely upon. I would have proceeded, and particularly would have said something of Captain Tomlinson and her uncle, but she would not hear me further, and indeed it was with visible indignation, and not without several angry interruptions, that she heard me say so much. Would I dare, she asked me, to offer at a palliation of my baseness? The two women, she was convinced, were impostors. She knew not but Captain Tomlinson and Mr. Mennell were so too. But whether they were so or not, I was. And she insisted upon being at her own disposal for the remainder of her short life, for indeed she abhorred me in every light, and more particularly in that in which I offered myself to her acceptance. And saying this, she flung from me, leaving me absolutely shocked and confounded at her part of a conversation which she began with such uncommon, however severe, composure, and concluded with so much sincere and unaffected indignation. And now, Jack, I must address one serious paragraph particularly to thee. I have not yet touched upon cohabitation. Her uncle's mediation she does not absolutely discredit, as I had the pleasure to find by one hint in this conversation. Yet she suspects my future views, and has doubt about Mennell and Tomlinson. I do say, if she come fairly at her lights, at her clues, or what shall I call them, her penetration is wonderful. But if she do not come at them fairly, then is her incredulity, then is her antipathy to me evidently accounted for. I will speak out. Thou couldst not, surely, play me booty, Jack? Surely thou couldst not let thy weak pity for her lead thee to an unpardonable breach of trust to thy friend, who has been so unreserved in his communications to thee? I cannot believe thee capable of such a baseness. Satisfy me, however, upon this head. I must make a cursed figure in her eye, vowing and protesting, as I shall not scruple occasionally to vow and protest, if all the time she has had unquestionable informations of my perfidy. I know thou as little fearest me as I do thee, if any point of manhood. and wilt scorn to deny it, if thou hast done it, when thus home pressed. And here I have a good mind to stop, and write no farther, till I have thy answer. And so I will. Monday morning, past 3. End of Letter 18. Letter 19 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 19. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Monday morn, 5 o'clock, June 19. I must write on. Nothing else can divert me, and I think thou canst not have been a dog to me. I would fain have closed my eyes, but sleep flies me. Well, says Horace, as translated by Cowley, the halcyon sleep will ever build his nest. Well, says Horace, as translated by Cowley, the halcyon sleep will never build his nest in any stormy breast. 'Tis not enough that he does find clouds and darkness in the mind. Darkness but half his work will do. 'Tis not enough. He must find quiet too. Now indeed do I from my heart wish that I had never known this lady. But who would have thought there had been such a woman in the world? Of all the sex I have hitherto known or heard or read of, it was once subdued and always subdued. The first struggle was generally the last, or at least the subsequent struggles were so much fainter and fainter, that a man would rather have them than be without them. But how know I yet? It is now near 6. The sun for 2 hours past has been illuminating everything about me, for that impartial orb shines upon Mother Sinclair's house as well as upon any other, but nothing within me can it illuminate. At day dawn I looked through the keyhole of my beloved's door. She had declared she would not put off her clothes any more in this house. There I beheld her in a sweet slumber, which I hope will prove refreshing to her disturbed senses, sitting in her elbow-chair, her apron over her head supported by one sweet hand, the other hand hanging down upon her side in a sleepy lifelessness, half of one pretty foot only visible. See the difference in our cases, thought I. She, the charming injured, can sweetly sleep, while the varlet injurer cannot close his eyes, and has been trying to no purpose the whole night to divert his melancholy and to fly from himself. As every vice generally brings on its own punishment, even in this life, if anything were to tempt me to doubt of future punishment, it would be that there can hardly be a greater than that in which I at this instant experience in my own remorse. I hope it will go off. If not, well will the dear creature be avenged, for I shall be the most miserable of men. 6 o'clock. Just now Dorcas tells me that her lady is preparing openly and without disguise to be gone. Very probable. The humour she flew away from me in last night has given me expectation of such an enterprise. Now, Jack, to be thus hated and despised, and if I have sinned beyond forgiveness. But she has sent me a message by Dorcas, that she will meet me in the dining room, and desires, odd enough, that the wretch may be present at the conversation that shall pass between us. This message gives me hope. 9 o'clock. Confounded art, cunning villainy! By my soul, she had like to have slipped through my fingers. She meant nothing by her message but to get Dorcas out of the way, and a clear coast. Is a fancied distress sufficient to justify this lady for dispensing with her principles? Does she not show me that she can wilfully deceive as well as I? Had she been in the forehouse, and no passage to go through to get at the street door, she had certainly been gone. But her haste betrayed her, for Sally Martin, happening to be in the fore parlour, and hearing a swifter motion than usual, and a rustling of silks, as if from somebody in a hurry, looked out, and seeing who it was, stepped between her and the door, and set her back against it. You must not go, madam, indeed you must not. By what right, and how dare you? And such like imperious airs the dear creature gave herself, while Sally called out for her aunt, and half a dozen voices joined instantly in the cry for me to hasten down in a moment. I was gravely instructing Dorcas above stairs, and wondering what would be the subject of the conversation to which the wench was to be a witness, when these outcries reached my ears, and down I flew. And there was the charming creature, the sweet deceiver, panting for breath, her back against the partition, a parcel in her hand. Women make no excursions without their parcels. Sally, Polly, but Polly obligingly pleaded for her. The mother, Mabel, and Peter, the footman of the house, about her, all, however, keeping their distance. The mother and Sally between her and the door. In her soft rage, the dear soul repeating, I will go. Nobody has a right. I will go. If you kill me, women, I won't go up again. As soon as she saw me, she stepped a pace or two towards me. Mr. Lovelace, I will go, said she. Do you authorize these women? What right have they, or you either, to stop me? Is this, my dear, preparative to the conversation you led me to expect in the dining room? And do you think, I can part with you thus? Do you think I will? And am I, sir, to be thus beset, surrounded thus? What have these women to do with me? I desired them to leave us, all but Dorcas, who was down as soon as I. I then thought it right to assume an air of resolution, having found my tameness so greatly triumphed over. And now, my dear, said I, urging her reluctant feet, be pleased to walk into the fore parlour. Here, since you will not go up stairs, here we may hold our parley, and Dorcas will be witness to it. And now, madam, seating her, and sticking my hands in my sides, your pleasure. Insolent villain! said the furious lady, and rising ran to the window, and threw up the sash. She knew not, I suppose, that there were iron rails before the windows. And when she found she could not get out into the street, clasping her uplifted hands together, having dropped her parcel, for the love of God, good honest man, for the love of God, mistress, to two passers-by, a poor creature, said she, ruined. I clasped her in my arms, people beginning to gather about the window, and then she cried out, murder! Help! Help! and carried her up to the dining room, in spite of her little plotting heart, as I may now call it, although she violently struggled, catching hold of the banisters here and there as she could. I would have seated her there, but she sunk down half motionless, pale as ashes, and a violent burst of tears happily relieved her. Dorcas wept over her. The wench was actually moved for her. Violent hysterics succeeded. I left her to Mabel, Dorcas, and Polly, the latter the most supportable to her of the sisterhood. This attempt, so resolutely made, alarmed me not a little. Mrs. Sinclair and her nymphs are much more concerned because of the reputation of their house, as they call it, having received some insults, broken windows threatened, to make them produce the young creature who cried out. While the mobbish inquisitors were in the height of their office, the women came running up to me to know what they should do, a constable being actually fetched. Get the constable into the parlour, said I, with 3 or 4 of the forwardest of the mob, and produce one of the nymphs, onion-eyed, in a moment, with disordered head-dress and handkerchief, and let her own herself the person, the occasion a female skirmish, but satisfied with the justice done her. Then give a dram or 2 to each fellow, and all will be well. 11 o'clock. All done as I advised, and all is well. Mrs. Sinclair wishes she had never seen the face of so skittish a lady, and she and Sally are extremely pressing with me to leave the perverse beauty to their breaking, as they call it, for 4 or 5 days. But I cursed them into silence, only ordering double precaution for the future. Polly, though she consoled the dear perverse one all she could when with her, insists upon it to me that nothing but terror will procure me tolerable usage. Dorcas was challenged by the women upon her tears. She owned them real, said she was ashamed of herself, but could not help it. So sincere, so unyielding a grief, and so sweet a lady. The women laughed at her, but I bid her make no apologies for her tears, nor mind their laughing. I was glad to see them so ready. Good use might be made of such strangers. In short, I would not have her indulge them often, and try if it were not possible to gain her lady's confidence by her concern for her. She said that her lady did take kind notice of them to her, and was glad to see such tokens of humanity in her. Well then, said I, your part, whether anything come of it or not, is to be tender-hearted. It can do no harm, if no good. But take care you are not too suddenly or too officiously compassionate. So Dorcas will be a humane, good sort of creature, I believe, very quickly with her lady. And so, as it becomes women to be so, and as my beloved is willing to think highly of her own sex, it will the more readily pass with her. I thought to have had one trial, having gone so far for cohabitation. But what hope can there be of succeeding? She is invincible. Against all my motions, against all my conceptions, thinking of her as a woman, and in the very bloom of her charms, she is absolutely invincible. My whole view at the present is to do her legal justice, if I can but once more get her out of her altitudes. The consent of such a woman must make her ever new, ever charming. But astonishing! Can the want of a church ceremony make such a difference? She owes me her consent, for hitherto I have had nothing to boast of. All of my side has been deep remorse, anguish of mind, and love increased rather than abated. How her proud rejection stings me! And yet I hope still to get her to listen to my stories of the family reconciliation, and of her uncle and Captain Tomlinson. And as she has given me a pretence to detain her against her will, she must see me, whether in temper or not. She cannot help it. And if love will not do, terror, as the women advise, must be tried. A nice part, after all, has my beloved to act. If she forgive me easily, I resume perhaps my projects. If she carry her rejection into violence, that violence may make me desperate, and occasion fresh violence. She ought, since she thinks she has found the women out, to consider where she is. I am confoundedly out of conceit with myself. If I give up my contrivances, my joy in stratagem and plot and invention, I shall be but a common man, such another dull heavy creature as thyself. Yet what does even my success in my machinations bring me but regret, disgrace, repentance? But I am overmatched, egregiously overmatched by this woman. What to do with her or without her, I know not. End of Letter 19. Letter 20 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 20. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. I have this moment intelligence from Simon Parsons, one of Lord M.'s stewards, that his lordship is very ill. Simon, who is my obsequious servant in virtue of my presumptive heirship, gives me a hint in his letter that my presence at M. Hall will not be amiss. So I must accelerate whatever be the course I shall be allowed or compelled to take. No bad prospects for this charming creature, if the old peer would be so kind as to surrender, and many a summons has this gout given him. A good 8,000 a year, and perhaps the title reversionary, or a still higher, would help me up with her. Proudly as this lady pretends to be above all pride, grandeur will have its charms with her, for grandeur always makes a man's face shine in a woman's eye. I have a pretty good, because a clear estate as it is. But what a noble variety of mischief will 8,000 a year enable a man to do? Perhaps thou'lt say, I do already all that comes into my head, but that's a mistake. Not one half, I will assure thee. And even good folks, as I have heard, love to have the power of doing mischief, whether they make use of it or not. The late Queen Anne, who was a very good woman, was always fond of prerogative, and her ministers, in her name, in more instances than one, made a ministerial use of this her foible. But now, at last, am I to be admitted to the presence of my angry fair one, after 3 denials, nevertheless, and a peremptory from me by Dorcas, that I must see her in her chamber, if I cannot see her in the dining room. Dorcas, however, tells me that she says, if she were at her own liberty, she would never see me more; and that she had been asking after the characters and conditions of the neighbours, I suppose, now she has found her voice, to call out for help from them, if there were any to hear her. She will have it now, it seems, that I had the wickedness from the very beginning to contrive for her ruin. A house so convenient for dreadful mischief. Dorcas begs of her to be pacified, entreats her to see me with patience, tells her that I am one of the most determined of men, as she has heard say, that gentleness may do with me, but that nothing else will, she believes, And what, as her ladyship, as she always styles her, is married, if I had broken my oath, or intended to break it? She hinted plain enough to the honest wench that she was not married, but Dorcas would not understand her. This shows she is resolved to keep no measures. And now is to be a trial of skill, whether she shall or not. Dorcas has hinted to her my Lord's illness as a piece of intelligence that dropped in conversation from me. But here I stop. My beloved, pursuant to my peremptory message, is just gone up into the dining-room. End of Letter 20. Letter 21 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 21. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Monday afternoon. Pity me, Jack, for pity's sake, since if thou dost not, nobody else will. And yet never was there a man of my genius and lively temper that wanted it more. We are apt to attribute to the devil every thing that happens to us which we would not have happen. But here being, as perhaps thou wilt say, the devil myself, my plagues arise from an angel. I suppose all mankind is to be plagued by its contrary. She began with me like a true woman, she in the fault, I to be blamed. The moment I entered the dining-room, not the least apology, not the least excuse for the uproar she had made and the trouble she had given me. I come, said she, into thy detested presence, because I cannot help it. But why am I to be imprisoned here, although to no purpose? I cannot help— Dearest Madam, interrupted I, give not way to so much violence. You must know that your detention is entirely owing to the desire I have to make you all the amends that is in my power to make you. And this as well for your sake as my own. Surely there is still one way left to repair the wrongs you have suffered. Canst thou blot out the past week, several weeks past, I should say, ever since I have been with thee? Canst thou call back time, if thou canst? Surely, Madam, again interrupting her, if I may be permitted to call you legally mine, I might have but anticipated— Wretch that thou art! Say not another word upon this subject. When thou vowedst, when thou promisedst at Hampstead, I had begun to think that I must be thine. If I had consented at the request of those I thought thy relations, this would have been a principal inducement, that I could then have brought thee what was most wanted, an unsullied honour in dowry, to a wretch destitute of all honour, and could have met the gratulations of a family to which thy life has been one continued disgrace, with a consciousness of deserving their gratulations. But thinkest thou that I will give a harlot niece to thy honourable uncle, and to thy real aunts, and a cousin to thy cousins from a brothel? For such, in my opinion, is this detested house. Then lifting up her clasped hands, "Great and good God of Heaven," said she, "give me patience to support myself under the weight of those afflictions which thou, for wise and good ends, though at present impenetrable by me, hast permitted." Then turning towards me, who knew neither what to say to her, nor for myself, "I renounce thee for ever, Lovelace! Abhorred of my soul, for ever I renounce thee! Seek thy fortunes wheresoever thou wilt, only now that thou hast already ruined me." "Ruined you, Madam? The world need not—" I knew not what to say. "Ruined me in my own eyes, and that is the same to me as if all the world knew it. Hinder me not from going whither my mysterious destiny shall lead me." "Why hesitate you, Sir? What right have you to stop me as you lately did, and to bring me up by force, my hands and arms bruised by your violence? What right have you to detain me here?" "I am cut to the heart, Madam, with invectives so violent. I am but too sensible of the wrong I have done you, or I could not bear your reproaches." "The man who perpetrates a villany, and resolves to go on with it, shows not the compunction I show. Yet, if you think yourself in my power, I would caution you, Madam, not to make me desperate; for you shall be mine, or my life shall be the forfeit. Nor is life worth having without you." "Be thine! I be thine!" said the passionate beauty. Oh, how lovely in her violence! "Yes, Madam, be mine! I repeat, you shall be mine. My very crime is your glory. My love, my admiration of you is increased by what has passed, and so it ought. I am willing, Madam, to court your returning favour. But let me tell you, were the house beset by 1,000 armed men, resolved to take you from me, they should not effect their purpose while I had life." "I never, never will be yours," said she, clasping her hands together, and lifting up her eyes. "I never will be yours." "We may yet see many happy years, Madam. All your friends may be reconciled to you. The treaty for that purpose is in greater forwardness than you imagine. You know better than to think the worse of yourself for suffering what you could not help. Enjoin but the terms I can make my peace with you upon, and I will instantly comply." "Never, never," repeated she, "will I be yours." "Only forgive me, my dearest life, this one time, a virtue so invincible. What further view can I have against you? Have I attempted any further outrage? If you will be mine, your injuries will be injuries done to myself. You have too well guessed at the unnatural arts that have been used. But can a greater testimony be given of your virtue? And now I have only to hope, that although I cannot make you complete amends, yet you will permit me to make you all the amends that can possibly be made. Hear me out, I beseech you, Madam." For she was going to speak with an aspect unpacifiedly angry. "The God whom you serve requires but repentance and amendment. Imitate him, my dearest love, and bless me with the means of reforming a course of life that begins to be hateful to me. That was once your favourite point. Resume it, dearest creature, in charity to a soul as well as body, which once, as I flattered myself, was more than indifferent to you. Resume it, and let to‐morrow's sun be witness to our espousals." "I cannot judge thee," said she, "but the God to whom thou so boldly referrest can, and assure thyself he will. But if compunction has really taken hold of thee, if indeed thou art touched for thy ungrateful baseness, and meanest any thing by this pleading the holy example thou recommendest to my imitation, in this thy pretended repentant moment, let me sift thee thoroughly, and by thy answer I shall judge of the sincerity of thy pretended declarations. Tell me, then, is there any reality in the treaty thou hast pretended to be on foot between my uncle and Captain Tomlinson and thyself? Say, and hesitate not, is there any truth in that story? But remember, if there be not, and thou avowest that there is, what further condemnation attends to thy averment, if it be as solemn as I require it to be? This was her cursed thrust. What could I say? Surely this merciless lady is resolved to damn me, thought I, and yet accuses me of a design against her soul. But was I not obliged to proceed as I had begun? In short, I solemnly averred that there was. How one crime, as the good folks say, brings on another. I added that the captain had been in town, and would have waited on her, had she not been indisposed; that he went down much afflicted, as well on her account as on that of her uncle, though I had not acquainted him either with the nature of her disorder, or the ever to be regretted occasion of it, having told him that it was a violent fever; that he had twice since, by her uncle's desire, sent up to inquire after her health; and that I had already dispatched a man and horse with a letter to acquaint him, and her uncle through him, with her recovery, making it my earnest request that he would renew his application to her uncle for the favour of his presence at the private celebrations of our nuptials; and that I expected an answer, if not this night, as to-morrow. Let me ask thee next, said she. Thou knowest the opinion I have of the women thou broughtest to me at Hampstead, and who have seduced me hither to my ruin. Let me ask thee, if really and truly they were Lady Betty Lawrance and thy cousin Montague? What sayest thou? Hesitate not. What sayest thou to this question? Astonishing, my dear, that you should suspect them. But knowing your strange opinion of them, what can I say to be believed? And is this the answer thou returnest me? Dost thou thus evade my question? But let me know, for I am trying thy sincerity now, and all shall judge of thy new professions by thy answer to this question. Let me know, I repeat, whether those women be really Lady Betty Lawrance and thy cousin Montague. Let me, my dearest love, be enabled to-morrow to call you lawfully mine, and we will set out the next day, if you please, to Berkshire, to my Lord M.'s, where they both are at this time, and you shall convince yourself by your own eyes and by your own ears, which you will believe sooner than all I can say or swear. Now, Belford, I had really some apprehension of treachery from thee, which made me so miserably evade, for else I could as safely have sworn to the truth of this as to that of the former. But she pressing me still for a categorical answer, I ventured plumb, and swore to it, lovers' oaths, Jack, that they were really and truly Lady Betty Lawrance and my cousin Montague. She lifted up her hands and eyes. What can I think? What can I think? You think me a devil, madam, a very devil. or you could not, after you have put these questions to me, seem to doubt the truth of answers so solemnly sworn to. And if I do think thee so, have I not cause? Is there another man in the world (I hope, for the sake of human nature, there is not) who could act by any poor friendless creature, as thou hast acted by me, whom thou hast made friendless, and who, before I knew thee, had for a friend every one who knew me? I told you, Madam, before, that Lady Betty and my cousin were actually here, in order to take leave of you, before they set out for Berkshire. But the effects of my ungrateful crime, such, with shame and remorse, I own it to be, were the reason you could not see them. Nor could I be fond that they should see you, since they never would have forgiven me, had they known what had passed. And what reason had I to expect your silence on the subject, had you been recovered? It signifies nothing now that the cause of their appearance has been answered in my ruin, who or what they are. But if thou hast averred thus solemnly to two falsehoods, what a wretch do I see before me! I thought she had now reason to be satisfied, and I begged her to allow me to talk to her of to-morrow, as of the happiest day of my life. We have the license, Madam, and you must excuse me that I cannot let you go hence till I have tried every way I can to obtain your forgiveness. And am I then, with a kind of frantic wildness, to be detained a prisoner in this horrid house? Am I, Sir? Take care, holding up her hand, menacing. How you make me desperate! If I fall, though by my own hand, inquisition will be made for my blood. And be not out in thy plot, Lovelace. If it should be so, make sure work, I charge thee. Dig a hole deep enough to cram in and conceal this unhappy body: for depend upon it, that some of those who will not stir to protect me living, will move heaven and earth to avenge me dead. A horrid dear creature! By my soul, she made me shudder. She had need indeed to talk of her unhappiness in falling into the hands of the only man in the world who could have used her as I have used her. She is the only woman in the world who could have shocked and disturbed me as she has done. So we are upon a foot in that respect, and I think I have the worst of it by much, since very little has been my joy, very much my trouble. And her punishment, as she calls it, is over. But when mine will, or what it may be, who can tell? Here, only recapitulating, think then how I must be affected at the time. I was forced to leave off and sing a song to myself. I aimed at a lively air, but I croaked rather than sung, and fell into the old dismal 30th of January strain. I hemmed up for a sprightlier note, but it would not do, and at last I ended like a malefactor in a dead psalm melody. Hi ho! I gape like an unfledged kite in its nest, wanting to swallow a chicken bobbed at its mouth by its marauding dam. What a devil ails me! I can neither think nor write. Lie down, pen, for a moment. End of Letter 21. LETTER XXII OF Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 22. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. There is certainly a good deal in the observation that it costs a man 10 times more pains to be wicked than it would cost him to be good. What a confounded number of contrivances have I had recourse to in order to carry my point with this charming creature! And yet, after all, how have I puzzled myself by it? And yet am near tumbling into the pit which it was the end of all my plots to shun. What a happy man had I been with such an excellence, could I have brought my mind to marry when I first prevailed upon her to quit her father's house! But then, as I have often reflected, how had I known that a but blossoming beauty, who could carry on a private correspondence, and run such risks with a notorious wild fellow, was not prompted by inclination, which one day might give such a free liver as myself as much pain to reflect upon as at the time it gave me pleasure? Thou rememberest the host's tale in Ariosto, and thy experience as well as mine can furnish out 20 Fiamettas in proof of the imbecility of the sex. But to proceed with my narrative. The dear creature resumed the topic her heart was so firmly fixed upon, and insisted upon quitting the odious house, and that in very high terms. I urged her to meet me the next day at the altar in either of the 2 churches mentioned in the license, and I besought her, whatever was her resolution, to let me debate this matter calmly with her. If, she said, I would have her give what I desired the least moment's consideration, I must not hinder her from being her own mistress. To what purpose did I ask her consent, if she had not a power over either her own person or actions? Will you give me your honour, madam, if I consent to your quitting a house so disagreeable to you? My honour, Sir! said the dear creature, alas! and turned weeping from me with inimitable grace, as if she had said, Alas! you have robbed me of my honour. I hoped then that her angry passions were subsiding, but I was mistaken; for urging her warmly for the day, and that for the sake of our mutual honour, and the honour of both our families, in this high-flown and high-souled strain she answered me. And canst thou, Lovelace, be so mean as to wish to make a wife of the creature thou hast insulted, dishonoured, and abused, as thou hast me? Was it necessary to humble me down to the low level of thy baseness, before I could be a wife meet for thee? Thou hadst a father who was a man of honour, a mother who deserved a better son. Thou hast an uncle who was no dishonour to the peerage of a kingdom, whose peers are more respectable than the nobility of any other country. Thou hast other relations also, who may be thy boast, although thou canst not be theirs. And canst thou not imagine that thou hearest them calling upon thee, the dead from their monuments, the living from their laudable pride, not to dishonour thy ancient and splendid house, by entering into wedlock with a creature whom thou hast levelled with the dirt of the street, and classed with the vilest of her sex. I extolled her greatness of soul and her virtue. I execrated myself for my guilt, and told her how grateful to the manes of my ancestors, as well as to the wishes of the living, the honour I supplicated for would be. But still she insisted upon being a free agent, of seeing herself in other lodgings before she would give what I urged the least consideration, nor would she promise me favour even then, or to permit my visits. How then, as I asked her, could I comply, without resolving to lose her for ever? She put her hand to her forehead often as she talked, and at last, pleading disorder in her head, retired, neither of us satisfied with the other, but she 10 times more dissatisfied with me than I with her. Dorcas seems to be coming into favour with her. What now? What now? Monday night. How determined is this lady? Again had she like to have escaped us. What a fixed resentment! She only, I find, assumed a little calm in order to quiet suspicion. She was got down, and actually had unbolted the street door before I could get to her, alarmed as I was by Mrs. Sinclair's cook-maid, who was the only one that saw her fly through the passage, yet lightning was not quicker than I. Again I brought her back to the dining-room, with infinite reluctance on her part, and before her face ordered a servant to be placed constantly at the bottom of the stairs for the future. She seemed even choked with grief and disappointment. Dorcas was exceedingly assiduous about her, and confidently gave it as her own opinion that her dear lady should be permitted to go to another lodging, since this was so disagreeable to her. Were she to be killed for saying so, she would say it. And was good Dorcas for this afterwards. But for some time the dear creature was all passion and violence. I see, said she, when I had brought her up, what I am to expect from your new professions, O vilest of men. Have I offered to you, my beloved creature, any thing that can justify this impatience, after a more hopeful calm? She wrung her hands, she disordered her head dress, she tore her ruffles, she was in a perfect frenzy. I dreaded her returning malady, but entreaty rather exasperating, I affected an angry air. I bid her expect the worst she had to fear, and was menacing on, in hopes to intimidate her, when dropping to my feet, "'Twill be a mercy," said she, "the highest act of mercy you can do, to kill me outright upon this spot, this happy spot, as I will in my last moments call it." Then, baring with a still more frantic violence part of her enchanting neck, "Here, here," said the soul-harrowing beauty, "let thy pointed mercy enter, and I will thank thee, and forgive thee for all the dreadful past. With my latest gasp will I forgive and thank thee. Or help me to the means, and I will myself put out of the way so miserable a wretch, and bless thee for those means." Why all this extravagant passion? Why all these exclamations? Have I offered any new injury to you, my dearest life? What a frenzy is this? Am I not ready to make you all the reparation that I can make you? Had I not reason to hope— No, 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 as before, shaking her head with wild impatience, as resolved not to attend to what I said. My resolutions are so honourable, if you will permit them to take effect, that I need not be solicitous where you go. If you will but permit my visits, and receive my vows, and God is my witness that I bring you not back from the door with any beauty or dishonour, but the contrary. And this moment I will send for a minister to put an end to all your doubts and fears. Say this, and say 1,000 times more, and bind every word with a solemn appeal to that God whom thou art accustomed to invoke, to the truth of the vilest falsehoods, and all will still be short of what thou hast vowed and promised to me. And were not my heart to abhor thee, and to rise against thee for thy perjuries, as it does, I would not, I tell thee once more, I would not bind my soul in covenant with such a man for 1,000 worlds. Compose yourself, however, madam. For your own sake, compose yourself. Permit me to raise you up, abhorred as I am of your soul. Nay, if I must not touch you, for she wildly slapped my hands, but with such a sweet, passionate air, her bosom heaving and throbbing as she looked up to me, that although I was most sincerely enraged, I could with transport have pressed her to mine. If I must not touch you, I will not, but depend upon it, and I assumed the sternest air I could assume to try what it would do, depend upon it, madam, that this is not the way to avoid the evils you dread. Let me do what I will, I cannot be used worse. Dorcas, begone! She arose, Dorcas being about to withdraw, and wildly caught hold of her arm. O Dorcas, if thou art of mine own sex, leave me not, I charge thee. Then, quitting Dorcas, down she threw herself upon her knees in the furthermost corner of the room, clasping a chair with her face laid upon the bottom of it. Oh, where can I be safe? Where can I be safe from this man of violence? This gave Dorcas an opportunity to confirm herself in her lady's confidence. The wench threw herself at my feet, while I seemed in violent wrath, and embracing my knees, kill me, sir, if you please. I must throw myself in your way to save my lady. I beg your pardon, sir, but you must be set on. God forgive the mischief makers, but your own heart, if left to itself, would not permit these things. Spare, however, sir, spare my lady, I beseech you, bustling on her knees about me, as if I were intending to approach her lady, had I not been restrained by her. This humoured by me. Begone, devil! Officious devil, begone! Startled the dear creature, who, snatching up hastily her head from the chair, and as hastily popping it down again in terror, hit her nose, I suppose, against the edge of the chair, and it gushed out with blood running in a stream down her bosom. She herself was too much frighted to heed it. Never was mortal man in such terror and agitation as I, for I instantly concluded that she had stabbed herself with some concealed instrument. I ran to her in a wild agony, for Dorcas was frighted out of all her mock interposition. What have you done? Oh, what have you done? Look up to me, my dearest life, sweet injured innocence, look up to me. What have you done? Long will I not survive you. And I was upon the point of drawing my sword to dispatch myself, when I discovered what an unmanly blockhead does this charming creature make me at her pleasure, that all I apprehended was but a bloody nose, which, as far as I know, for it could not be stopped in 1/4 of an hour, may have saved her head and her intellects. But I see by this scene that the sweet creature is but a pretty coward at bottom, and that I can terrify her out of her virulence against me whenever I put on sternness and anger. But then, as a qualifier to the advantage this gives me over her, I find myself to be a coward too, which I had not before suspected, since I was capable of being so easily terrified by the apprehensions of her offering violence to herself. End of Letter 22. Letter 23 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 23. Letter 23. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. But with all this dear creature's resentment against me, I cannot for my heart think but she will get all over, and consent to enter the pale with me. Were she even to die to‐morrow, and to know she should, would not a woman of her sense, of her punctilio, and in her situation, and of so proud a family, rather die married than otherwise? No doubt but she would, although she were to hate the man ever so heartily. If so, there is now but one man in the world whom she can have, and that is me. Now I talk. Familiar writing is but talking, Jack. Thus glibly of entering the pale, thou wilt be ready to question me, I know, as to my intentions on this head. As much of my heart as I know of it myself will I tell thee. When I am from her, I cannot still help hesitating about marriage, and I even frequently resolve against it, and determine to press my favourite scheme for cohabitation. But when I am with her, I am ready to say, to swear, and to do whatever I think will be the most acceptable to her, and were a parson at hand, I should plunge at once, no doubt of it, into the state. I have frequently thought, in common cases, that it is happy for many giddy fellows (there are giddy fellows as well as giddy girls, Jack, and perhaps those are as often drawn in as these), that ceremony and parade are necessary to the irrevocable solemnity, and that there is generally time for a man to recollect himself in the space between the heated overnight and the cooler next morning, or I know not who could escape the sweet gipsies, whose fascinating powers are so much aided by our own raised imaginations. A wife at any time, I used to say. I had ever confidence and vanity enough to think that no woman breathing could deny her hand when I held out mine. I am confoundedly mortified to find that this lady is able to hold me at bay, and to refuse all my honest vows. What force, allow me a serious reflection, Jack, it will be put down, what force have evil habits upon the human mind? When we enter upon a devious course, we think we shall have it in our power when we will return to the right path. But it is not so, I plainly see. For who can acknowledge with more justice this dear creature's merits and his own errors than I? Whose regret at times can be deeper than mine for the injuries I have done her? Whose resolutions to repair those injuries stronger? Yet how transitory is my penitence! How am I hurried away! Canst thou tell by what? O devil of youth and devil of intrigue, how do you mislead me! How often do we end in occasions for the deepest remorse what we begin in wantonness! At the present writing, however, the turn of the scale is in behalf of matrimony, for I despair of carrying with her my favourite point. The lady tells Dorcas that her heart is broken, and that she shall live but a little while. I think nothing of that if we marry. In the first place, she knows not what a mind unapprehensive will do for her, in a state to which all the sex look forwards with high satisfaction. How often had the whole of the sacred conclave been thus deceived in their choice of a pope,
not considering that the new dignity is of itself sufficient to give new life. A few months' heart's ease will give my charmer a quite different notion of things; and I dare say, as I have heretofore said, once married, and I am married for life. See Letter IX. of this volume. I will allow that her pride, in one sense, has suffered abasement, but her triumph is the greater in every other; and while I can think that all her trials are but additions to her honour, and that I have laid the foundations of her glory in my own shame, can I be called cruel if I am not affected with her grief as some men would be? And for what should her heart be broken? Her will is unviolated. At present, however, her will is unviolated. The destroying of good habits, and the introducing of bad, to the corrupting of the whole heart, is the violation. That her will is not to be corrupted, that her mind is not to be debased, she has hitherto unquestionably proved. And if she give cause for farther trials, and hold fast her integrity, what ideas will she have to dwell upon, that will be able to corrupt her morals, what vestigia, what remembrances, but such as will inspire abhorrence of the attempter? What nonsense then to suppose that such a mere notional violation as she has suffered should be able to cut asunder the strings of life! Her religion, married or not married, will set her above making such a trifling accident, such an involuntary suffering, fatal to her. Such considerations as these they are that support me against all apprehensions of bugbear consequences; and I would have them have weight with thee, who are such a doughty advocate for her. And yet I allow thee this, that she really makes too much of it, takes it too much to heart. To be sure she ought to have forgot it by this time, except the charming, charming consequence happen, that still I am in hopes will happen, were I to proceed no farther. And if she apprehended this herself, then has the dear over nice soul some reason for taking it so much to heart, and yet would not, I think, refuse to legitimate. O Jack! had I an imperial diadem, I swear to thee, that I would give it up even to my enemy, to have one charming boy by this lady. And should she escape me, and no such effect follow, my revenge on her family, and in such a case on herself, would be incomplete, and I should reproach myself as long as I lived. Were I to be sure that this foundation is laid, and why may I not hope it is, I should not doubt to have her still, should she withstand her day of grace, on my own conditions; nor should I, if it were so, question that revived affection in her, which a woman seldom fails to have for the father of her first child, whether born in wedlock or out of it. And prithee, Jack, see in this my ardent hope a distinction in my favour from other rakes, who almost to a man follow their inclinations without troubling themselves about consequences, in imitation, as one would think, of the strutting villain of a bird, which from feathered lady to feathered lady pursues his imperial pleasures, leaving it to his sleek paramours to hatch the genial product in holes and corners of their own finding out. End of Letter 23. Letter 24 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 24. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire. Tuesday morn, June 20. Well, Jack, now are we upon another footing together. This dear creature will not let me be good. She is now authorizing all my plots by her own example. thou must be partial in the highest degree, if now thou blamest me for resuming my former schemes, since in that case I shall but follow her cue. No forced construction of her actions do I make on this occasion, in order to justify a bad cause, or a worse intention. A slight pretence indeed served the wolf, when he had a mind to quarrel with the lamb. But this is not now my case. For here, wouldst thou have thought it, taking advantage of Dorcas's compassionate temper, and of some warm expressions which the tender‐hearted wench let fall against the cruelty of men, and wishing to have it in her power to serve her, has she given her the following note, signed by her maiden name; for she has thought fit, in positive and plain words, to own to the pitying Dorcas that she is not married.
Monday, June 19th. When then underwritten to hereby promise, that, on my coming into possession of my own estate, I will provide for Dorcas Martindale in a gentlewoman-like manner, in my own house; or, if I do not soon obtain that possession, or should first die, I do hereby bind myself, my executors, and administrators, to pay to her, or her order, during the term of her natural life, the sum of £5 on each of the 4 usual quarterly days in the year, on condition that she faithfully assists me in my escape from an illegal confinement under which I now labour; the first quarterly payment to commence, and be payable at the end of 3 months immediately following the day of my deliverance. And I do also promise to give her, as a testimony of my honour in the rest, a diamond ring, which I have shewed her. Witness my hand this 19th day of June, in the year above written. Clarissa Harlowe.
Now, Jack, what terms wouldst thou have me to keep with such a sweet corruptress? Seest thou not how she hates me? Seest thou not that she is resolved never to forgive me? Seest thou not, however, that she must disgrace herself in the eye of the world, if she actually should escape? That she must be subjected to infinite distress and hazard? For whom has she to receive and protect her, yet to determine to risk all these evils, and furthermore to stoop to artifice, to be guilty of the reigning vice of the times, of bribery and corruption? O Jack, Jack, say not, write not another word in her favour. Thou hast blamed me for bringing her to this house; but had I carried her to any other in England, where there would have been one servant or inmate capable either of compassion or corruption, what must have been the consequence? But seest thou not, however, that in this flimsy contrivance the dear implacable, like a drowning man, catches at a straw to save herself? A straw shall she find to be the refuge she has resorted to. End of Letter 24. Letter 25 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 25. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday morn, 10 o'clock. Very ill, exceedingly ill, as Dorcas tells me, in order to avoid seeing me, and yet the dear soul may be so in her mind. But is not that equivocation? Some one passion predominating in every human breast breaks through principle and controls us all. Mine is love and revenge taking turns. Hers is hatred. But this is my consolation, that hatred appeased is love begun, or love renewed, I may rather say, if love ever had footing here. But, reflectioning apart, thou seest, Jack, that her plot is beginning to work. To‐morrow is to break out. I have been abroad to set on foot a plot of circumvention. All fair now, Belford. I insisted upon visiting my indisposed fair one. Dorcas made officious excuses for her. I cursed the wench in her hearing for her impertinence, and stamped and made a clutter, which was improved into an apprehension to the lady that I would have flung her faithful confidant from the top of the stairs to the bottom. He is a violent wretch, but Dorcas, dear Dorcas now it is, thou shalt have a friend in me to the last day of my life. And what now, Jack, dost think the name of her good angel is? Why, Dorcas Martindale, Christian and super, no more Wicks, as in the promissory note in my former, and the dear creature has bound her to her by the most solemn obligations, besides the tie of interest. Whither, madam, do you design to go when you get out of this house? I will throw myself into the first open house I can find, and beg protection till I can get a coach or a lodging in some honest family. What will you do for clothes, madam? I doubt you'll be able to take any away with you but what you'll have on. Oh, no matter for clothes, if I can but get out of this house. What will you do for money, madam? I have heard his honour express his concern that he could not prevail upon you to be obliged to him, though he apprehended that you must be short of money. Oh, I have rings and other valuables. Indeed, I have but 4 guineas, and 2 of them I found lately wrapped up in a bit of lace, designed for a charitable use. But now, alas! charity begins at home. But I have one dear friend left, if she be living, as I hope in God she is, to whom I can be obliged if I want. O Dorcas, I must ere now have heard from her, if I had had fair play. Well, madam, yours is a hard lot. I pity you at my heart. Thank you, Dorcas. I am unhappy that I did not think before that I might have confided in thy pity and in thy sex. I pitied you, madam, often and often, but you were always, as I thought, diffident of me, and then I doubted not but you were married, and I thought his honour was unkindly used by you, so that I thought it my duty to wish well to his honour, rather than to what I thought to be your humours, madam. Would to heaven that I had known before that you were not married! Such a lady! Such a fortune! To be so sadly betrayed! Ah, Dorcas, I was basely drawn in, my youth, my ignorance of the world, and I have some things to reproach myself with when I look back. Lord, madam, what deceitful creatures are these men! Neither oaths nor vows, I am sure, I am sure. And then with her apron she gave her eyes 6 hearty rubs. I may curse the time that I came into this house. Here was accounting for her bold eyes. And was it not better for Dorcas to give up a house which our lady could not think worse of than she did, in order to gain the reputation of sincerity, than by offering to vindicate it, to make her proffered services suspected? Poor Dorcas, bless me! How little do we, who have lived all our time in the country, know of this wicked town! Had I been able to write, cried the veteran wench, I should certainly have given some other near relations I have in Wales a little inkling of matters, and they would have saved me from. Her sobs were enough. The apprehensions of women on such subjects are ever aforehand with speech. And then, sobbing on, she lifted her apron to her face again. She showed me how. Poor Dorcas! again wiping her own charming eyes. All love, all compassion is this dear creature to every one in affliction but me. And would not an aunt protect her kinswoman? Abominable wretch! I can't say. My aunt was privy to it. She gave me good advice. She knew not for a great while that I was. No more, no more. Good Dorcas, what a world do we live in! What a house am I in! But come, don't weep, though she herself could not forbear. My being betrayed into it, though to my own ruin, may be a happy event for thee, and if I live it shall. I thank you, my good lady, blubbering. I am sorry, very sorry, you have had so hard a lot, but it may be the saving of my soul, if I can get to your ladyship's house. Had I but known that your ladyship was not married, I would have ate my own flesh before. Dorcas sobbed and wept. The lady sighed and wept also. But now, Jack, for a serious reflection upon the premises. How will the good folks account for it, that Satan has such faithful instruments, and that the bond of wickedness is a stronger bond than the ties of virtue, as if it were the nature of the human mind to be villanous? For here had Dorcas been good, and been tempted as she was tempted to anything evil, I make no doubt but she would have yielded to the temptation. And cannot our fraternity, in 100 instances, give proof of the like predominance of vice over virtue, and that we have risked more to serve and promote the interests of the former than ever a good man did to serve a good man or a good cause? For have we not been prodigal of life and fortune? Have we not defied the civil magistrate upon occasion? And have we not attempted rescues, and dared all things, only to extricate a pounded profligate? Whence, Jack, can this be? Oh, I have it, I believe. The vicious are as bad as they can be, and do the devil's work without looking after, while he is continually spreading snares for the others, and, like a skilful angler, suiting his baits to the fish he angles for. Nor let even honest people, so called, blame poor Dorcas for her fidelity in a bad cause. For does not the general, who implicitly serves an ambitious prince in his unjust designs upon his neighbours, or upon his own oppressed subjects, and even the lawyer, who for the sake of a paltry fee undertakes to whiten a black cause, and to defend it against one he knows to be good, do the very same thing as Dorcas? And are they not both every whit as culpable? Yet the one shall be dubbed a hero, the other called an admirable fellow, and be contended for by every client, and his double-tongued abilities shall carry him through all the high preferments of the law with reputation and applause. Well, but what shall be done, since the lady is so much determined on removing? Is there no way to oblige her, and yet to make the very act subservient to my other views? I fancy such a way may be found out. I will study for it. Suppose I suffer her to make an escape. Her heart is in it. If she effect it, the triumph she will have over me upon it will be a counterbalance for all she has suffered. I will oblige her if I can. End of Letter 25. Letter 26 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 26. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire. Tired with a succession of fatiguing days and sleepless nights, and with contemplating the precarious situation I stand in with my beloved, I fell into a profound reverie, which brought on sleep, and that produced a dream, a fortunate dream, which, as I imagine, will afford my working mind the means to effect the obliging double purpose my heart is now once more set upon. What, as I have often contemplated, is the enjoyment of the finest woman in the world, to the contrivance, the bustle, the surprises, and at last the happy conclusion of a well-laid plot, the charming roundabouts to come to the nearest way home, the doubts, the apprehensions, the heart-achings, the meditated triumphs, these are the joys that make the blessing dear. For all the rest, what is it? What but to find an angel in imagination dwindled down to a woman in fact? But to my dream. Methought it was about 9 on Wednesday morning that a chariot with a dowager's arms upon the doors, and in it a grave matronly lady, not unlike Mother H. in the face, but in her heart, oh, how unlike, stopped at a grocer's shop, about 10 doors on the other side of the way, in order to buy some groceries. And methought Dorcas, having been out to see if the coast were clear for her lady's flight, and if a coach were to be got near the place, espied the chariot with the dowager's arms, and this matronly lady. And what, methought, did Dorcas, that subtle traitress, do, but whip up to the old matronly lady, and lifting up her voice, say, Good my lady, permit me one word with your ladyship. What thou hast to say to me, say on, quoth the old lady, the grocer retiring, and standing aloof to give Dorcas leave to speak, who, methought, in words like these, accosted the lady. You seem, madam, to be a very good lady, and here in this neighbourhood, at a house of no high repute, is an innocent lady of rank and fortune, beautiful as a May morning, and youthful as a rosebud, and full as sweet and lovely, who has been tricked thither by a wicked gentleman, practised in the ways of the town, and this very night will be ruined if she get not out of his hands. Now, O lady, if you will extend your compassionate goodness to this fair young lady, in whom the moment you behold her you will see cause to believe all I say, and let her but have a place in your chariot, and remain in your protection for 1 day only, till she can send a man and horse to her rich and powerful friends, you may save from ruin a lady who has no equal for virtue as well as beauty. Methought the old lady, moved with Dorcas's story, answered and said, Hasten, O damsel, who in a happy moment art come to put it in my power to serve the innocent and virtuous, which it has always been my delight to do. Hasten to this young lady, and bid her hie hither to me with all speed, and tell her that my chariot shall be her asylum. And if I find all that thou sayest true, my house shall be her sanctuary, and I will protect her from all her oppressors. Hereupon, methought, this traitress Dorcas hied back to the lady, and made report of what she had done. And methought the lady highly approved of Dorcas's proceeding, and blessed her for her good thought. And I lifted up mine eyes, and behold the lady issued out of the house, and without looking back ran to the chariot with the dowager's coat upon it, and was received by the matronly lady with open arms, and Welcome, 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 fair young lady, who so well answer the description of the faithful damsel, and I will carry you instantly to my house, where you shall meet with all the good usage your heart can wish for, till you can apprise your rich and powerful friends of your past dangers and present escape. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, worthy, thrice worthy lady, who afford so kindly your protection to a most unhappy young creature, who has been basely seduced and betrayed, and brought to the very brink of destruction. Methought then the matronly lady, who had, by the time the young lady came to her, bought and paid for the goods she wanted, ordered her coachman to drive home with all speed, who stopped not till he had arrived in a certain street not far from Lincoln's Inn Fields, where the matronly lady lived in a sumptuous dwelling, replete with damsels, who wrought curiously in muslins, cambrics, and fine linen, and in every good work that industrious damsels love to be employed about, except the loom and the spinning wheel. And methought all the way the young lady and the old lady rode, and after they came in till dinner was ready, the young lady filled up the time with the dismal account of her wrongs and her sufferings, the like of which was never heard by mortal ear, and this in so moving a manner that the good old lady did nothing but weep and sigh and sob, and inveigh against the arts of wicked men, and against that abominable Squire Lovelace, who was a plotting villain, methought she said, and, more than that, an unchained Beelzebub. Methought I was in a dreadful agony when I found the lady had escaped, and in my wrath had like to have slain Dorcas, and our mother, and every one I met. But by some quick transition and strange metamorphosis, which dreams do not usually account for, methought all of a sudden this matronly lady turned into the famous Mother H. herself, and being an old acquaintance of Mother Sinclair, was prevailed upon to assist in my plot upon the young lady. Then, methought, followed a strange scene, for Mother H., longing to hear more of the young lady's story, and night being come, besought her to accept of a place in her own bed, in order to have all the talk to themselves; for, methought, two young nieces of hers had broken in upon them in the middle of the dismal tale. Accordingly, going early to bed, and the sad story being resumed with as great earnestness on one side as attention on the other, before the young lady had gone far in it, Mother H., methought, was taken with a fit of the colic, and her tortures increasing, was obliged to rise to get a cordial she used to find specific in this disorder, to which she was unhappily subject. Having thus risen, and stepped to her closet, methought she let fall the wax taper in her return, and then, O metamorphosis still stranger than the former! What unaccountable things are dreams! Coming to bed again in the dark, the young lady, to her infinite astonishment, grief, and surprise, found Mother H. turned into a young person of the other sex; and although Lovelace was the abhorred of her soul, yet, fearing it was some other person, it was matter of consolation to her when she found it was no other than himself, and that she had been still the bedfellow of but one and the same man. A strange promiscuous huddle of adventures followed, scenes perpetually shifting. Now nothing heard from the lady but sighs, groans, exclamations, faintings, dyings; from the gentleman but vows, promises, protestations, disclaimers of purposes pursued, and all the gentle and ungentle pressures of the lovers' warfare. Then, as quick as thought, for dreams, thou knowest, confine not themselves to the rules of the drama, ensued recoveries, lyings in, christenings, the smiling boy, amply, even in her own opinion, rewarding the suffering mother. Then the grandfather's estate yielded up, possession taken of it, living very happily upon it, her beloved Norton her companion, Miss Howe her visitor, and admirable, thrice admirable, unable to compare notes with her, a charming girl, by the same father, to her friend's charming boy, who, as they grow up, in order to consolidate their mamma's friendships, for neither have dreams regard to consanguinity, intermarry, change names by Act of Parliament, to enjoy my estate, and I know not what of the like incongruous stuff. I awoke, as thou mayest believe, in great disorder, and rejoiced to find my charmer in the next room, and Dorcas honest. Now thou wilt say, this was a very odd dream; and yet, for I am a strange dreamer, it is not altogether improbable that something like it may happen, as the pretty simpleton has the weakness to confide in Dorcas, whom till now she disliked. But I forgot to tell thee one part of my dream, and that was, that the next morning the lady gave way to such transports of grief and resentment, that she was with difficulty diverted from making an attempt upon her own life; but, however, at last was prevailed upon to resolve to live, and make the best of the matter; a letter, methought, from Captain Tomlinson, helping to pacify her, written to apprise me that her uncle Harlowe would certainly be at Kentish Town on Wednesday night, June 28, the following day, the 29th, being his birthday, and be doubly desirous on that account that our nuptials should be then privately solemnized in his presence. But is Thursday, the 29th, her uncle's anniversary? Methinks thou askest. It is, or else the day of celebration should have been earlier still. 3 weeks ago I heard her say it was, and I have down the birthday of every one in the family, and the wedding day of her father and mother. The minutest circumstances are often of great service in matters of the least importance. And what sayest thou now to my dream? Who says that, sleeping and waking, I have not fine helps from somebody, some spirit rather, as thou'lt be apt to say? But no wonder that a Beelzebub has his devilkins to attend his call. I can have no manner of doubt of succeeding in Mother H.'s part of the scheme; for will the lady, who resolves to throw herself into the first house she can enter, or to bespeak the protection of the first person she meets, and who thinks there can be no danger out of this house equal to what she apprehends from me in it, scruple to accept of the chariot of a dowager accidentally offered, and the lady's protection engaged by her faithful Dorcas, so highly bribed to promote her escape? And then Mrs. H. has the air and appearance of a venerable matron, and is not such a forbidding devil as Mrs. Sinclair. The pretty simpleton knows nothing in the world, nor that people who have money never want assistance in their view, be they what they will. How else could the princes of the earth be so implicitly served as they are, change they hands ever so often, and be their purposes ever so wicked? If I can but get her to go on with me till Wednesday next week, we shall be settled together pretty quietly by that time. And indeed, if she has any gratitude, and has in her the least of her sex's foibles, she must think I deserve her favour by the pains she has cost me; for dearly do they all love that men should take pains about them and for them. And here, for the present, I will lay down my pen, and congratulate myself upon my happy invention, since her obstinacy puts me once more upon exercising it. But with this resolution, I think, that if the present contrivance fail me, I will exert all the faculties of my mind, all my talents, to procure for myself a regal right to her favour, and that in defiance of all my antipathies to the married state, and of the suggestions of the great devil out of the house, and of his secret agents in it; since, if now she is not to be prevailed upon or drawn in, it will be in vain to attempt her further. End of Letter XXVI. Letter XXVII of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVII. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday night, June 20. No admittance yet to my charmer. She is very ill, in a violent fever, Dorcas thinks, yet will have no advice. Dorcas tells her how much I am concerned at it. But again let me ask, does this lady do right to make herself ill when she is not ill? For my own part, libertine as people think me, when I had occasion to be sick, I took a dose of ipecacuanha, that I might not be guilty of a falsehood. And most heartily sick was I, as she who then pitied me full well knew. But here, to pretend to be very ill, only to get an opportunity to run away, in order to avoid forgiving a man who has offended her, how unchristian, if good folks allow themselves in these breaches of a known duty, and in these presumptuous contrivances to deceive, who, Belford, shall blame us? I have a strange notion that the matronly lady will be certainly at the grocer's shop at the hour of 9 to‐morrow morning; for Dorcas heard me tell Mrs. Sinclair that I should go out at 8 precisely, and then she is to try for a coach; and if the dowager's chariot should happen to be there, how lucky will it be for my charmer! How strangely will my dream be made out! I have just received a letter from Captain Tomlinson. Is it not wonderful? For that was part of my dream. I shall always have a prodigious regard to dreams henceforward. I know not but I may write a book upon that subject, for my own experience will furnish out a great part of it. Glanville of Witches, Baxter's History of Spirits and Apparitions, and the Royal Pedant's Demonology, will be nothing at all to Lovelace's Reveries. The letter is just what I dreamed it to be. I am only concerned that Uncle John's anniversary did not happen 3 or 4 days sooner; for should any new misfortune befall my charmer, she may not be able to support her spirits so long as till Thursday in the next week. Yet it will give me the more time for new expedients, should my present contrivance fail, which I cannot, however, suppose. This letter I sealed and broke open. It was brought, thou mayest suppose, by a particular messenger, the seal such a one as the writer need be ashamed of. I took care to inquire after the Captain's health in my beloved's hearing, and it is now ready to be produced as a pacifier, according as she shall take on or resent, if the two metamorphoses happen pursuant to my wonderful dream, as, having great faith in dreams, I dare say they will. I think it will not be amiss, in changing my clothes, to have this letter of the worthy Captain lie in my beloved's way. End of Letter 27. Letter 28 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Wednesday noon, June 21. What shall I say now? I, who but a few hours ago had such faith in dreams, and had proposed out of hand to begin my treatise of dreams sleeping and dreams waking, and was pleasing myself with the dialogues between the old matronal lady and the young lady, and with the metamorphoses, absolutely assured that everything would happen as my dream chalked it out, shall never more depend upon those flying follies, those illusions of a fancy depraved and run mad. Thus confoundedly have matters happened. I went out at 8 o'clock in high good humour with myself, in order to give the sought-for opportunity to the plotting mistress and corrupted maid, only ordering Will to keep a good look out for fear his lady should mistrust my plot, or mistake a hackney coach for the dowager lady's chariot. But first I sent to know how she did, and receiving for answer very ill, had a very bad night, which latter was but too probable, since this I know, that people who have plots in their heads as seldom have as deserve good ones. I desired a physician might be called in, but was refused. I took a walk in St. James's Park, congratulating myself all the way on my rare inventions. Then, impatient, I took coach, with one of the windows quite up, the other almost up, playing at bo peep in every chariot I saw pass in my way to Lincoln's Inn Fields, and when arrived there, I sent the coachman to desire any one of Mother H.'s family to come to me to the coach side, not doubting but I should have intelligence of my fair fugitive there, it being then half an hour after 10. A servant came, who gave me to understand that the matronly lady was just returned by herself in the chariot. Frighted out of my wits, I alighted, and heard from the mother's own mouth that Dorcas had engaged her to protect the lady, but came to tell her afterwards that she had changed her mind, and would not quit the house. Quite astonished, not knowing what might have happened, I ordered the coachman to lash away to our mother's. Arriving here in an instant, the first word I asked was, if the lady was safe? Mr. Lovelace here gives a very circumstantial relation of all that passed between the lady and Dorcas. But as he could only guess at her motives for refusing to go off, when Dorcas told her that she had engaged for her the protection of the dowager lady, it is thought proper to omit this relation, and to supply it by some memoranda of the lady's. But it is first necessary to account for the occasion on which those memoranda were made. The reader may remember that in the letter written to Miss Howe on her escape to Hampstead, see Vol. V. Letter XXI., She promises to give her the particulars of her flight at leisure. She had indeed thoughts of continuing her account of every thing that had passed between her and Mr. Lovelace since her last narrative letter. But the uncertainty she was in from that time, with the execrable treatment she met with on her being deluded back again, followed by a week's delirium, had hitherto hindered her from prosecuting her intention. But nevertheless, having it still in her view to perform her promise as soon as she had opportunity, she made minutes of every thing as it passed, in order to help her memory, which, as she observes in one place, she could less trust to since her late disorders than before. In these minutes, or book of memoranda, she observes, that, having apprehensions that Dorcas might be a traitress, she would have got away while she was gone out to see for a coach, and actually slid down stairs with that intent; but that, seeing Mrs. Sinclair in the entry, whom Dorcas had planted there while she went out, she speeded up again unseen. So then went up to the dining‐room, and saw the letter of Captain Tomlinson, on which she observes in her memorandum book as follows: "How am I puzzled now! He might leave this letter on purpose, none of the other papers left with it being of any consequence. What is the alternative? To stay and be the wife of the vilest of men, how my heart resists that! To attempt to get off, and fail, ruin inevitable. Dorcas may betray me, I doubt she is still his implement. At his going out he whispered her, as I saw unobserved, in a very familiar manner too, never fear, sir, with a courtesy. In her agreeing to connive at my escape, she provided not for her own safety if I got away, yet had reason in that case to expect his vengeance, and wants not forethought. To have taken her with me was to be in the power of her intelligence, if a faithless creature. Let me, however, though I part not with my caution, keep my charity. Can there be any woman so vile to a woman? Oh yes, Mrs. Sinclair, her aunt. The Lord deliver me! But, alas! I have put myself out of the course of his protection by the natural means, and am already ruined. A father's curse likewise against me. Having made vain all my friends' cautions and solicitudes, I must not hope for miracles in my favour. If I do escape, what may become of me, a poor helpless deserted creature, helpless from sex, from circumstances, exposed to every danger? Lord protect me! His vile man not gone with him! Lurking hereabouts, no doubt, to watch my steps. I will not go away by the chariot, however. That the chariot should come so opportunely, so like his many opportunities, that Dorcas should have the sudden thought, should have the courage with the thought, to address a lady in behalf of an absolute stranger to that lady, that the lady should so readily consent, yet the transaction between them to take up so much time, their distance in degree considered; for arduous as the case was, and precious as the time, Dorcas was gone above half an hour. Yet the chariot was said to be ready at a grocer's not many doors off. Indeed, some elderly ladies are talkative, and there are, no doubt, some good people in the world. But that it should chance to be a widow lady who could do what she pleased, that Dorcas should know her to be so by the lozenge, persons in her station are not usually so knowing, I believe, in heraldry. Yet some may, for servants are fond of deriving collateral honours and distinctions, as I may call them, from the quality or people of rank whom they serve. But this sly servant not gone with him! Then this letter of Tomlinson! Although I am resolved never to have this wretch, yet may I not throw myself into my uncle's protection at Kentish Town or Highgate, if I cannot escape before, and so get clear of him? May not the evil I know be less than what I may fall into, if I can avoid farther villainy? Farther villainy he has not yet threatened, freely and justly as I have treated him. I will not go, I think, at least, unless I can send this fellow away. She tried to do this, but was prevented by the fellow's pretending to put his ankle out by a slip downstairs, a trick, says his contriving master, in his omitted relation, I had taught him on a like occasion at Amiens. The fellow a villain, the wench I doubt a vile wench. At last, concerned for her own safety, plays off and on about a coach. All my hopes of getting off at present over. Unhappy creature, to what farther evils art thou reserved! O how my heart rises at the necessity I must still be under, to see and converse with so very vile a man! End of Letter XXVIII. Letter XXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIX. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday afternoon. Disappointed in her meditated escape, obliged against her will to meet me in the dining‐room, and perhaps apprehensive of being upbraided for her art in feigning herself ill, I expected that the dear perverse would begin with me with spirit and indignation. But I was in hopes, from the gentleness of her natural disposition, from the consideration which I expected from her on her situation, from the contents of the letter of Captain Tomlinson, which Dorcas told me she had seen, and from the time she had had to cool and reflect, since she last admitted me to her presence, that she would not have carried it so strongly through as she did. As I entered the dining‐room, I congratulated her and myself upon her sudden recovery, and would have taken her hand with an air of respectful tenderness, but she was resolved to begin where she left off. She turned from me, drawing in her hand with a repulsing and indignant aspect. I meet you once more, said she, because I cannot help it. What have you to say to me? Why am I to be thus detained against my will? With the utmost solemnity of speech and behaviour, I urged the ceremony. I saw I had nothing else for it. I had a letter in my pocket, I said, feeling for it, although I had not taken it from the table where I left it in the same room, the contents of which, if attended to, would make us both happy. I had been loath to show it to her before, because I hoped to prevail upon her to be mine sooner than the day mentioned in it. I felt for it in all my pockets, watching her eye meantime, which I saw glance towards the table where it lay. I was uneasy that I could not find it. At last, directed again by her sly eye, I spied it on the table at the farther end of the room. With joy I fetched it. "Be pleased to read that letter, madam," with an air of satisfied assurance. She took it, and cast her eye over it in such a careless way as made it evident that she had read it before, and then unthankfully tossed it into the window‐seat before her. I urged her to bless me to‐morrow or Friday morning; at least, that she would not render vain her uncle's journey and kind endeavours to bring about a reconciliation among us all. "Among us all," repeated she, with an air equally disdainful and incredulous. O Lovelace, thou art surely nearly allied to the grand deceiver, in thy endeavour to suit temptations to inclinations. But what honour, what faith, what veracity, were it possible that I could enter into parley with thee on this subject, which it is not, may I expect from such a man as thou hast shown thyself to be? I was touched to the quick. A lady of your perfect character, madam, who has feigned herself sick, on purpose to avoid seeing the man who adored her, should not— I know what thou wouldst say, interrupted she. 20 low things that my soul would have been above being guilty of, and which I have despised myself for, have I been brought into by the infection of thy company, and by the necessity thou hadst laid me under of appearing mean. But I thank God, destitute as I am, that I am not, however, sunk so low as to wish to be thine. I, madam, as the injurer, ought to have patience. It is for the injured to reproach. But your uncle is not in a plot against you, it is to be hoped. There are circumstances in the letter you cast your eyes over— Again she interrupted me. Why, once more I ask you, am I detained in this house? Do I not see myself surrounded by wretches, who, though they wear the habit of my sex, may yet, as far as I know, lie in wait for my perdition? She would be very loth, I said, that Mrs. Sinclair and her nieces should be called up to vindicate themselves and their house. Would but they kill me, let them come, and welcome. I will bless the hand that will strike the blow. Indeed I will. 'Tis idle, very idle, to talk of dying, mere young lady talk, when controlled by those they hate. But let me beseech you, dearest creature— Beseech me nothing. Let me not be detained thus against my will. Unhappy creature that I am, said she, in a kind of frenzy, wringing her hands at the same time, and turning from me, her eyes lifted up. Thy curse, O my cruel father, seems to be now in the height of its operation. My weakened mind is full of forebodings that I am in the way of being a lost creature as to both worlds. Blessed, blessed God, said she, falling on her knees, save me, O save me, from myself and from this man. I sunk down on my knees by her, excessively affecting. Oh, that I could recall yesterday! Forgive me, my dearest creature, forgive what is past, as it cannot now but by one way be retrieved. Forgive me only on this condition, that my future faith and honour— She interrupted me, rising. If you mean to beg of me never to seek to avenge myself by law, or by an appeal to my relations, to my cousin Morden in particular, when he comes to England— Damn the law! Rising also, she started. And all those to whom you talk of appealing. I defy both the one and the other. All I beg is your forgiveness, and that you will, on my unfeigned contrition, re‐establish me in your favour. O no, no, no! Lifting up her clasped hands, I never, never will, never, never can forgive you, and it is a punishment worse than death to me, that I am obliged to meet you or to see you. This is the last time, my dearest life, that you will ever see me in this posture, on this occasion. And again I kneeled to her. Let me hope that you will be mine next Thursday, your uncle's birthday, if not before. Would to heaven I had never been a villain! Your indignation cannot be greater than my remorse. And I took hold of her gown, for she was going from me. Be remorse thy portion! For thine own sake be remorse thy portion! I never, never will forgive thee. I never, never will be thine. Let me retire. Why kneelest thou to the wretch whom thou hast so vilely humbled? Say but, dearest creature, you will consider. Say but, you will take time to reflect upon what the honour of both our families requires of you. I will not rise. I will not permit you to withdraw, still holding her gown, till you tell me you will consider. Take this letter. Weigh well your situation and mine. Say you will withdraw to consider, and then I will not presume to withhold you. Compulsion shall do nothing with me. Though a slave, a prisoner in circumstance, I am no slave in my will. Nothing will I promise thee. Withheld, compelled, nothing will I promise thee. Noble creature, but not implacable, I hope, promise me but to return in an hour. Nothing will I promise thee. Say but that you will see me again this evening. Oh, that I could say that it were in my power to say, I never will see thee more. Would to heaven I never were to see thee more. Passionate beauty! Still holding her, I speak, though with vehemence, the deliberate wish of my heart. Oh, that I could avoid looking down upon thee, mean groveller, and abject as insulting! Let me withdraw. My soul is in tumult. Let me withdraw. I quitted my hold to clasp my hands together. Withdraw, O sovereign of my fate! Withdraw, if you will withdraw. My destiny is in your power. It depends upon your breath. Your scorn but augments my love. Your resentment is but too well founded. But, dearest creature, return, return, return with a resolution to bless with pardon and peace your faithful adorer. She flew from me. The angel, as soon as she found her wings, flew from me. I, the reptile kneeler, the despicable slave, no more the proud victor, arose, and retiring tried to comfort myself that, circumstanced as she is, destitute of friends and fortune, her uncle, moreover, who is to reconcile all so soon, as I thank my stars she still believes, expected. O that she would forgive me! Would she but generously forgive me, and receive my vows at the altar at the instant of her forgiving me, that I might not have time to relapse into my old prejudices! By my soul, Belford, this dear girl gives the lie to all our rakish maxims. There must be something more than a name in virtue. I now see that there is. Once subdued, always subdued. 'Tis an egregious falsehood. But, O Jack, she never was subdued. What have I obtained but an increase of shame and confusion, while her glory has been established by her sufferings? This one merit is however left me, that I have laid all her sex under obligation to me, by putting this noble creature to trials, which, so gloriously supported, have done honour to them all. However, but no more will I add. What a force have evil habits! I will take an airing, and try to fly from myself. Do not thou upbraid me on my weak fits, on my contradictory purposes, on my irresolution, and all will be well. End of Letter XXIX. Letter 30 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 30. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Wednesday night. A man is just now arrived from M. Hall, who tells me that my lord is in a very dangerous way, the gout in his stomach to an extreme degree, occasioned by drinking a great quantity of lemonade. A man of 8,000 a year, to prefer his appetite to his health, he deserves to die. But we have all of us our inordinate passions to gratify, and they generally bring their punishment along with them. So witnesses the nephew as well as the uncle. The fellow was sent upon other business, but stretched his orders a little to make his court to a successor. I am glad I was not at M. Hall at the time my lord took the grateful dose. It was certainly grateful to him at the time. There are people in the world who would have had the wickedness to say that I had persuaded him to drink. The man says that his lordship was so bad when he came away, that the family began to talk of sending for me in post-haste. As I know the old peer has a good deal of cash by him, of which he seldom keeps account, it behoves me to go down as soon as I can. But what shall I do with this dear creature the while? To‐morrow over, I shall perhaps be able to answer my own question. I am afraid she will make me desperate. For here have I sent to implore her company, and am denied with scorn. I have been so happy as to receive, this moment, a third letter from the dear correspondent, Miss Howe. A little severe devil! It would have broke the heart of my beloved had it fallen into her hands. I will enclose a copy of it. Read it here.
Tuesday, June 20. My dearest Miss Harlowe, Again I venture to you, almost against inclination, and that by your former conveyance, little as I like it. I know not how it is with you. It may be bad, and then it would be hard to upbraid you. For a silence you may not be able to help. But if not, what shall I say severe enough, that you have not answered either of my last letters? The first of which, and I think it imported you too much to be silent upon it, you owned the receipt of. The other, which was delivered into your own hands, was so pressing for the favour of a line from you, that I am amazed I could not be obliged, and still more, that I have not heard from you since. The fellow made so strange a story of the condition he saw you in, and of your speech to him, that I know not what to conclude from it, only that he is a simple, blundering, and yet conceited fellow, who, aiming at description and the rustic wonderful, gives an air of bumpkinly romance to all he tells. That this is his character you will believe, when you are informed that he described you in grief excessive, yet so improved in your person and features, and so rosy, that was his word, in your face, and so flush-coloured, and so plump in your arms, that one would conclude you were labouring under the operation of some malignant poison; and so much the rather, as he was introduced to you when you were upon a couch, from which you offered not to rise or sit up. Upon my word, Miss Harlowe, I am greatly distressed upon your account, for I must be so free as to say, that in your ready return with your deceiver, you have not at all answered my expectations, nor acted up to your own character. For Mrs. Townsend tells me, from the women at Hampstead, how cheerfully you put yourself into his hands again, yet, at the time, it was impossible you should be married. Lord, my dear, what pity it is, that you took much pains to get from the man! But you know best. Sometimes I think it could not be you to whom the rustic delivered my letter, but it must too. Yet it is strange that I could not have one line by him, not one. And you so soon well enough to go with the wretch back again? I am not sure that the letter I am now writing will come to your hands, so shall not say half that I have upon my mind to say. But if you think it worth your while to write to me, pray let me know what fine ladies his relations those were who visited you at Hampstead, and carried you back again so joyfully to a place that I had so fully warned you. But I will say no more, at least till I know more, for I can do nothing but wonder and stand amazed. Notwithstanding all the man's baseness, 'tis plain there was more than a lurking love. Good Heaven! But I have done. Yet I know how to have done neither. Yet I must, I will. Only account to me, my dear, for what I cannot at all account for, and inform me whether you are really married or not, and then I shall know whether there must or must not be a period shorter than that of one of our lives, to a friendship which has hitherto been the pride and boast of your Anna Howe.
Dorcas tells me that she has just now had a searching conversation, as she calls it, with her lady. She is willing, she tells the wench, still to place her confidence in her. Dorcas hopes she has reassured her, but wishes me not to depend upon it. Yet Captain Tomlinson's letter must assuredly weigh with her. I sent it in just now by Dorcas, desiring her to reperuse it, and it was not returned me as I feared it would be. And that's a good sign, I think. I say I think, and I think, for this charming creature, entangled as I am in my own inventions, puzzles me 10,000 times more than I her. End of Letter 30. Letter 31 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. LETTER XXXI Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Thursday Noon, June 22. Let me perish, if I know what to make either of myself or of this surprising creature, now calm, now tempestuous. But I know thou lovest not anticipation any more than I. At my repeated requests, she met me at 6 this morning. She was ready dressed, for she had not her clothes off ever since she declared that they never more should be off in this house, and charmingly she looked, with all the disadvantages of a 3 hours' violent stomach-ache, for Dorcas told me that she had been really ill. No rest, and eyes red and swelled with weeping. Strange to me that those charming fountains have not been so long ago exhausted. But she is a woman, and I believe anatomists allow that women have more watery heads than men. Well, my dearest creature, I hope you have now thoroughly considered of the contents of Captain Tomlinson's letter. But as we are thus early met, let me beseech you to make this my happy day. She looked not favourably upon me. A cloud hung upon her brow at her entrance. But as she was going to answer me, a still greater solemnity took possession of her charming features. Your air and your countenance, my beloved creature, are not propitious to me. Let me beg of you, before you speak, to forbear all further recriminations, for already I have such a sense of my vileness to you, that I know not how to bear the reproaches of my own mind. I have been endeavouring, said she, since I am not permitted to avoid you, to obtain a composure which I never more expected to see you in. How long I may enjoy it, I cannot tell. But I hope I shall be enabled to speak to you without that vehemence which I expressed yesterday, and could not help it. The lady, in her minutes, says, I fear Dorcas is a false one. May I not be able to prevail upon him to leave me at my liberty? Better to try than to trust to her. If I cannot prevail, but must meet him and my uncle, I hope I shall have fortitude enough to renounce him then. But I would fain avoid qualifying with the wretch, or to give him an expectation which I intend not to answer. If I am mistress of my own resolutions, my uncle himself shall not prevail with me to bind my soul in covenant with so vile a man. After a pause, for I was all attention, thus she proceeded. It is easy for me, Mr. Lovelace, to see that further violences are intended me, if I comply not with your purposes, whatever they are. I will suppose them to be what you solemnly profess they are. But I have told you as solemnly my mind, that I never will, that I never can be yours, nor, if so, any man's upon earth. All vengeance, nevertheless, for the wrongs you have done me, I disclaim. I want but to slide into some obscure corner, to hide myself from you, and from every one who once loved me. The desire lately so near my heart of a reconciliation with my friends is much abated. They shall not receive me now if they would. Sunk in mine own eyes, I now think myself unworthy of their favour. In the anguish of my soul, therefore, I conjure you, Lovelace, tears in her eyes, to leave me to my fate. In doing so, you will give me a pleasure the highest I now can know. Where, my dearest life, no matter where, I will leave to Providence, when I am out of this house, the direction of my future steps. I am sensible enough of my destitute condition. I know that I have not now a friend in the world. Even Miss Howe has given me up. Or you are. But I would fain keep my temper. By your means I have lost them all, and you have been a barbarous enemy to me. You know you have. She paused. I could not speak. The evils I have suffered, proceeded she, turning from me, however irreparable, are but temporarily evils. Leave me to my hopes of being enabled to obtain the divine forgiveness for the offence I have been drawn in to give to my parents and to virtue, that so I may avoid the evils that are more than temporary. This is now all I have to wish for. And what is it that I demand, that I have not a right to, and from which it is an illegal violence to withhold me? It was impossible for me, I told her plainly, to comply. I besought her to give me her hand, as this very day. I could not live without her. I communicated to her my lord's illness, as a reason why I wished not to stay for her uncle's anniversary. I besought her to bless me with her consent, and after the ceremony was past, to accompany me down to Berks. And thus, my dearest life, said I, will you be freed from a house to which you have conceived so great an antipathy. This, thou wilt own, was a princely offer, and I was resolved to be as good as my word. I thought I had killed my conscience, as I told thee, Belford, some time ago. But conscience, I find, though it may be temporarily stifled, cannot die, and when it dare not speak aloud, will whisper. And at this instant I thought I felt the revived varletess on but a slight retrograde motion, writhing around my pericardium like a serpent, and in the action of a dying one, collecting all its force into its head, fix its plaguy fangs into my heart. She hesitated and looked down, as if irresolute, and this set my heart up at my mouth, and, believe me, I had instantly popped in upon me in imagination an old spectacled parson with a white surplice thrown over a black habit, a fit emblem of the halcyon office, which, under a benign appearance, often introduced a life of storms and tempests, whining and snuffling through his nose the irrevocable ceremony. I hope now, my dearest life, said I, snatching her hand, and pressing it to my lips, that your silence bodes me good. Let me, my beloved creature, have but your tacit consent, and this moment I will step out and engage a minister. And then I promised how much my whole future life should be devoted to her commands, and that I would make her the best and tenderest of husbands. At last, turning to me, I have told you my mind, Mr. Lovelace, said she. Think you that I could thus solemnly— There she stopped. I am too much in your power, proceeded she, your prisoner, rather than a person free to choose for myself, or to say what I will do or be. But as a testimony that you mean me well, let me instantly quit this house, and I will then give you such an answer in writing as best befits my unhappy circumstances. And imaginest thou, fairest, thought I, that this will go down with a Lovelace? Thou oughtest to have known that free livers, like ministers of state, never part with a power put into their hands without an equivalent of twice the value. I pleaded that if we joined hands this morning, if not to‐morrow, if not on Thursday, her uncle's birthday, and in his presence, and afterwards, as I had proposed, set out for Berks, we should, of course, quit this house, and, on our return to town, should have in readiness the house I was in treaty for. She answered me not, but with tears and sighs, fond of believing what I hoped I imputed her silence to the modesty of her sex. The dear creature, thought I, solemnly as she began with me, is ruminating in a sweet suspense how to put into fit words the gentle purposes of her condescending heart. But looking in her averted face with a soothing gentleness, I plainly perceived that it was resentment and not bashfulness that was struggling in her bosom. The lady, in her minutes, owns the difficulty she lay under to keep her temper in this conference. But when I found, says she, that all my entreaties were ineffectual, and that he was resolved to detain me, I could no longer withhold my impatience. At last she broke silence. I have no patience, said she, to find myself a slave, a prisoner, in a vile house. Tell me, sir, in so many words tell me, whether it be or be not your intention to permit me to quit it, to permit me the freedom which is my birthright as an English subject. Will not the consequence of your departure hence be that I shall lose you for ever, madam? And can I bear the thoughts of that? She flung from me. My soul disdains to hold parley with thee, were her violent words. But I threw myself at her feet, and took hold of her reluctant hand, and began to imprecate, avow, to promise. But thus the passionate beauty interrupting me, went on. I am sick of thee, man. One continued string of vows, oaths, and protestations, varied only by time and place, fills thy mouth. Why detainest thou me? My heart rises against thee, O thou cruel implement of my brother's causeless vengeance. All I beg of thee is, that thou wilt remit me the future part of my father's dreadful curse. The temporary part, base and ungrateful as thou art, thou hast completed. I was speechless. Well I might. Her brother's implement! James Harlowe's implement! Zounds, Jack! What words were these? I let go her struggling hand. She took 2 or 3 turns, crossed the room, her whole haughty soul in her air. Then approaching me, but in silence, turning from me, and again to me, in a milder voice, I see thy confusion, Lovelace, or is it thy remorse? I have but one request to make thee, the request so often repeated, that thou wilt this moment permit me to quit this house. Adieu then, let me say for ever adieu, and mayest thou enjoy that happiness in this world which thou hast robbed me of, as thou hast of every friend I have in it. And saying this, away she flung, leaving me in a confusion so great that I knew not what to think, say, or do. But Dorcas soon roused me. Do you know, sir, running in hastily, "that my lady is gone downstairs." "No, sure!" And down I flew, and found her once more at the street door, contending with Polly Horton to get out. She rushed by me into the fore parlour, and flew to the window, and attempted once more to throw up the sash. "Good people! Good people!" cried she. I caught her in my arms, and lifted her from the window; but being afraid of hurting the charming creature, charming in her very rage, she slid through my arms on the floor. "Let me die here! Let me die here!" were her words, remaining jointless and immovable, till Sally and Mrs. Sinclair hurried in. She was visibly terrified at the sight of the old wretch, while I, sincerely affected, appealed, "Bear witness, Mrs. Sinclair! Bear witness, Miss Martin, Miss Horton! Every one bear witness that I offer not violence to this beloved creature." She then found her feet. O house, look towards the windows and all round her. O house, contrived on purpose for my ruin, said she. But let not that woman come into my presence, not that Miss Horton neither, who would not have dared to control me, had she not been a base one. Ho, sir! Ho, madam! vociferated the old dragon, her arms kimboed, and flourishing with one foot to the extent of her petticoats. What's ado here about nothing? I never knew such work in my life between a chicken of a gentleman and a tiger of a lady. She was visibly affrighted, and upstairs she hastened. A bad woman is certainly, Jack, more terrible to her own sex than even a bad man. I followed her up. She rushed by her own apartment into the dining‐room. No terror can make her forget her punctilio. To recite what passed there of invective, exclamations, threatenings, even of her own life on one side, of expostulations, supplications, and sometimes menaces on the other, would be too affecting; and after my particularity in like scenes, these things may as well be imagined as expressed. I will therefore only mention that at length I extorted a concession from her. She had reason to think it would have been worse for her on the spot if she had not made it. It was, that she would endeavour to make herself easy till she saw what next Thursday her uncle's birthday would produce. But oh that it were not a sin, she passionately exclaimed, on making this poor concession, to put an end to her own life, rather than yield to give me but that assurance. The lady mentions in her memorandum book that she had no other way, as is apprehended, to save herself from instant dishonour, but by making this concession. Her only hope now, she says, if she cannot escape by Dorcas's connivance, whom, nevertheless, she suspects, is to find a way to engage the protection of her uncle, and even of the civil magistrate, on Thursday next, if necessary. He shall see, says she, tame and timid as he thought me, what I dare to do, to avoid so hated a compulsion, and a man capable of a baseness so premeditatedly vile and inhuman. This, however, shows me that she is aware that the reluctantly given assurance may be fairly construed into a matrimonial expectation on my side; and if she will now even now look forward, I think from my heart that I will put on her livery, and wear it for life. What a situation am I in, with all my cursed inventions! I am puzzled, confounded, and ashamed of myself upon the whole, to take such pains to be a villain. But for the 50th time let me ask thee, who would have thought that there had been such a woman in the world? Nevertheless, she had best take care that she carries not her obstinacy much farther. She knows not what revenge for slighted love will make me do. The busy scenes I have just passed through have given emotions to my heart, which will not be quieted one while. My heart, I see, on reperusing what I have written, has communicated its tremors to my fingers, and in some places the characters are so indistinct and unformed that thou'lt hardly be able to make them out. But if one half of them is only intelligible, that will be enough to expose me to thy contempt for the wretched hand I have made of my plots and contrivances. But surely, Jack, I have gained some ground by this promise. And now one word to the assurances thou sendest me, that thou hast not betrayed my secrets in relation to this charming creature. Thou mightest have spared them, Belford. My suspicions held no longer than while I wrote about them. For well I knew, when I allowed myself time to think, that thou hadst no principles, no virtue to be misled by. A great deal of strong envy, and a little of weak pity, I knew to be thy motives. Thou couldst not provoke my anger and my compassion thou ever hadst, and art now more especially entitled to it, because thou art a pitiful fellow. All thy new expostulations in my beloved's behalf I will answer when I see thee. End of Letter 31. Letter 32 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday night. Confoundedly out of humour with this perverse woman, nor wilt thou blame me if thou art my friend. She regards the concession she made as a concession extorted from her, and we are but just where we were before she made it. With great difficulty I prevailed upon her to favour me with her company for 1/2 hour this evening. The necessity I was under to go down to M. Hall was the subject I wanted to talk upon. I told her that as she had been so good as to promise that she would endeavour to make herself easy till she saw the Thursday in next week over, I hoped that she would not scruple to oblige me with her word that I should find her here at my return from M. Hall. Indeed, she would make no such promise. Nothing of this house was mentioned to me, said she. You know it was not. And do you think that I would have given my consent to my imprisonment in it? I was plaguily nettled and disappointed too. If I go not down to M. Hall, madam. You'll have no scruple to stay here, I suppose, till Thursday is over? If I cannot help myself, I must. But I insist upon being permitted to go out of this house, whether you leave it or not. Well, madam, then I will comply with your commands. And I will go out this very evening in quest of lodgings that you shall have no objections to. I will have no lodgings of your providing, sir. I will go to Mrs. Moore's at Hampstead. Mrs. Moore's, madam! I have no objection to Mrs. Moore's. But will you give me your promise to admit me there to your presence, as I do here when I cannot help it? Very well, madam. Will you be so good as to let me know what you intend by your promise to make yourself easy? To endeavour, sir, to make myself easy, were the words, till you saw what next Thursday would produce. Ask me no questions that may ensnare me. I am too sincere for the company I am in. Let me ask you, madam, what meant you when you said that, were it not a sin, you would die before you gave me that assurance? She was indignantly silent. You thought, madam, you had given me room to hope your pardon by it, when I think I ought to answer you with patience. I will speak. Do you think yourself in my power, madam? If I were not— And there she stopped. Dearest creature, speak out. I beseech you, dearest creature, speak out. She was silent, her charming face all in a glow. Have you, madam, any reliance upon my honour? Still silent. You hate me, madam. You despise me more than you do the most odious of God's creatures. You ought to despise me if I did not. You say, madam, you are in a bad house. You have no reliance upon my honour. You believe you cannot avoid me. She arose. I beseech you, let me withdraw. I snatched her hand, rising, and pressed it first to my lips and then to my heart, in wild disorder. She might have felt the bounding mischief ready to burst its bars. You shall go to your own apartment, if you please, but, by the great God of heaven, I will accompany you thither. She trembled. Pray, pray, Mr. Lovelace, don't terrify me so. Be seated, madam. I beseech you, be seated. I will sit down. Do then. All my soul is in my eyes, and my heart's blood throbbing at my fingers' ends. I will. You hurt me. Pray, Mr. Lovelace, don't frighten me so. And down she sat trembling, my hand still grasping hers. I hung over her throbbing bosom, and putting my other arm round her waist. And you say you hate me, madam, and you say you despise me, and you say you promise me nothing. Yes, yes, I did promise you. Let me not be held down thus. You see, I sat down when you bid me. Why, struggling, need you hold me down thus? I did promise to endeavour to be easy till Thursday was over. But you won't let me. How can I be easy? Pray, let me not be thus terrified. And what, madam, meant you by your promise? Did you mean anything in my favour? You designed that I should at that time think you did. Did you mean anything in my favour, madam? Did you intend that I should think you did? Let go my hand, sir. Take away your arm from about me, struggling yet trembling. Why do you gaze upon me so? Answer me, madam. Did you mean anything in my favour by your promise? Let me be not thus constrained to answer. Then pausing, and gaining more spirit, let me go, said she. I am but a woman, but a weak woman. But my life is in my own power, though my person is not. I will not be thus constrained. You shall not, madam, quitting her hand, bowing. But my heart is at my mouth, and hoping farther provocation. She arose, and was hurrying away. I pursue you not, madam. I will try your generosity. Stop! Return this moment. Stop! Return, if, madam, you would not make me desperate. She stopped at the door, burst into tears. O Lovelace, how have I deserved? Be pleased, dearest angel, to return. She came back, but with declared reluctance, and imputing her compliance to terror. Terror, Jack, as I have heretofore found out, though I have so little benefited by the discovery, must be my resort, if she make it necessary. Nothing else will do with the inflexible charmer. She seated herself over against me, extremely discomposed, but indignation had a visible predominance in her features. I was going towards her with a countenance intendedly changed to love and softness. Sweetest, dearest angel, were my words, in the tenderest accent. But rising up, she insisted upon my being seated at a distance from her. I obeyed, and begged her hand over the table to my extended hand, to see if in anything she would oblige me. But nothing gentle, soft, or affectionate would do. She refused me her hand. Was she wise, Jack, to confirm to me that nothing but terror would do? Let me only know, madam, if your promise to endeavour to wait with patience the event of next Thursday meant me favour. Do you expect any voluntary favour from one to whom you give not a free choice? Do you intend, madam, to honour me with your hand in your uncle's presence, or do you not? My heart and my hand shall never be separated. Why, think you, did I stand in opposition to the will of my best, my natural friends? I know what you mean, madam. Am I then as hateful to you as the vile Solmes? Ask me not such a question, Mr. Lovelace. I must be answered. Am I as hateful to you as the vile Solmes? Why do you call Mr. Solmes vile? Don't you think him so, madam? Why should I? Did Mr. Solmes ever do vilely by me? Dearest creature, don't distract me by hateful comparisons, and perhaps by a more hateful preference. Don't you, sir, put questions to me that you know I will answer truly, though my answer were ever so much to enrage you. My heart, madam, my soul is all yours at present. But you must give me hope that your promise in your own construction binds you no new cause to the contrary, to be mine on Thursday. How else can I leave you? Let me go to Hampstead, and trust to my favour. May I trust to it? Say only, may I trust to it? How will you trust to it, if you extort an answer to this question? Say only, dearest creature, say only, may I trust to your favour, if you go to Hampstead? How dare you, sir, if I must speak out, expect a promise of favour from me? What a mean creature must you think me, after the ungrateful baseness to me, were I to give you such a promise? Then, standing up, thou hast made me, O vilest of men! Her hands clasped, and a face crimsoned with indignation, an inmate of the vilest of houses. Nevertheless, while I am in it, I shall have a heart incapable of anything but abhorrence of that and thee. And round her looked the angel, and upon me, with fear in her sweet aspect of the consequence of her free declaration. But what a devil must I have been, I who love bravery in a man, had I not been more struck with admiration of her fortitude at the instant, than stimulated by revenge? Noblest of creatures! And do you think I can leave you and my interest in such an excellence precarious? No promise, no hope. If you make me not desperate, may lightning blast me, if I do you not all the justice 'tis in my power to do you. If you have any intention to oblige me, leave me at my own liberty, and let me not be detained in this abominable house, to be constrained as I have been constrained, to be stopped by your vile agents, to be brought up by force, and be bruised in my own defence against such illegal violence. I dare to die, Lovelace, and she who fears not death is not to be intimidated into a meanness unworthy of her heart and principles. Wonderful creature! But why, madam, did you lead me to hope for something favourable for next Thursday? Once more, make me not desperate. With all your magnanimity, glorious creature, I was more than half frantic, Belford. You may, but do not make me brutally threaten you. Do not make me desperate. My aspect, I believe, threatened still more than my words. I was rising. She rose. Mr. Lovelace, be pacified. You are even more dreadful than the Lovelace I have long dreaded. Let me retire. I ask your leave to retire. You really frighten me. Yet I give you no hope. From my heart say not, madam, you abhor me. You must for your own sake conceal your hatred, at least not avow it. I seized her hand. Let me retire, said she, in a manner out of breath. I will only say, madam, that I refer myself to your generosity. My heart is not to be trusted at this instant. As a mark of my submission to your will, you shall, if you please, withdraw. But I will not go to M. Hall, live or die, my Lord M. I will not go to M. Hall, but will attend the effect of your promise. Remember, madam, you have promised to endeavour to make yourself easy, till you see the event of next Thursday. Next Thursday, remember, your uncle comes up to see us married. That's the event. You think ill of your Lovelace. Do not, madam, suffer your own morals to be degraded by the infection, as you called it, of his example. Away flew the charmer with this half permission, and no doubt thought that she had an escape, nor without reason. I knew not for half an hour what to do with myself, vexed at the heart nevertheless, now she was from me, and when I reflected upon her hatred of me, and her defiances, that I suffered myself to be so overawed, checked, restrained. And now I have written thus far, have, of course, recollected the whole of our conversation, I am more and more incensed against myself. But I will go down to these women, and perhaps suffer myself to be laughed at by them. Devil fetch them, they pretend to know their own sex. Sally was a woman well educated, Polly also. Both have read, both have sense, of parentage not mean, once modest both, still, they say, had been modest but for me, not entirely indelicate now, though too little nice for my personal intimacy, loath as they both are to have me think so. The old one, too, a woman of family, though thus from bad inclination, as well as at first from low circumstances, miserably sunk, and hence they all pretend to remember what once they were, and vouch for the inclinations and hypocrisy of the whole sex, and wish for nothing so ardently as that I will leave the perverse lady to their management while I am gone to Berkshire, undertaking absolutely for her humility and passiveness on my return, and continually boasting of the many perverse creatures whom they have obliged to draw in their traces. I am just come from the sorceresses. I was forced to take the mother down, for she began with her "Ho, sir!" with me, and to catechize and upbraid me with as much insolence as if I owed her money. I made her fly the pit at last. Strange wishes wished we against each other at her quitting it. What were they? I'll tell thee. She wished me married, and to be jealous of my wife, and my heir apparent, the child of another man. I was even with her with a vengeance. And yet thou wilt think that could not well be. As how? As how, Jack? Why, I wished for her conscience come to life, and I know by the gripes mine gives me every half hour that she would then have a cursed time of it. Sally and Polly gave themselves high airs too. Their first favours were thrown at me, women to boast of those favours which they were as willing to impart, first forms all the difficulty with them, as I do receive. I was upbraided with ingratitude, dastardized, and all my difficulties with my angel charged upon myself, for want of following my blows, and for leaving the proud lady mistress of her own will, and nothing to reproach herself with. And all agreed that the arts used against her on a certain occasion had too high an operation for them or me to judge what her will would have been in the arduous trial. And then they blamed one another, as I cursed them all. They concluded that I should certainly marry and be a lost man, and Sally on this occasion, with an affected and malicious laugh, snapped her fingers at me, and pointing two of each hand forkedly at me, bid me remember the lines I once showed her of my favourite Jack Dryden, as she always familiarly calls that celebrated poet. We women to new joys unseen may move. There are no prints left in the path of love. All goods besides by public marks are known, but those men most desire to keep have none. This infernal implement had the confidence further to hint that, when a wife, some other man would not find half the difficulty with my angel that I had found. Confidence indeed! But yet I must say, if a man gives himself up to the company of these devils, they never let him rest till he either suspects or hate his wife. But a word or two of other matters, if possible. Methinks I long to know how causes go at M. Hall. I have another private intimation that the old peer is in the greatest danger. I must go down. Yet what to do with this lady the meanwhile? These cursed women are full of cruelty and enterprise. She will never be easy with them in my absence. They will have provocation and pretence therefore. But woe be to them if— Yet what will vengeance do after an insult committed? The two nymphs will have jealous rage to goad them on, and what will withhold a jealous and already ruined woman? To let her go elsewhere, that cannot be done. I am still too resolved to be honest if she'll give me hope, if yet she'll let me be honest. But I'll see how she'll be after the contention she will certainly have between her resentment and the terror she has reason for from our last conversation. So let this subject rest till the morning. And to the old peer once more. I shall have a good deal of trouble, I reckon, though no sordid man, to be decent on the expected occasion. Then how to act, I who am no hypocrite, in the days of condolement? What farce have I to go through, and to be the principal actor in them? I'll try to think of my own latter end, a grey beard and a graceless air, in order to make me serious. Thou, Belford, knowest a good deal of this sort of grimace, and canst help a gay heart to a little of the dismal. But then every feature of thy face is cut out for it. My heart may be touched perhaps sooner than thine, for believe me or not, I have a very tender one. But then no man looking into my face, be the occasion for grief ever so great, will believe that heart to be deeply distressed. All is placid, easy, serene in my countenance. Sorrow cannot sit half an hour together upon it. Nay, I believe that Lord M.'s recovery, should it happen, would not affect me above 1/4 of an hour. Only the new scenery, and the pleasure of aping an Heraclitus to the family, while I am a Democritus among my private friends, or I want nothing that the old peer can leave me. Wherefore then should grief sadden and distort such blithe, such jocund features as mine? But as for thine, were there murder committed in the street, and thou wert but passing by, the murderer even in sight, the pursuers would quit him, and lay hold of thee, and thy very looks would hang, as well as apprehend thee. But one word to business, Jack. Whom dealest thou with for thy blacks? Wert thou well used? I shall want a plaguy parcel of them, for I intend to make every soul of the family mourn. Outside, if not in. End of Letter 32. Letter 33 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 33. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, June 23rd, Friday morning. I went out early this morning, on a design that I know not yet whether I shall or shall not pursue, and on my return found Simon Parsons, my lord's Berkshire bailiff, just before arrived, awaiting for me with a message in form, sent by all the family, to press me to go down, and that at my lord's particular desire, who wants to see me before he dies. Simon has brought my lord's chariot and six, perhaps my own by this time, to carry me down. I have ordered it to be in readiness by 4 to‐morrow morning. The cattle shall smoke for the delay, and by the rest they'll have in the interim will be better able to bear it. I am still resolved upon matrimony, if my fair perverse will accept of me. But if she will not, why then I must give an uninterrupted hearing, not to my conscience, but to these women below. Dorcas had acquainted her lady with Simon's arrival and errand. My beloved had desired to see him, but my coming in prevented his attendance on her, just as Dorcas was instructing him what questions he should not answer to that might be asked of him. I am to be admitted to her presence immediately, at my repeated request. Surely the acquisition in view will help me to make up all with her. She has just gone up to the dining‐room. Nothing will do, Jack. I can procure no favour from her, though she has obtained from me the point which she had set her heart upon. I will give thee a brief account of what passed between us. I first proposed instant marriage, and this in the most fervent manner, but was denied as fervently. Would she be pleased to assure me that she would stay here only till Tuesday morning, I would but just go down to see how my lord was, to know whether he had anything particular to say or enjoin me, while yet he was sensible, as he was very earnest to see me. Perhaps I might be up on Sunday. Concede in something, I beseech you, madam. Show me some little consideration. Why, Mr. Lovelace, must I be determined by your motions? Think you that I will voluntarily give a sanction to the imprisonment of my person? Of what importance to me ought to be your stay or your return? Give a sanction to the imprisonment of your person! Do you think, madam, that I fear the law? I might have spared this foolish question of defiance, but my pride would not let me. I thought she threatened me, Jack. I don't think you fear the law, sir. You are too brave to have any regard either to moral or divine sanctions. 'Tis well, madam. But ask me any thing I can do to oblige you, and I will oblige you, although in nothing will you oblige me. Then I ask you, then I request of you, to let me go to Hampstead. I paused, and at last, by my soul you shall, this very moment. I will wait upon you, and see you fixed there, if you'll promise me your hand on Thursday in presence of your uncle. I want not you to see me fixed. I will promise nothing. Take care, madam, that you don't let me see that I can have no reliance upon your future favour. I have been used to be threatened by you, sir, but I will accept of your company to Hampstead. I will be ready to go in 1/4 of an hour. My clothes may be sent after me. You know the condition, madam, next Thursday. You dare not trust. My infinite demerits tell me that I ought not. Nevertheless, I will confide in your generosity. To‐morrow morning, no new cause arising to give reason to the contrary, as early as you please, you may go to Hampstead. This seemed to oblige her, but yet she looked with a face of doubt. I will go down to the women, Belford, and having no better judges at hand, will hear what they say upon my critical situation with this proud beauty, who has so insolently rejected a Lovelace, kneeling at her feet, though making an earnest tender of himself for a husband, in spite of all his prejudices to the state of shackles. End of Letter 33. Letter 34 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI, by Samuel Richardson. A Letter 34. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Just come from the women. Have I gone so far, and am I afraid to go farther? Have I not already, as is evident by her behaviour, sinned beyond forgiveness? A woman's tears used to be to me but as water sprinkled on a glowing fire, which gives it a fiercer and brighter blaze. What defence has this lady but her tears and her eloquence. She was before taken at no weak advantage. She was insensible in her moments of trial. Had she been sensible, she must have been sensible, so they say. The methods taken with her have augmented her glory and her pride. She has now a tale to tell, that she may tell with honour to herself. No accomplice inclination. She can look me into confusion, without being conscious of so much as a thought which she need to be ashamed of. This, Jack, is the substance of the women's reasonings with me. To which let me add, that the dear creature now sees the necessity I am in to leave her. Detecting me is in her head. My contrivances are of such a nature, that I must appear to be the most odious of men, if I am detected on this side matrimony. And yet I have promised, as thou seest, that she shall set out to Hampstead as soon as she pleases in the morning, and that without condition on her side. Dost thou ask what I meant by this promise? No new cause arising was the proviso on my side, thou'lt remember. But there will be a new cause. Suppose Dorcas should drop the promissory note given her by her lady. Servants, especially those who cannot read or write, are the most careless people in the world of written papers. Suppose I take it up, at a time, too, that I was determined that the dear creature should be her own mistress, will not this detection be a new cause? A cause that will carry with it against her the appearance of ingratitude. That she designed it a secret to me argues a fear of detection, and indirectly a sense of guilt. I wanted a pretence. Can I have a better? If I am in a violent passion upon the detection, is not passion an universally allowed extenuator of violence? Is not every man and woman obliged to excuse that fault in another, which at times they find attended with such ungovernable effects in themselves? The mother and sisterhood, suppose, brought to sit in judgment upon the vile corrupted, the least benefit that must accrue from the accidental discovery, if not a pretence for perpetration, which, however, may be the case, an excuse for renewing my orders for her detention till my return from M. Hall, the fault her own, and for keeping a stricter watch over her than before, with direction to send me any letters that may be written by her or to her. And when I return, the devil's in it, if I find not a way to make her choose lodgings for herself, since these are so hateful to her, that shall answer all my purposes, and yet I no more appear to direct her choice than I did before in these. Thou wilt curse me, when thou comest to this place. I know thou wilt. But thinkest thou that after such a series of contrivance I will lose this inimitable woman for want of a little more? A rake's a rake, Jack, and what rake is withheld by principle from the perpetration of any evil his heart is set upon, and in which he thinks he can succeed? Besides, am I not in earnest as to marriage? Will not the generality of the world acquit me if I do marry? And what is that injury which a church rite will not at any time repair? Is not the catastrophe of every story that ends in wedlock accounted happy, be the difficulties in the progress of it ever so great? But here, how am I engrossed by this lady, while poor Lord M., as Simon tells me, lies groaning in the most dreadful agonies? What must he suffer? Heaven relieve him! I have a too compassionate heart, and so would the dear creature have found, could I have thought that the worst of her sufferings is equal to the lightest of his. I mean as to fact, for as to that part of hers which arises from extreme sensibility, I know nothing of that, and cannot therefore be answerable for it. End of Letter 34. Letter 35 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 35. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Just come from my charmer. She will not suffer me to say half the obliging, the tender things, which my honest heart is ready to overflow with. A confounded situation that, when a man finds himself in humour to be eloquent and pathetic at the same time, yet cannot engage the mistress of his fate to lend an ear to his fine speeches. I can account now how it comes about that lovers, when their mistresses are cruel, run into solitude, and disburthen their minds to stocks and stones. For am I not forced to make my complaints to thee? She claimed the performance of my promise, the moment she saw me, of permitting her, haughtily she spoke the word, to go to Hampstead as soon as I was gone to Berks. Most cheerfully I renewed it. She desired me to give orders in her hearing. I sent for Dorcas and Will. They came. Do you both take notice, but perhaps, sir, I may take you with me, that your lady is to be obeyed in all her commands. She purposes to return to Hampstead as soon as I am gone. My dear, will you not have a servant to attend you? I shall want no servant there. Will you take Dorcas? If I should want Dorcas, I can send for her. Dorcas could not but say, she should be very proud. Well, well, that may be at my return, if your lady permit. Shall I, my dear, call up Mrs. Sinclair, and give her orders to the same effect in your hearing? I desire not to see Mrs. Sinclair, nor any that belong to her. As you please, madam. And then, the servants being withdrawn, I urged her again for the assurance that she would meet me at the altar on Thursday next. But to no purpose. May she not thank herself for all that may follow? One favour, however, I would not be denied, to be admitted to pass the evening with her. All sweetness and obsequiousness will I be on this occasion. My whole soul shall be poured out to move her to forgive me. If she will not, and if the promissory note should fall in my way, my revenge will doubtless take total possession of me. All the house in my interest, and every one in it not only engaging to intimidate and assist, as occasion shall offer, but staking all their experience upon my success, if it be not my own fault, what must be the consequence? This, Jack, however, shall be her last trial; and if she behave as nobly in and after this second attempt, all her senses about her, as she has done after the first, she will come out an angel upon full proof, in spite of man, woman, and devil. Then shall there be an end of all her sufferings. I will then renounce that vanquished devil, and reform. And if any vile machination start up, presuming to mislead me, I will sooner stab it in my heart as it rises, than give way to it. A few hours will now decide all. But whatever be the event, I shall be too busy to write again till I get to M. Hall. Meantime I am in strange agitations. I must suppress them, if possible, before I venture into her presence. My heart bounces my bosom from the table. I will lay down my pen, and wholly resign to its impulses. End of Letter 35. Letter 36 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 36. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Friday night, or rather Sat morn, 1 o'clock. I thought I should not have had either time or inclination to write another line before I got to M. Hall. But having the first, must find the last, since I can neither sleep nor do any thing but write, if I can do that. I am most confoundedly out of humour. The reason let it follow, if it will follow, nor preparation for it from me. I tried by gentleness and love to soften what? Marble. A heart incapable either of love or gentleness. Her past injuries for ever in her head, ready to receive a favour, the permission to go to Hampstead, but neither to deserve it nor return any. So my scheme of the gentle kind was soon given over. I then wanted to provoke her, like a coward boy, who waits for the first blow before he can persuade himself to fight. I half challenged her to challenge or defy me. She seemed aware of her danger, and would not directly brave my resentment, but kept such a middle course, that I neither could find a pretence to offend, nor reason to hope. Yet she believed my tale, that her uncle would come to Kentish Town, and seemed not to apprehend that Tomlinson was an impostor. She was very uneasy upon the whole in my company, wanted often to break from me, yet so held me to my purpose of permitting her to go to Hampstead, that I knew not how to get off it, though it was impossible in my precarious situation with her to think of performing it. In this situation, the women ready to assist, and if I proceeded not, as ready to ridicule me. What had I left me, but to pursue the concerted scheme, and to seek a pretence to quarrel with her, in order to revoke my promised permission, and to convince her that I would not be upbraided as the most brutal of ravishers for nothing? I had agreed with the women that if I could not find a pretence in her presence to begin my operations, the note should lie in my way, and I was to pick it up soon after her retiring from me. But I began to doubt at near 10 o'clock, so earnest was she to leave me, suspecting my over-warm behaviour to her, and eager grasping of her hand 2 or 3 times, with eye-strings, as I felt, on the strain, while her eyes showed uneasiness and apprehension, that if she actually retired for the night, it might be a chance whether it would be easy to come at her again. Loath therefore to run such a risk, I stepped out a little after 10, with intent to alter the preconcerted disposition a little, saying I would attend her again instantly. But as I returned, I met her at the door, intending to withdraw for the night. I could not persuade her to go back, nor had I presence of mind, so full of complaisance as I was to her just before, to stay her by force, so she slid through my hands into her own apartment. I had nothing to do, therefore, but to let my former concert take place. I should have promised, but care not for order of time, connection, or anything else, that between 8 and 9 in the evening another servant of Lord M. on horseback came, to desire me to carry down with me Dr. S., the old peer, having been once in extremis, as they judge he is now, relieved and reprieved by him. I sent and engaged the doctor to accompany me down, and am to call upon him by 4 this morning, or the devil should have both my lord and the doctor if I'd stir till I got all made up. Poke thy damned nose forward into the event, if thou wilt. Curse me, if thou shalt have it till its proper time and place, and too soon then. She had hardly got into her chamber, but I found a little paper, as I was going into mine, which I took up, and opening it, for it was carefully pinned in another paper, what should it be but a promissory note, given as a bribe, with a further promise of a diamond ring, to induce Dorcas to favour her mistress's escape. How my temper changed in a moment! Ring, 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 ring I my bell, with a violence enough to break the string, and as if the house were on fire. Every devil frighted into active life, the whole house in an uproar. Up runs Will. Sir, 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 eyes goggling, mouth distended. Bid the damned toad Dorcas come hither, as I stood at the stair-head, in a horrible rage, and out of breath, cried I. In sight came the trembling devil, but standing aloof from the report made her by Will of the passion I was in, as well as from what she had heard. Flash came out my sword immediately, for I had it ready on. Cursed, confounded, villainous bribery and corruption! Up runs she to her lady's door, screaming out for safety and protection. Good your honour, interposed Will, for God's sake, O Lord, receiving a good cuff, take that, varlet, for saving the ungrateful wretch from my vengeance. Wretch I intended to say, but if it were some other word of like ending, passion must be my excuse. Up ran 2 or 3 of the sisterhood. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" "The matter!" For still my beloved opened not the door; on the contrary, drew another bolt. "This abominable Dorcas! Call her aunt up. Let her see what a traitress she has placed about me, and let her bring the toad to answer for herself. Has taken a bribe, a provision for life, to betray her trust, by that means to perpetuate a quarrel between a man and his wife, and frustrate for ever all hope of reconciliation between us. Let me perish, Belford, if I have patience to proceed with the farce. If I must resume, I must. Up came the aunt, puffing and blowing. As she hoped for mercy, she was not privy to it. She never knew such a plotting perverse lady in her life. Well might servants be at the pass they were, when such ladies as Mrs. Lovelace made no conscience of corrupting them. For her part, she desired no mercy for the wretch, no niece of hers, if she were not faithful to her trust. But what was the proof? She was shown the paper. But too evident. Cursed, cursed toad, devil, jade, passed from each mouth, and the vileness of the corrupted and the unworthiness of the corruptress were inveighed against. Up we all went, passing the lady's door, into the dining‐room, to proceed to trial. Stamp, stamp, stamp up, each on her heels. Rave, 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 every tongue. Bring up the creature before us all this instant. And would she have got out of the house, say you? These the noises and the speeches, as we clattered by the door of the fair bribress. Up was brought Dorcas, whimpering, between 2, both bawling out, "You must go, you shall go. 'Tis fit you should answer for yourself. You are a discredit to all worthy servants," as they pulled and pushed her up stairs, she whining, "I cannot see his honour. I cannot look so good and so generous a gentleman in the face. O how shall I bear my aunt's raving?" "Come up and be damned. Bring her forward, her imperial judge. What a plague! It is the detection, not the crime, that confounds you. You could be quiet enough for days together, as I see by the date under the villainy. Tell me, ungrateful devil, tell me who made the first advances." "I, disgrace to my family and blood!" cried the old one. "Tell his honour, tell the truth, who made the first advances?" "I, cursed creature!" cried Sally, "who made the first advances?" "I have betrayed one trust already. O let me not betray another. My lady is a good lady. O let not her suffer." "Tell all you know. Tell the whole truth, Dorcas," cried Polly Horton. "His honour loves his lady too well to make her suffer much, little as she requites his love." "Every body sees that," cried Sally, "too well indeed for his honour, I was going to say. Till now I thought she deserved my love. But to bribe a servant thus, who she supposed had orders to watch her steps for fear of another elopement, and to impute that precaution to me as a crime! Yet I must love her. Ladies, forgive my weakness. Curse upon my grimaces, if I have patience to repeat them. But thou shalt have it all. Thou canst not despise me more than I despise myself." "But suppose, sir," said Sally, You have my lady and the wench face to face. You see she cares not to confess. "Oh, my carelessness!" cried Dorcas. "Don't let my poor lady suffer. Indeed, if you all knew what I know, you would say her ladyship has been cruelly treated." "See, see, see, see," repeatedly, every one at once. "Only sorry for the detection, as your honour said, not for the fault." "Cursed creature, and devilish creature," from every mouth. "Your lady won't, she dare not come out to save you," cried Sally, "though it is more his honour's mercy than your desert, if he does not cut your vile throat this instant." "Say," repeated Polly, "was it your lady that made the first advances, or was it you, you creature?" "If the lady had so much honour," bawled the mother, "excuse me so, excuse me, sir." Confound the old wretch, she had like to have said son. "If the lady has so much honour as we have supposed, she will appear to vindicate a poor servant misled as she has been by such large promises. But I hope, sir, you will do them both justice. I hope you will. Good lack, good lack," clapping her hands together, "to grant her every thing she could ask, to indulge her in her unworthy hatred to my poor innocent house, to let her go to Hampstead, though your honour told us you could get no condescension from her, no, not the least. O sir, I hope, if your lady will not come out, I hope you will find a way to hear this cause in her presence. I value not my doors on such an occasion as this. Justice I ever loved. I desire you will come to the bottom of it in clearance to me. I'll be sworn I had no privity in this black corruption." Just then we heard the lady's door unbar, unlock, unbolt. "Now, sir, now, Mr. Lovelace, now, sir," from every encouraging mouth. But, O Jack, 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 I can write no more. If you must have it all, you must. Now, Belford, see us all sitting in judgment, resolved to punish the fair bribress. I and the mother, the hitherto dreaded mother, the nieces Sally, Polly, the traitress Dorcas, and Mabell, a guard, as it were, over Dorcas, that she might not run away and hide herself, all predetermined, and of necessity predetermined, from the journey I was going to take, and my precarious situation with her, and hear her unbolt, unlock, unbar the door, then, as it proved afterwards, put the key into the lock on the outside, lock the door, and put it in her pocket. Will, I knew, below, who would give me notice if, while we were all above, she should mistake her way, and go down stairs, instead of coming into the dining room. The street door also doubly secured, and every shutter to the windows round the house fastened, that no noise or screaming should be heard. Such was the brutal preparation. And then hear her step towards us, and instantly see her enter among us, confiding in her own innocence, and with a majesty in her person and manner that is natural to her, but which then shone out in all its glory. Every tongue silent, every eye awed, every heart quaking, mine in a particular manner sunk, throbless, and twice below its usual region, to once at my throat. A shameful recreant! She silent too, looking round her, first on me, then on the mother, no longer fearing her, then on Sally, Polly, and the culprit Dorcas. Such the glorious power of innocence exerted at that awful moment. She would have spoken, but could not, looking down my guilt into confusion. A mouse might have been heard passing over the floor. Her own light feet and rustling silks could not have prevented it, for she seemed to tread air and to be all soul. She passed backwards and forwards, now towards me, now towards the door several times, before speech could get the better of indignation, and at last, after twice or thrice humming to recover her articulate voice, O thou contemptible and abandoned Lovelace, thinkest thou that I see not through this poor villanous plot of thine, and of these thy wicked accomplices? Thou woman, looking at the mother, once my terror, always my dislike, but now my detestation, shouldst once more, for thine perhaps was the preparation, have provided for me intoxicating potions to rob me of my senses. And then thus, wretch, turning to me, mightest thou more securely have depended upon such a low contrivance as this? And ye, vile women, who perhaps have been the ruined body and soul of hundreds of innocents, you show me how in full assembly. Know that I am not married, ruined as I am by your help. I bless God I am not married to this miscreant. And I have friends that will demand my honour at your hands, and to whose authority I will apply, for none has this man over me. Look to it then, what farther insults you offer me, or incite him to offer me. I am a person, though thus vilely betrayed, of rank and fortune. I never will be his, and to your utter ruin will find friends to pursue you. And now I have this full proof of your detestable wickedness, and have heard your base incitements, will have no mercy upon you. They could not laugh at the poor figure I made. Lord, how every devil, conscience shaken, trembled! What a dejection must ever fall to the lot of guilt, were it given to innocence always thus to exert itself! And as for thee, thou vile Dorcas, thou double deceiver, whining out thy pretended love for me, begone, wretch! Nobody will hurt thee. Begone, I say. Thou hast too well acted thy part to be blamed by any here but myself. Thou art safe. Thy guilt is thy security in such a house as this. thy shameful, thy poor part, thou hast as well acted as the low fast could give thee to act, as well as they, each of them, thy superiors, though not thy betters, thou seest, can act theirs. Steal away into darkness. No inquiry after this will be made whose the first advances, thine or mine. And, as I hope to live, the wench, confoundedly frightened, slunk away. So did her sentinel, Mabell, though I, endeavouring to rally, cried out for Dorcas to stay. But I believe the devil could not have stopped her when an angel bid her begone. Madam, said I, let me tell you, and was advancing towards her with a fierce aspect, most cursedly vexed, and ashamed too. But she turned to me. Stop where thou art, O vilest and most abandoned of men! Stop where thou art, nor with that determined face offer to touch me, if thou wouldst not that I should be a corpse at thy feet. To my astonishment, she held forth a penknife in her hand, the point to her own bosom, grasping resolutely the whole handle, so that there was no offering to take it from her. I offer not mischief to any body but myself. You, sir, and ye women, are safe from every violence of mine. The law shall be all my resource, the law. And she spoke the word with emphasis, the law, that to such people carries natural terror with it, and now struck a panic into them. No wonder, since those who will damn themselves to procure ease and plenty in this world will tremble at everything that seems to threaten their methods of obtaining that ease and plenty. The law only shall be my refuge. The infamous mother whispered me that it were better to make terms with this strange lady and let her go. Sally, notwithstanding all her impudent bravery at other times, said if Mr. Lovelace had told them what was not true of her being his wife, and Polly Horton, that she must needs say the lady, if she were not my wife, had been very much injured, that was all. That is not now a matter to be disputed, cried I. You and I know, madam. We do, said she, and I thank God I am not thine. Once more I thank God for it. I have no doubt of the farther baseness that thou hast intended me by this vile and low trick. But I have my senses, Lovelace, and from my heart I despise thee, thou very poor Lovelace. How canst thou stand in my presence, thou that— Madam, 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 these are insults not to be borne, and was approaching her. She withdrew to the door, and set her back against it, holding the pointed knife to her heaving bosom, while the women held me, beseeching me not to provoke the violent lady, for their house sake, and be cursed to them, they besought me, and all three hung upon me, while the truly heroic lady braved me at that distance. Approach me, Lovelace, with resentment, if thou wilt. I dare die. It is in defence of my honour. God will be merciful to my poor soul. I expect no more mercy from thee. I have gained this distance, and 2 steps nearer me, and thou shalt see what I dare do. Leave me, women, to myself, and to my angel. They retired at a distance. O my beloved creature, how you terrify me, holding out my arms, and kneeling on one knee. Not a step farther, except to receive my death at that injured hand, which is thus held up against a life far dearer to me than my own. I am a villain, the blackest of villains. Say you will sheath your knife in the injurer's, not the injured's heart, and then will I indeed approach you, but not else. The mother twanged a damned nose, and Sally and Polly pulled out their handkerchiefs and turned from us. They never in their lives, they told me afterwards, beheld such a scene. Innocence so triumphant, villainy so debased, they must mean. Unawares to myself, I had moved onward to my angel. And dost thou still disclaiming, still advancing, dost thou still insidiously move towards me? And her hand was extended. I dare not rashly neither. My heart from principle abhors the act which thou makest necessary. God, in thy mercy, lifting up her eyes and hands, God, in thy mercy. I threw myself to the farther end of the room, an ejaculation, a silent ejaculation, employing her thoughts that moment. Polly says the whites of her lovely eyes were only visible, and in the instant that she extended her hand, assuredly to strike the fatal blow, how the very recital terrifies me, she cast her eye towards me, and saw me at the utmost distance the room would allow, and heard my broken voice. My voice was utterly broken, nor knew I what I said, or whether to the purpose or not, and her charming cheeks, that were all in a glow before, turned pale, as if terrified at her own purpose, and lifting up her eyes, thank God, said the angel, delivered for the present delivered from myself. Keep, sir, that distance, looking down towards me, who was prostrate on the floor, my heart pierced as with 100 daggers. That distance has saved a life, to what reserve the Almighty only knows. To be happy, madam, and to make happy, and oh let me hope for your favour for to‐morrow. I will put off my journey till then, and may God— Swear not, sir, with an awful and piercing aspect. You have too often sworn. God's eye is upon us, his more immediate eye, and looked wildly. But the women looked up to the ceiling, as if afraid of God's eye, and trembled, and well they might, and I too, who so very lately had each of us the devil in our hearts. If not to‐morrow, madam, say but next Thursday, your uncle's birthday, say but next Thursday. This I say, of this you may assure yourself, I never will be yours, and let me hope that I may be entitled to the performance of your promise, to be permitted to leave this innocent house, as one called it, but long have my ears been accustomed to such inversions of words, as soon as the day breaks. Did my perdition depend upon it, that you cannot, madam, but upon terms, and I hope you will not terrify me, still dreading the accursed knife. Nothing less than an attempt upon my honour shall make me desperate. I have no view but to defend my honour. With such a view only I entered into treaty with your infamous agent below. The resolution you have seen, I trust God will give me again upon the same occasion. But for a less I wish not for it. Only take notice, women, that I am no wife of this man. Basely as he has used me, I am not his wife. He has no authority over me. If he go away by and by, and you act by his authority to detain me, look to it. Then taking one of the lights, she turned from us, and away she went unmolested. Not a soul was able to molest her. Mabell saw her tremblingly, and in a hurry take the key of her chamber door out of her pocket and unlock it, and as soon as she entered, heard her double lock, bar and bolt it. By her taking out her key when she came out of her chamber to us, she no doubt suspected my design, which was to have carried her in my arms thither, if she made such force necessary, after I had intimidated her, and to have been her companion for that night. She was to have had several bedchamber women to assist to undress her upon occasion. But from the moment she entered the dining‐room with so much intrepidity, it was absolutely impossible to think of prosecuting my villainous designs against her. This, Belford, was the hand I made of a contrivance from which I expected so much, and now I am 10 times worse off than before. Thou never sawest people in thy life look so like fools upon one another as the mother, her partners, and I did for a few minutes, and at last the 2 devilish nymphs broke out into insulting ridicule upon me, while the old wretch was concerned for her house, the reputation of her house. I cursed them all together, and retiring to my chamber, locked myself in. And now it is time to set out. All I have gained, detection, disgrace, fresh guilt by repeated perjuries, and to be despised by her I dote upon, and what is still worse to a proud heart, by myself. Success in projects is everything. What an admirable contriver did I think myself till now, even for this scheme among the rest! But how pitifully foolish does it now appear to me! Scratch out, erase, never to be read, every part of my preceding letters, where I have boastingly mentioned it, and never presume to rally me upon the cursed subject, for I cannot bear it. But for the lady, by my soul, I love her, I admire her more than ever. I must have her. I will have her still, with honour or without, as I have often vowed. My cursed fright at her accidental bloody nose so lately put her upon improving upon me thus. Had she threatened me, I should have soon been master of one arm, and in both. But for so sincere a virtue to threaten herself, and not to offer to intimidate any other, and with so much presence of mind as to distinguish in the very passionate intention the necessity of the act, defence of her honour, and so fairly to disavow lesser occasions, showed such a deliberation, such a choice, such a principle, and then keeping me so watchfully at a distance, that I could not seize her hand so soon as she could have given the fatal blow. How impossible not to be subdued by so true and so discreet a magnanimity. But she is not gone. She shall not go. I will press her with letters for the Thursday. She shall yet be mine, legally mine, for as to cohabitation, there is no such thing to be thought of. The captain shall give her away as proxy for her uncle. My lord will die. My fortune will help my will, and set me above everything and everybody. But here is the curse. She despises me, Jack. What man, as I have heretofore said, can bear to be despised, especially by his wife? O Lord, what a hand, what a cursed hand, have I made of this plot! And here ends the history of the lady and the penknife. The devil take the penknife! It goes against me to say, God bless the lady. Near 5. Sat morn. End of Letter 36. Letter 37 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace, M. Hall, Sat. Night, June 24. My dearest life, if you do not impute to love, and to terror raised by love, the poor figure I made before you last night, you will not do me justice. I thought I would try to the very last moment if, by complying with you in everything, I could prevail upon you to promise to be mine on Thursday next, since you refused me an earlier day. Could I have been so happy, you had not been hindered going to Hampstead, or wherever else you pleased. But when I could not prevail upon you to give me this assurance, what room had I, my demerit so great, to suppose that your going thither would not be to lose you for ever? I will own to you, madam, that yesterday afternoon I picked up the paper dropped by Dorcas, who has confessed that she would have assisted you in getting away if she had had opportunity so to do, and undoubtedly dropped it by accident. And could I have prevailed upon you as to Thursday next, I would have made no use of it, secure as I should have been in your word given to be mine. But when I found you inflexible, I was resolved to try if, by resenting Dorcas's treachery, I could not make your pardon of me the condition of mine to her, and if not, to make a handle of it, to revoke my consent to your going away from Mrs. Sinclair's, since the consequence of that must have been so fatal to me. So far, indeed, was my proceeding low and artful, and when I was challenged with it, as such, in so high and noble a manner, I could not avoid taking shame to myself upon it. But you must permit me, madam, to hope that you will not punish me too heavily for so poor a contrivance, since no dishonour was meant you, and since in the moment of its execution you had as great an instance of my incapacity to defend a wrong, a low measure, and, at the same time, in your power over me as mortal man could give. In a word, since you must have seen that I was absolutely under the control both of conscience and of love, I will not offer to defend myself for wishing you to remain where you are, till either you give me your word to meet me at the altar on Thursday, or till I have the honour of attending you, preparative to the solemnity which will make that day the happiest of my life. I am but too sensible that this kind of treatment may appear to you with the face of an arbitrary and illegal imposition, but as the consequences, not only to ourselves, but to both our families, may be fatal, if you cannot be moved in my favour, let me beseech you to forgive this act of compulsion, on the score of the necessity you, your dear self, have laid me under to be guilty of it, and to permit the solemnity of next Thursday to include an act of oblivion for all past offences. The orders I have given to the people of the house are, that you shall be obeyed in every particular that is consistent with my expectations of finding you there on my return on Wednesday next; that Mrs. Sinclair and her nieces, having incurred your just displeasure, shall not, without your orders, come into your presence; that neither shall Dorcas, till she has fully cleared her conduct to your satisfaction, be permitted to attend you; but Mabell in her place, of whom you seemed some time ago to express some liking, Will. I have left behind me to attend your commands. If he be either negligent or impertinent, your dismission shall be a dismission of him from my service for ever. But as to letters which may be sent to you, or any which you may have to send, I must humbly entreat that none such pass from or to you for the few days that I shall be absent. But I do assure you, Madam, that the seals of both sorts shall be sacred, and the letters, if such be sent, shall be given into your own hands the moment the ceremony is performed, or before it, if you require it. Mean time, I will inquire and send you word how Miss Howe does, and to what, if I can be informed, her long silence is owing. Dr. Perkins I found here, attending my Lord, when I arrived with Dr. S. He acquaints me that your father, mother, uncles, and the still less worthy persons of your family, are well, and intend to be all at your uncle Harlowe's next week, I presume with intent to keep his anniversary. This can make no alteration, but a happy one, as to persons on Thursday, because Mr. Tomlinson assured me that if anything fell out to hinder your uncle's coming up in person, which, however, he did not then expect, he would be satisfied if his friend the captain were proxy for him. I shall send a man and horse to‐morrow to the captain, to be at greater certainty. I send this by a special messenger, who will wait your pleasure in relation to the impatiently wished‐for Thursday, which I humbly hope will be signified by a line. My Lord, though hardly sensible, and unmindful of everything but of your felicity, desires his most affectionate compliments to you. He has in readiness to present to you a very valuable set of jewels, which he hopes will be acceptable, whether he lives to see you adorn them or not. Lady Sarah and Lady Betty have also their tokens of respect ready to court your acceptance. But may Heaven incline you to give the opportunity of receiving their personal compliments, and those of my cousins Montague, before the next week be out. His lordship is exceeding ill. Dr. S. has no hopes of him. The only consolation I can have for the death of a relation who loves me so well, if he do die, must arise from the additional power it will put into my hands of showing how much I am, my dearest life, your ever affectionate, faithful Lovelace. End of Letter 37.
Letter 38. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Sunday night, June 25th. My dearest love, I cannot find words to express how much I am mortified at the return of my messenger without a line from you. Thursday is so near that I will send messenger after messenger every 4 hours till I have a favourable answer, the one to meet the other till its eve arrives, to know if I may venture to appear in your presence with the hope of having my wishes answered on that day. Your love, madam, I neither expect nor ask for, nor will, till my future behaviour gives you cause to think I deserve it. All I at present presume to wish is, to have it in my power to do you all the justice I can now do you, and to your generosity will I leave it, to reward me as I shall merit, with your affection. At present, revolving my poor behaviour of Friday night before you, I think I should sooner choose to go to my last audit, unprepared for it as I am, than to appear in your presence, unless you give me some hope that I shall be received as your elected husband, rather than, however deserved, as a detested criminal. Let me therefore propose an expedient, in order to spare my own confusion, and to spare you the necessity for that soul-harrowing recrimination which I cannot stand, and which must be disagreeable to yourself. To name the church, and I will have every thing in readiness, so that our next interview will be, in a manner, at the very altar, and then you will have the kind husband to forgive for the faults of the ungrateful lover. If your resentment be still too high to write more, let it only be in your own dear hand these words, St. Martin's Church, Thursday, or these, St. Giles's Church, Thursday. Nor will I insist upon any inscription or subscription, or so much as the initials of your name. This shall be all the favour I will expect, till the dear hand itself is given to mine, in presence of that being whom I invoke as a witness of the inviolable faith and honour of your adoring Lovelace. End of Letter 38. Letter 39 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 39. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Monday, June 26. Once more, my dearest love, do I conjure you to send me the 4 requested words. There is no time to be lost, and I would not have next Thursday go over without being entitled to call you mine for the world, and that as well for your sake as for my own. Hitherto all that has passed is between you and me only, but after Thursday, if my wishes are unanswered, the whole will be before the world. My lord is extremely ill, and endures not to have me out of his sight for 1/2 hour. But this shall not have the least weight with me, if you be pleased to hold out the olive branch to me in the 4 requested words. I have the following intelligence from Captain Tomlinson. All your family are at your uncle Harlowe's. Your uncle finds he cannot go up, and names Captain Tomlinson for his proxy. He proposes to keep all your family with him till the captain assures him that the ceremony is over. Already he has begun with hope of success to try to reconcile your mother to you. My Lord M. but just now has told me how happy he should think himself to have an opportunity before he dies to salute you as his niece. I have put him in hopes that he shall see you, and have told him that I will go to town on Wednesday, in order to prevail upon you to accompany me down on Thursday or Friday. I have ordered a set to be in readiness to carry me up, and were not my lord so very ill, my cousin Montague tells me that she would offer her attendance on you. If you please, therefore, we can set out for this place the moment the solemnity is performed. Do not, dearest creature, dissipate all those promising appearances, and by refusing to save your own and your family's reputation in the eye of the world, use yourself worse than the ungratefullest wretch on earth has used you. For if we were married, all the disgrace you imagine you have suffered while a single lady will be my own, and only known to ourselves. Once more, then, consider well the situation we are both in, and remember, my dearest life, that Thursday will be soon here, and that you have no time to lose. In a letter sent by the messenger whom I dispatch with this, I have desired that my friend Mr. Belford, who is your very great admirer, and who knows all the secrets of my heart, will wait upon you, to know what I am to depend upon as to the chosen day. Surely, my dear, you never could at any time suffer half so much from cruel suspense as I do. If I have not an answer to this, either from your own goodness or through Mr. Belford's intercession, it will be too late for me to set out, and Captain Tomlinson will be disappointed, who goes to town on purpose to attend your pleasure. One motive for the gentle resistance I have presumed to lay you under is, to prevent the mischiefs that might ensue, as probably to the more innocent as to the less, were you to write to any body, while your passions were so much raised and inflamed against me. Having apprized you of my direction to the women in town on this head, I wonder you should have endeavoured to send a letter to Miss Howe, although in a cover directed to that young lady's servant, as you must think it would be likely to fall into my hands. The lady had made an attempt to send away a letter. The just sense of what I have deserved the contents should be, leaves me no room to doubt what they are. Nevertheless, I return it you enclosed, with the seal, as you will see, unbroken. Relieve, I beseech you, dearest Madam, by the 4 requested words, or by Mr. Belford, the anxiety of your ever affectionate and obliged Lovelace. Remember, there cannot be time for further writing, and for coming up by Thursday, your uncle's birthday. End of Letter 39. Letter 40 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 40. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Monday, June 26. Thou wilt see the situation I am in with Miss Harlowe, by the enclosed copies of 3 letters, to 2 of which I am so much scorned as not to have 1 word given me in answer, and of the 3rd, now sent by the messenger who brings thee this, I am afraid as little notice will be taken, and if so, her day of grace is absolutely over. One would imagine, so long used to constraint too as she has been, that she might have been satisfied with the triumph she had over us all on Friday night, a triumph that to this hour has sunk my pride and my vanity so much, that I almost hate the words plot, contrivance, scheme, and shall mistrust myself in future for every one that rises to my inventive head. But seest thou not that I am under a necessity to continue her at Sinclair's, and to prohibit all her correspondences, now, Belford, as I really, in my present mood, think of nothing less than marrying her, if she let not Thursday slip? I would have thee attend her, in pursuance of the intimation I have given her in my letter of this date; and vow for me, swear for me, bind thy soul to her for my honour, and use what arguments thy friendly heart can suggest, in order to procure me an answer from her, which, as thou wilt see, she may give in 4 words only. And then I purpose to leave Lord M. dangerously ill as he is, and meet her at her appointed church, in order to solemnize. If she will but sign Clarissa Harlowe to thy writing the 4 words, that shall do; for I would not come up to be made a fool of in the face of all my family and friends. If she should let the day go off, I shall be desperate. I am entangled in my own devices, and cannot bear that she should detect me. O that I had been honest! What a devil are all my plots come to! What do they end in but one grand plot upon myself, and a title to eternal infamy and disgrace? But depending on thy friendly offices, I will say no more of this. Let her send me but 1 line, but 1 line, to treat me as unworthy of her notice, yet be altogether in my power. I cannot, I will not bear that. My Lord, as I said, is extremely ill. The doctors give him over. He gives himself over. Those who would not have him die are afraid he will die. But as to myself, I am doubtful. For these long and violent struggles between the constitution and the disease, though the latter has 3 physicians and an apothecary to help it forward, and all 3, as to their prescriptions, of different opinions too, indicate a plaguy habit, and savour more of recovery than death; and the more so, as he has no sharp or acute mental organs to whet out his bodily ones, and to raise his fever above the sympathetic helpful one. Thou wilt see in the enclosed what pains I am at to dispatch messengers, who are constantly on the road to meet each other, and one of them to link in the chain with the fourth, whose station is in London, and 5 miles onwards, or till met. But in truth I have some other matters for them to perform at the same time with my lord's banker and his lawyer, which will enable me, if his lordship is so good as to die this bout, to be an overmatch for some of my other relations. I don't mean Charlotte and Patty, for they are noble girls; but others, who have been scratching and clawing under ground like so many moles in my absence, and whose workings I have discovered since I have been down, by the little heaps of dirt they have thrown up. A speedy account of thy commission, dear Jack. The letter travels all night. LETTER XL.
Letter 41 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, London, June 27th, Tuesday. You must excuse me, Lovelace, from engaging in the office you would have me undertake, till I can be better assured you really intend honourably at last by this much injured lady. I believe you know your friend Belford too well to think he would be easy with you, or with any man alive, who should seek to make him promise for him what he never intended to perform. And let me tell thee, that I have not much confidence in the honour of a man, who by imitation of Hans, I will only call it, has shown so little regard to the honour of his own relations. Only that thou hast such Jesuitical qualifyings, or I should think thee at last touched with remorse, and brought within view of being ashamed of thy cursed inventions by the ill success of thy last, which I heartily congratulate thee upon. O the divine lady! But I will not aggravate. Nevertheless, when thou writest that in thy present mood thou think'st of marrying, and yet canst so easily change thy mood, when I know thy heart is against the state, that the 4 words thou courtest from the lady are as much to thy purpose as if she wrote 50, since it will show she can forgive the highest injury that can be offered to a woman, and when I recollect how easily thou canst find excuses to postpone, thou must be more explicit a good deal as to thy real intentions and future honour than thou art. For I cannot trust to temporary remorse, which brought on by disappointment too, and not by principle, and the like of which thou hast so often got over. If thou canst convince me time enough for the day that thou mean'st to do honourably by her, in her own sense of the word, or, if not time enough, wilt fix some other day, which thou oughtest to leave to her option, and not bind her down for the Thursday, and the rather as thy pretence for doing so is founded on an absolute fiction, I will then most cheerfully undertake thy cause by person, if she will admit me to her presence, if she will not, by pen. But in this case thou must allow me to be guarantee for thy family. And if so, so much as I value thee, and respect thy skill in all the qualifications of a gentleman, thou mayst depend upon it that I will act up to the character of a guarantee, with more honour than the princes of our day usually do, to their shame be it spoken. Meantime, let me tell thee, that my heart bleeds for the wrong this angelic lady has received, and if thou dost not marry her if she will have thee, and, when married, make her the best and tenderest of husbands, I would rather be a dog, a monkey, a bear, a viper, or a toad, than thee. Command me with honour, and thou shalt find none readier to oblige thee than thy sincere friend John Belford. End of Letter 41.
Letter 42 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 42. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. M. Hall, June 27, Tuesday night, near 12. Yours reached me this moment by an extraordinary push in the messengers. What a man of honour thou of a sudden, and so in the imaginary shape of a guarantee thou threatenest me. Had I not been in earnest as to the lady, I should not have offered to employ thee in the affair. But let me say, that hadst thou undertaken the task, and I hadst afterwards thought fit to change my mind, I should have contented myself to tell thee that that was my mind when thou engagest for me, and to have given thee the reasons for the change, and then left thee to thy own discretion. For never knew I what fear of man was, nor fear of woman neither, till I became acquainted with Miss Clarissa Harlowe, nay, what is most surprising, till I came to have her in my power. And so thou wilt not wait upon the charmer of my heart, but upon terms and conditions. Let it alone, and be cursed, I care not. But so much credit did I give to the value thou expressedst for her, that I thought the office would have been acceptable to thee, as serviceable to me. For what was it, but to endeavour to persuade her to consent to the reparation of her own honour? For what have I done but disgraced myself, and been a thief to my own joys? And if there be a union of hearts, and an intention to solemnize, what is there wanting but the foolish ceremony? And that I still offer. But if she will keep back her hand, if she will make me hold out mine in vain, how can I help it? I write her one more letter, and if, after she has received that, she keeps sullen silence, she must thank herself for what is to follow. But after all, my heart is not wholly hers. I love her beyond expression, and cannot help it. I hope, therefore, she will receive this last tender as I wish. I hope she intends not, like a true woman, to plague and vex and tease me, now she has found her power. If she will take me to mercy, now these remorses are upon me, though I scorn to condition with thee for my sincerity, all her trials, as I have heretofore declared, shall be over, and she shall be as happy as I can make her. For ruminating upon all that has passed between us, from the first hour of our acquaintance till the present, I must pronounce that she is virtue itself, and once more I say, has no equal. As to what you hint of leaving to her choice another day, do you consider that it will be impossible that my contrivances and stratagems should be much longer concealed? This makes me press that day, though so near, and the more, as I have made so much ado about her uncle's anniversary. If she send me the 4 words, I will spare no fatigue to be in time, if not for the canonical hour at church, for some other hour of the day, in her own apartment, or any other, for money will do every thing, and that I have never spared in this affair. To show thee that I am not at enmity with thee, I enclose the copies of 2 letters, one to her, it is the 4th, and must be the last on the subject, the other to Captain Tomlinson, calculated, as thou wilt see, for him to show her. And now, Jack, interfere in this case or not, thou knowest the mind of R. Lovelace. End of Letter XLII. Letter XLIII of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XLIII. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Wed. Morning, 1 o'clock, June 28. Not one line, my dearest life, not one word, in answer to 3 letters I have written. The time is now so short that this must be the last letter that can reach you on this side the important hour that might make us legally one. My friend Mr. Belford is apprehensive that he cannot wait upon you in time, by reason of some urgent affairs of his own. I the less regret the disappointment, because I have procured a more acceptable person, as I hope, to attend you, Captain Tomlinson I mean, to whom I had applied for this purpose before I had Mr. Belford's answer. I was the more solicitous to obtain his favour from him, because of the office he is to take upon him, as I humbly presume to hope, to‐morrow. That office obliged him to be in town as this day, and I acquainted him with my unhappy situation with you, and desired that he would show me on this occasion that I had as much of his favour and friendship as your uncle had, since the whole treaty must be broken off, if he could not prevail upon you in my behalf. He will dispatch the messenger directly, whom I propose to meet in person at Slough, either to proceed onward to London with a joyful heart, or to return back to M. Hall with a broken one. I ought not, but cannot help it, to anticipate the pleasure Mr. Tomlinson proposes to himself in acquainting you with the likelihood there is of your mother's seconding your uncle's views; for it seems he has privately communicated to her his laudable intentions, and her resolution depends, as well as his, upon what to‐morrow will produce. Disappoint not then, I beseech you, for 100 persons' sakes, as well as for mine, that uncle and that mother whose displeasure I have heard you so often deplore. You may think it impossible for me to reach London by the canonical hour. If it should, the ceremony may be performed in your own apartments at any time in the day or at night, so that Captain Tomlinson may have it to aver to your uncle that it was performed on his anniversary. Tell but the captain that you forbid me not to attend you, and that shall be sufficient for bringing to you, on the wings of love, your ever grateful and affectionate LOVELACE. End of Letter 43. Letter 44 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 44. To Mr. Patrick M'Donald, at his lodgings at Mr. Brown's peruke maker, in St. Martin's Lane, Westminster, M. Hall, Wednesday morning, 2 o'clock. Dear M'Donald, the bearer of this has a letter to carry to the lady. See the preceding letter. I have been at the trouble of writing a copy of it, which I enclose, that you may not mistake your cue. You will judge of my reasons for antedating the enclosed sealed one. See the next letter, directed to you by the name of Tomlinson, which you are to show to the lady as in confidence. You will open it, of course. I doubt not your dexterity and management, dear M'Donald, nor your zeal, especially as the hope of cohabitation must now be given up. Impossible to be carried is that scheme. I might break her heart, but not incline her will. Am in earnest, therefore, to marry her, if she let not the day slip. Improve upon the hint of her mother, that may touch her. But John Harlowe, remember, has privately engaged that lady, privately, I say, else, not to mention the reason for her uncle Harlowe's former expedient, you know she might find means to get a letter away to the one or to the other to know the truth, or to Miss Howe to engage her to inquire into it, and if she should, the word privately will account for the uncle's and mother's denying it. However, fail not, as from me, to charge our mother and her nymphs to redouble their vigilance both as to her person and letters. All's upon a crisis now, but she must not be treated ill neither. Thursday over, I shall know what to resolve upon. If necessary, you must assume authority. The devil's in it, if such a girl as this shall awe a man of your years and experience. You are not in love with her as I am. Fly out, if she doubt your honour. Spirits naturally soft may be beat out of their play, and borne down, though ever so much raised, by higher anger. All women are cowards at bottom, only violent where they may. I have often stormed a girl out of her mistrust, and made her yield, before she knew where she was, to the point indignantly mistrusted, and that to make up with me, though I was the aggressor. If this matter succeed as I'd have it, or if not, and do not fail by your fault, I will take you off the necessity of pursuing your cursed smuggling, which otherwise may one day end fatally for you. We are none of us perfect, M'Donald. This sweet lady makes me serious sometimes in spite of my heart. But as private vices are less blamable than public, and, as I think, smuggling, as it is called, a national evil, I have no doubt to pronounce you a much worse man than myself, and as such shall take pleasure in reforming you. I send you enclosed 10 guineas as a small earnest of further favours. Hitherto you have been a very clever fellow. As to clothes for Thursday, Monmouth Street will afford a ready supply. Clothes quite new would make your condition suspected. But you may defer that care till you see if she can be prevailed upon. Your riding dress will do for the first visit. Nor let your boots be over clean. I have always told you the consequence of attending to the minutiæ where art, or imposture, as the ill-mannered would call it, is designed. Your linen rumpled and soily when you wait upon her, easy terms these, just come to town, remember, as formerly, to loll, to throw out your legs, to stroke and grasp down your ruffles, as if of significance enough to be careless. What though the presence of a fine lady would require a different behaviour? Are you not of years to dispense with politeness? You can have no design upon her, you know. You are a father yourself of daughters as old as she. Evermore is parade and obsequiousness suspectable. It must show either a foolish head or a knavish heart. Assume airs of consequence, therefore, and you will be treated as a man of consequence. I have often more than half ruined myself by my complaisance, and being afraid of control, have brought control upon myself. I think I have no more to say at present. I intend to be at Slough, or on the way to it, as by mine to the lady. Adieu, honest M'Donald. R.L. End of Letter XLIV. Letter XLV of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume VI, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XLV. To Captain Tomlinson, enclosed in the preceding, to be shown to the lady as in confidence. M. Hall, Tuesday morn, June 27. Dear Captain Tomlinson, an unhappy misunderstanding has arisen between the dearest lady in the world and me, the particulars of which she perhaps may give you, but I will not, because I might be thought partial to myself, and she refusing to answer my most pressing and respectful letters, I am at a most perplexing uncertainty whether she will meet us or not next Thursday to solemnize. My lord is so extremely ill, that if I thought she would not oblige me, I would defer going up to town for 2 or 3 days. He cares not to have me out of his sight, yet is impatient to salute my beloved as his niece before he dies. This I have promised to give him an opportunity to do, intending, if the dear creature will make me happy, to set out with her for this place directly from church. With regret I speak it of the charmer of my soul, that irreconcilableness is her family fault, the less excusable indeed for her, as she herself suffers by it in so high a degree from her own relations. Now, sir, as you intended to be in town some time before Thursday, if it be not too great an inconvenience to you, I could be glad you would go up as soon as possible for my sake, and this I the more boldly request, as I presume that a man who has so many great affairs of his own in hand as you have, would be glad to be at a certainty as to the day. You, sir, can so pathetically and justly set before her the unhappy consequences that will follow if the day be postponed, as well with regard to her uncle's disappointment, as to the part you have assured me her mother is willing to take in the wished-for reconciliation, that I have great hopes she will suffer herself to be prevailed upon; and a man and horse shall be in waiting to take your dispatches and bring them to me. But if you cannot prevail in my favour, you will be pleased to satisfy your friend Mr. John Harlowe, that it is not my fault, that he is not obliged. I am, dear Sir, your extremely obliged and faithful servant, R. Lovelace. End of Letter XLV.
Letter 46 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 46. To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, June 28, near 12 o'clock. Honoured Sir, I received yours, as your servant desired me to acquaint you, by 10 this morning. Horse and man were in foam. I instantly equipped myself, as if come off from a journey, and posted away to the lady, intending to plead great affairs, that I came not before, in order to favour your antedate, and likewise to be in a hurry, to have a pretence to hurry her ladyship, and to take no denial for her giving a satisfactory return to your messenger. But upon my entering Mrs. Sinclair's house, I found all in the greatest consternation. You must not, sir, be surprised. It is a trouble to me to be the relater of the bad news, but so it is. The lady is gone off. She was missed but half an hour before I came. Her waiting maid is run away, or hitherto is not to be found, so that they conclude it was by her connivance. They had sent, before I came, to my honoured masters, Mr. Belton, Mr. Mowbray, and Mr. Belford. Mr. Tourville is out of town. High words are passing between Madam Sinclair and Madam Horton, and Madam Martin, as also with Dorcas, and your servant William threatens to hang or drown himself. They have sent to know if they can hear of Mabel, the waiting maid, at her mother's, who it seems lives in Chick Lane, West Smithfield, to an uncle of hers also, who keeps an alehouse at Cow Cross, had by and with whom she lived last. Your messenger, having just changed his horse, is come back, so I will not detain him longer than to add that I am with great concern for this misfortune, and thanks for your seasonable favour and kind intentions towards me. I am sure this was not my fault. Honoured sir, your most obliged humble servant, Patrick MacDonald. Letter 47 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joseph Tabler. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Mr. Mowbray to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, 12 o'clock. Dear Lovelace, I have plaguy news to acquaint thee with. Miss Harlowe has gone off. Quite gone, by soul. I have no time for particulars, your servant being gone off. But if I had, we are not yet come to the bottom of the matter. The ladies here are all blubbering like devils, accusing one another most confoundedly, whilst Belton and I damn them altogether in thy name. If thou shouldst hear that thy fellow Will is taken dead out of some horse-pond, and Dorcas cut down from her bed's teaster from dangling in her own garters, be not surprised. Here's the devil to pay, nobody serene but Jack Belford, who was taking minutes of examinations, accusations, and confessions with the significant air of a Middlesex justice, and intends to write at large all particulars, I suppose. I heartily condole with thee. So does Belton. But it may turn out for the best, for she is gone away with thy marks, I understand. A foolish little devil. Where will she mend herself? For nobody will look upon her, and they tell me that thou wouldst certainly have married her had she stayed. But I know thee better. Dear Bobby Adieu, if Lord M. will die now, to comfort thee for this loss, what a seasonable exit would he make! Let's have a letter from thee. Prithee do. Thou canst write devil-like to Belford, who shews us nothing at all. Thine heartily, Robert Mowbray.
Letter 48 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 48. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Thursday, June 29th. Thou hast heard from MacDonald and Mowbray the news. Bad or good, I know not which thou deem it. I only wish I could have given thee joy upon the same account before the unhappy lady was seduced from Hampstead, for then of what an ungrateful villainy hadst thou been spared the perpetration, which now thou hast to answer for. I came to town purely to serve thee with her, expecting that thy next would satisfy me, that I might endeavour it without dishonour. And at first, when I found her gone, I half pitied thee. For now wilt thou be inevitably blown up, and in what an execrable light wilt thou appear to the world! Poor Lovelace, caught in thy own snares, thy punishment is but beginning. But to my narrative, for I suppose thou expectst all particulars from me, since Mowbray has informed thee that I have been collecting them. The noble exertion of spirit she has made on Friday night had, it seems, greatly disordered her, insomuch that she was not visible till Saturday evening, when Mabell saw her, and she seemed to be very ill, but on Sunday morning, having dressed herself, as if designing to go to church, she ordered Mabell to get her a coach to the door. The wench told her she was to obey her in everything but the calling of a coach or chair, or in relation to letters. She sent to Will, and gave him the same command. He pleaded his master's orders to the contrary, and desired to be excused. Upon this, down she went herself, and would have gone out without observation, but finding the street door double locked, and the key not in the lock, she stepped into the street parlour, and would have thrown up the sash to call out to the people passing by, as they doubted not, but that, since her last attempt of the same nature, had been fastened down. Hereupon she resolutely stepped into Mrs. Sinclair's parlour in the back house, where were the old devil and her two partners, and demanded the key of the street door, or to have it opened for her. They were all surprised, but desired to be excused, and pleaded your orders. She asserted that you had no authority over her, and never should have any, that their present refusal was their own act and deed. She saw the intent of their back house, and the reason of putting her there. She pleaded her condition and fortune, and said they had no way to avoid utter ruin but by opening their doors to her, or by murdering her and burying her in the garden or cellar, too deep for detection; that already what had been done to her was punishable by death, and bid them at their peril detain her. What a noble, what a right spirit has this charming creature in cases that will justify an exertion of spirit! They answered that Mr. Lovelace could prove his marriage and would indemnify them, and they all would have vindicated their behaviour on Friday night, and the reputation of their house. But refusing to hear them on that topic, she flung from them threatening. She then went up half a dozen stairs in her way to her own apartment, but, as if she had bethought herself, down she stepped again, and proceeded towards the street parlour, saying as she passed by the infamous Dorcas, "I'll make myself protectors, though the windows suffer." But that wench, of her own head, on the lady's going out of that parlour to Mrs. Sinclair's, had locked the door, and taken out the key; so that finding herself disappointed, she burst into tears, and went sobbing and menacing upstairs again. She made no other attempt till the effectual one. Your letters and messages, they suppose, coming so fast upon one another, though she would not answer one of them, gave her some amusement, and an assurance to them that she would at last forgive you, and that then all would end as you wished. The women, in pursuance of your orders, offered not to obtrude themselves upon her, and Dorcas also kept out of her sight all the rest of Sunday, and also on Monday and Tuesday. But by the lady's condescension, even to familiarity, to Mabell, they imagined that she must be working in her mind all that time to get away. They therefore redoubled their cautions to the wench, who told them so faithfully all that passed between her lady and her, that they had no doubt of her fidelity to her wicked trust. 'Tis probable she might have been contriving something all this time, but saw no room for perfecting any scheme. The contrivance by which she effected her escape seems to me not to have been fallen upon till the very day, since it depended partly upon the weather, as it proved. But it is evident she hoped something from Mabell's simplicity, or gratitude, or compassion, by cultivating all the time her civility to her. Polly waited on her early on Wednesday morning, and met with a better reception than she had reason to expect. She complained, however, with warmth of her confinement. Polly said there would be an happy end to it, if it were a confinement, next day, she presumed. She absolutely declared to the contrary, in the way Polly meant it, and said that Mr. Lovelace on his return, which looked as if she intended to wait for it, should have reason to repent the orders he had given, as they all should their observance of them. Let him send 20 letters, she would not answer one, be the consequence what it would, not give him hope of the least favour while she was in that house. She had given Mrs. Sinclair and themselves fair warning. She said no orders of another ought to make them detain a free person, but having made an open attempt to go, and been detained by them, she was the calmer, she told Polly. Let them look to the consequence. But yet she spoke this with temper, and Polly gave it as her opinion, with apprehension for their own safety, that having so good a handle to punish them all, she would not go away if she might. And what, inferred Polly, is the indemnity of a man who has committed the vilest of rapes on a person of condition, and must himself, if prosecuted for it, either fly or be hanged. Sinclair, so I will still call her, upon this representation of Polly, foresaw, she said, the ruin of her poor house in the issue of this strange business, and the infamous Sally and Dorcas bore their parts in the apprehension, and this put them upon thinking it advisable for the future that the street door should generally in the daytime be only left upon a bolt latch, as they called it, which anybody might open on them inside, and that the key should be kept in the door, that their numerous comers and goers, as they called their guests, should be able to give evidence that she might have gone out if she would, not forgetting, however, to renew their orders to Will, to Dorcas, to Mabel, and the rest, to redouble their vigilance on this occasion, to prevent her escape, none of them doubting at the same time that her love of a man so considerable in their eyes, and the prospect of what was to happen, as she had reason to believe, on Thursday, her uncle's birthday, would, though perhaps not till the last hour, for her pride's sake, was their word, engage her to change her temper. They believed that she discovered the key to be left in the door, for she was down more than once to walk in the little garden, and seemed to cast her eye each time to the street door. About 8 yesterday morning, an hour after Polly had left her, she told Mabel she was sure she would not live long, and having a good many suits of apparel, which after her death would be of no use to anybody she valued, she would give her a brown lustring gown, which, with some alterations to make it more suitable to her degree, would a great while serve her for a Sunday wear. For that she, Mabel, was the only person in that house of whom she could think without terror or antipathy. Mabel, expressing her gratitude upon the occasion, the lady said, she had nothing to employ herself about, and if she could get a workwoman directly, she would look over her things then, and give her what she intended for her. Her mistress's mantua-maker, the maid replied, lived but a little way off, and she doubted not that she could procure her, or one of the journeywomen, to alter the gown out of hand. I will give you also, said she, a quilted coat, which will require but little alteration, if any, for you are much about my stature, but the gown I will give directions about, because the sleeves and the robings and facings must be altered for your wear, being, I believe, above your station. And try, said she, if you can get the workwoman, and we'll advise about it. If she cannot come now, let her come in the afternoon, but I had rather now, because it will amuse me to give you a lift. Then stepping to the window, it rains, said she, and so it had done all morning. Slip on the hood and short cloak I have seen you wear, and come to me when you are ready to go out, because you shall bring me something that I want. Mabel equipped herself accordingly, and received her commands to buy her some trifles, and then left her, but in her way out stepped into the back parlour, where Dorcas was with Mrs. Sinclair, telling her where she was going, and on what account, bidding Dorcas look out till she came back. So faithful as the wench to the trust reposed in her, and so little had the lady's generosity wrought upon her. Mrs. Sinclair commended her, Dorcas envied her, and took her cue, and Mabel soon returned with the mantua-maker's journeywoman. She resolved, she said, but she would not come without her, and then Dorcas went off guard. The lady looked out the gown and petticoat, and before the workwoman caused Mabel to try it on, and, that it might fit the better, made the willing wench pull off her upper petticoat, and put on that she gave her. Then she bid them go into Mr. Lovelace's apartment, and contrive about it before the pier glass there, and stay till she came to them, to give them her opinion. Mabel would have taken her own clothes and hood and short cloak with her, but her lady said, no matter, you may put them on again here, when we have considered about the alterations. There's no occasion to litter the other room. They went, and instantly, as it was supposed, she slipped on Mabel's gown and petticoat over her own, which was white damask, and put on the wench's hood, short cloak, and ordinary apron, and down she went. Hearing somebody tripping along the passage, both Will and Dorcas whipped to the inner hall, and saw her, but, taking her for Mabel, "Are you going far, Mabel?" cried Will. Without turning her face or answering, she held out her hand pointing to the stairs, which they construed as a caution for them to look out in her absence, and supposing she would not be gone long, as she had not in form repeated her caution to them, up went Will, tarrying at the stairs head in expectation of the supposed Mabel's return. Mabel and the workwoman waited a good while, amusing themselves not disagreeably, the one with contriving in the way of her business, the other delighting herself with her fine gown and coat. But at last, wondering the lady did not come in to them, Mabel tiptoed it to her door, and tapping, and not being answered, stepped into the chamber. Will, at that instant, from his station at the stairs head, seeing Mabel in her lady's clothes, for he had been told of the present, gifts to servants fly from servant to servant in a minute, was very much surprised, having, as he thought, just seen her go out in her own, and stepping up, met her at the door. "How the devil can this be?" said he. "Just now you went out in your own dress. How came you here in this? And how could you pass me unseen?" But, nevertheless, kissing her, said he would now brag he had kissed his lady, or one in her clothes. "I am glad, Mr. William," cried Mabel, "to see you here so diligently. But know you where my lady is?" "In my master's apartment," answered Will. "Is she not? Was she not talking with you this moment?" "No, that's Mrs. Dormes's journeywoman." They both stood aghast as they said. Will, again recollecting he had seen Mabel, as he thought, go out in her own clothes, and while they were debating and wondering, up comes Dorcas with your fourth letter, just then brought for the lady, and seeing Mabel dressed out, whom she had likewise beheld a little before, as she supposed, in her common clothes, she joined in the wonder, till Mabel, re-entering the lady's apartment, missed her own clothes, and then suspecting what had happened, and letting the others into the ground of the suspicion, they all agreed that she had certainly escaped. And then followed such an uproar of mutual accusation, and you should have done this, and you should have done that, as alarmed the whole house, every apartment in both houses giving up its devil, to the number of 14 or 15, including the mother and her partners. Will then told them his story, and then ran out, as on the like occasion formerly, to make inquiry whether the lady was seen by any of the coachmen, chairmen, or porters, plying in that neighbourhood, while Dorcas cleared herself immediately, and that at the poor Mabell's expense, who made a figure as guilty as awkward, having on the suspected price of her treachery, which Dorcas, out of envy, was ready to tear from her back. Hereupon all the pack opened at the poor wench, while the mother foamed at the mouth, bellowed out her orders for seizing the suspected offender, who could neither be heard in her own defence, nor, had she been heard, would have been believed. That such a perfidious wretch should ever disgrace her house, was her mother's cry. Good people might be corrupted, but it was a fine thing if such a house as hers could not be faithfully served by cursed creatures who were hired knowing the business they were to be employed in, and who had no pretence to principle. Damn her, the wretch proceeded. She had no patience with her. Call the cook, and call the scullion. They were at hand. See, that guilty piebald devil, was her word, her lady's gown upon her back. But I'll punish her for warning to all betrayers of their trust. Put on the great gridiron this moment, an oath or a curse at every word. Make up a roaring fire, the cleaver bring me this instant. I'll cut her into quarters with my own hands, and carbonade and broil the traitress for a feast to all the dogs and cats in the neighbourhood, and eat the first slice of the toad myself, without salt or pepper. The poor Mabell, frighted out of her wits, expected every moment to be torn in pieces, having half a score open-clawed paws upon her all at once. She promised to confess all, but that all, when she had obtained hearing, was nothing, for nothing had she to confess. Sally hereupon, with a curse of mercy, ordered her to retire, undertaking that she and Polly would examine her themselves, that they might be able to write all particulars to his honour, and then, if she could not clear herself, or, if guilty, give some account of the lady who had been so wicked as to give them all this trouble, so as they might get her again, then the cleaver and the gridiron might go to work with all their heart. The wench, glad of this reprieve, went upstairs, and while Sally was laying out the law, and prating away in her usual dictatorial manner, whipped on another gown, and sliding down the stairs, escaped to her relations. And this flight, which was certainly more owing to terror than to guilt, was, in the true Old Bailey construction, made a confirmation of the latter. These are the particulars of Miss Harlowe's flight. Thou'lt hardly think me too minute. How I long to triumph over thy impatience and fury on the occasion! Let me beseech thee, my dear Lovelace, in thy next letter, to rave most gloriously. I shall be grievously disappointed if thou dost not. Where, Lovelace, can the poor lady be gone? And who can describe the distress she must be in? By thy former letters it may be supposed that she can have very little money, nor, by the suddenness of her flight, more clothes than those she has on. And thou knowest who once said, see Vol. IV. Letter 21, her parents will not receive her, her uncles will not entertain her, her Norton is in their direction and cannot, Miss Howe dare not, she has not one friend or intimate in town, entirely a stranger to it, and let me add, has been despoiled of her honour by the man for whom she had made all those sacrifices, and who stood bound to her by 1,000 oaths and vows to be her husband, her protector and friend. How strong must be her resentment of the barbarous treatment she has received! How worthy of herself that it has made her hate the man she once loved, and rather than marry him, choose to expose her disgrace to the whole world, to forego the reconciliation with her friends which her heart was so set upon, and to hazard 1,000 evils to which her youth and her sex may too probably expose an indigent and friendly beauty. Rememberest thou not that home push upon thee, in one of the papers written in her delirium, of which, however, it savours not? I will assure thee that I have very often since most seriously reflected upon it, and as thy intended second outrage convinces me that it made no impression upon thee then, and perhaps thou hast never thought of it since, I will transcribe the sentence. If, as religion teaches us, God will judge us in a great measure by our own benevolent or evil actions to one another, O wretch, bethink thee, in time bethink thee, how great must be thy condemnation. See Volume VI, Letter 16. And is this amiable doctrine the sum of religion? Upon my faith, believe it is. For to indulge a serious thought, since we are not atheists, except in practice, does God, the being of beings, want anything of us for himself? And does he not enjoin us works of mercy to one another, as the means to obtain his mercy? A sublime principle, and worthy of the supreme superintendent and father of all things. But if we are to be judged by this noble principle, what, indeed, must thy condemnation on the score of this lady only, and what mine, and what all our confraternities, on the score of other women, though we are none of us half so bad as thou art, as well for want of inclination, I hope, as of opportunity. I must add, that as well for thy own sake as for the lady's, I wish ye were to be married to each other. It is the only medium that can be hit upon to salve the honour of both. All that's past may yet be concealed from the world, and from all her sufferings, if thou resolvest to be a tender and kind husband to her. And if this really be thy intention, I will accept with pleasure of a commission from thee that shall tend to promote so good an end, whenever she can be found, that is to say, if she will admit to her presence a man who professes friendship to thee. Nor can I give a greater demonstration that I am thy sincere friend, J. Belford. P.S. Mabell's clothes were thrown into the passage this morning, nobody knows by whom. End of Letter 48.
Letter 49 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 49. Mr. Lovelace To John Belford, Esquire. Friday, June 30. I am ruined, undone, blown up, destroyed, and worse than annihilated, that's certain. But was not the news shocking enough, dost thou think, without thy throwing into the too weighty scale reproaches which thou couldst have had no opportunity to make but for my own voluntary communications? At a time, too, when, as it falls out, I have another very sensible disappointment to struggle with. I imagine, if there be such a thing as future punishment, it must be none of the smallest mortifications that a new devil shall be punished by a worse old one, and take that, to have the old satyr cry to the screaming sufferer, laying on with a cat o' nine tails, with a star of burning brass at the end of each. And for what? For what? Why, if the truth may be fairly told, for not being so bad a devil as myself. Thou art surely casuist good enough to know what I have insisted upon heretofore. See Vol. 4, Letter 17, that the sin of seducing a credulous and easy girl is as great as that of bringing to your lure an incredulous and watchful one. However ungenerous an appearance what I am going to say may have from my pen, let me tell thee, that if such a woman as Miss Harlowe chose to enter into the matrimonial state, I am resolved to disappoint thee in thy meditated triumph over my rage and despair, and, according to the old patriarchal system, to go on contributing to get sons and daughters, with no other view than to bring them up piously, and to be good and useful members of the commonwealth. What a devil had she to do to let her fancy run a gadding after a rake, one whom she knew to be a rake? Oh, but truly she hoped to have the merit of reclaiming him. She had formed pretty notions how charming it would look to have a penitent of her own making dangling at her side at church through an applauding neighbourhood, and as their family increased, marching with her thither at the head of their boys and girls processionally, as it were, boasting of the fruits of their honest desires, as my good Lord Bishop has it in his license. And then, what a comely sight, all kneeling down together in one pew, according to eldership, as we have seen in effigy, a whole family upon some old monument, where the honest chevalier in armour is presented kneeling, with uplifted hands, and half a dozen jolter-headed, crop-eared boys behind him, ranged gradatim, or step-fashion, according to age and size, all in the same posture, facing his pious dame with a ruff about her neck, and as many whey-faced girls, all kneeling behind her, an altar between them, and an open book upon it. Over their heads semi-luminary rays darting from gilded clouds, surrounding an achievement motto, In caelo salus, or quies, perhaps, if they have happened to live the usual married life of brawl and contradiction. It is certainly as much my misfortune to have fallen in with Miss Clarissa Harlowe, were I to have valued my reputation or ease, as it is that of Miss Harlowe to have been acquainted with me. And, after all, what have I done more than prosecute the maxim by which thou and I and every rake are governed, and which, before I knew this lady, we have pursued from pretty girl to pretty girl, as fast as we have set one down, taking another up, just as the fellows do with their flying coaches and flying horses at a country fair, with a "Who rides next? Who rides next?" But here in the present case, to carry on the volant metaphor, for I must either be merry or mad, is a pretty little miss, just come out of her hanging sleeve coat, brought to buy a pretty little fairing, for the world, Jack, is but a great fair, thou knowest, and to give thee serious reflection for serious, all its joys but tinselled hobby-horses, gilt gingerbread, squeaking trumpets, painted drums, and so forth. Now behold this pretty little miss skimming from booth to booth in a very pretty manner. One pretty little fellow called Wyerley perhaps, another jiggetting rascal called Byron, a third simpering varlet of the name of Sims, and a more hideous villain than any of the rest, with a long bag under his arm, and parchment settlements tagged to his heels, yelped Soames, pursue her from raree show to raree show, shouldering upon one another at every turn, stopping when she stops, and set a spinning again when she moves, and thus dangled after, but still in the eye of her watchful guardians, traverses the pretty little miss through the whole fair, equally delighted and delighting, till at last, taken with the invitation of the laced hat orator, and seeing several pretty little bib-wearers stuck together in the flying coaches, cutting safely the yielding air, in the one go up, the other go down, picture of the world vehicle, and all with as little fear as wit, is tempted to ride next. In then suppose she slyly pops, when none of her friends are near her, and if, after 2 or 3 ups and downs, her pretty head turns giddy, and she throws herself out of the coach when at its elevation, and so dashes out her pretty little brains, who can help it? And would you hang the poor fellow, whose professed trade it was to set the pretty little creature a-flying? 'Tis true, this pretty little miss, being a very pretty little miss, being a very much admired little miss, being a very good little miss, who always minded her book, and had passed through her sampler doctrine with high applause, had even stitched out, in gaudy propriety of colours, an Abraham offering up Isaac, a Samson and the Philistines, and flowers, and knots, and trees, and the sun, and the moon, and the 7 stars, all hung up in frames with glasses before them, for the admiration of her future grandchildren, who likewise was entitled to a very pretty little estate, who was descended from a pretty little family, upwards of 100 years' gentility, which lived in a very pretty little manner, respected a very little on their own accounts, a great deal on hers. For such a pretty little miss as this to come to so great a misfortune must be a very sad thing. But tell me, would not the losing of any ordinary child, of any other less considerable family, or less shining or amiable qualities, have been as great and heavy a loss to that family as the losing this pretty little miss could be to hers. To descend to a very low instance, and that only as to personality, hast thou any doubt that thy strong-muscled, bony face was as much admired by thy mother as if it had been the face of a Lovelace, or any other handsome fellow? And had thy picture been drawn, would she have forgiven the painter, had he not expressed so exactly thy lineaments, as that every one should have discerned the likeness? The handsome likeness is all that is wished for. Ugliness made familiar to us, with the partiality natural to fond parents, will be beauty all the world over. Do thou apply. But, alas, Jack, all this is but a copy of my countenance, drawn to evade thy malice. Though it answer thy unfriendly purpose to own it, I cannot forbear to own it, that I am stung to the very soul with this unhappy accident, must I call it? Have I nobody whose throat, either for carelessness or treachery, I ought to cut, in order to pacify my vengeance? When I reflect upon my last iniquitous intention, the first outrage so nobly resented, as well as, so far as she was able, so nobly resisted, I cannot but conclude that I was under the power of fascination from these accursed Circes, who, pretending to know their own sex, would have it that there is in every woman a yielding or a weak resisting moment to be met with, and that yet, and yet, and yet, I had not tried enough, but that, if neither love nor terror should enable me to hit that lucky moment, when, by help of their cursed arts, she was once overcome, she would be for ever overcome. Appealing to all my experience, to all my knowledge of the sex, for justification of their assertion. My appeal to experience, I own, was but too favourable to their argument. For dost thou think I could have held my purpose against such an angel as this, had I ever before met with a woman so much in earnest to defend her honour against the unwearied artifices and perseverance of the man she loved? Why then were there not more examples of a virtue so immovable, or why was this singular one to fall to my lot, except indeed to double my guilt, and at the same time to convince all that should hear her story that there are angels as well as devils in the flesh? So much for confession, and for the sake of humouring my conscience, with a view likewise to disarm thy malice by acknowledgment, since no one shall say worse of me than I will of myself on this occasion. One thing I will nevertheless add, to show the sincerity of my contrition. 'Tis this, that if thou canst by any means find her out within these 3 days, or any time before she has discovered the stories relating to Captain Tomlinson and her uncle to be what they are, and if thou canst prevail upon her to consent, I will actually, in thy presence and his, he to represent her uncle, marry her. I am still in hopes it may be so. She cannot be long concealed. I have already set all engines at work to find her out. And if I do, what indifferent persons, and no one of her friends, as thou observest, will look upon her, will care to embroil themselves with a man of my figure, fortune, and resolution? Show her this part then, or any other part of this letter, at thy own discretion, if thou canst find her. For after all, methinks I would be glad that this affair, which is bad enough in itself, should go off without worse personal consequences to any body else. And yet it runs in my mind, I know not why, that sooner or later it will draw a few drops of blood after it, except she and I can make it up between ourselves. And this may be another reason why she should not carry her resentment too far, Not that such an affair would give me much concern neither, were I to choose any man of men, for I heartily hate all her family but herself, and ever shall. Let me add, that the lady's plot to escape appears to me no extraordinary one. There was much more luck than probability that it should do; since, to make it succeed, it was necessary that Dorcas and Will, and Sinclair and her nymphs, should be all deceived or off their guard. It belongs to me, when I see them, to give them my hearty thanks that they were, and that their selfish care to provide for their own future security should induce them to leave their outward door upon their bolt-latch, and be cursed to them. Mabell deserves a pitch-suit and a bonfire rather than the lustring; and as her clothes are returned, let the ladies be put to her others, to be sent to her when it can be told whither. But not till I give the word neither, for we must get the dear fugitive back again, if possible. I suppose that my stupid villain, who knew not such a goddess-shaped lady with a mien so noble from the awkward and bent-shouldered Mabell, has been at Hampstead to see after her; and yet I hardly think she would go thither. He ought to go through every street where bills for lodgings are up, to inquire after a new comer. The houses of such as deal in women's matters, and tea, coffee, and such like, are those to be inquired at for her. If some tidings be not quickly heard of her, I would not have either Dorcas, Will, or Mabell appear in my sight, whatever their superiors think fit to do. This, though written in character, is a very long letter, considering it is not a narrative one, or a journal of proceedings, like most of my former; for such will unavoidably and naturally, as I may say, run into length. But I have so used myself to write a great deal of late, that I know not how to help it; yet I must add to its length, in order to explain myself on a hint I gave at the beginning of it, which was, that I have another disappointment, besides this of Miss Harlowe's escape, to bemoan. And what dost thou think it is? Why, the old peer, pox of his tough constitution, for that malady would have helped him on, has made shift by fire and brimstone, and the devil knows what, to force the gout to quit the counterscarp of his stomach, just as it had collected all its strength in order to storm the citadel of his heart. In short, they have, by the mere force of stink‐pots, hand‐grenades, and pop‐guns, driven the slow‐working pioneer quite out of the trunk into the extremities, and there it lies nibbling and gnawing upon his great toe, when I had a fair end of the distemper and the distempered. But I, who could write to thee of laudanum and the wet cloth formerly, yet let £8,000 a year slip through my fingers, when I had entered upon it more than in imagination, for I had begun to ask the stewards questions, and to hear them talk of fines and renewals, and such sort of stuff, deserved to be mortified. Thou canst not imagine how differently the servants, and even my cousins, look upon me since yesterday to what they did before. Neither the one nor the other bow or curtsy half so low, nor am I a quarter so often his honour and your honour, as I was within these few hours with the former; and as to the latter, 'tis cousin Bobby again, with the usual familiarity, instead of Sir, and if you please, Mr. Lovelace. And now they have the insolence to congratulate me on the recovery of the best of uncles, while I am forced to seem as much delighted as they, when, would it do me good, I could sit down and cry my eyes out. I had bespoke my mourning in imagination after the example of a certain foreign minister, who before the death or even last illness of Charles II, as honest White Kennet tells us, had half exhausted Blackwell Hall of its sables, an indication, as the historian would insinuate, that the monarch was to be poisoned, and the ambassador in the secret. And yet, fool that I was, I could not take the hint. What the devil does a man read history for, if he cannot profit by the examples he find in it? But thus, Jack, is an observation of the old peers verified, that one misfortune seldom comes alone, and so concludes thy doubly mortified Lovelace. End of Letter 49.
Letter 50 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 50. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday night, June 28th. Oh, my dearest Miss Howe! Once more I have escaped. But alas! I, my best self, have not escaped. Oh, your poor Clarissa Harlowe! You also will hate me, I fear. Yet you won't, when you know all. But no more of myself, my lost self. You that can rise in the morning to be blessed, and to bless, and go to rest delighted with your own reflections, and in your unbroken, unstarting slumbers, conversing with saints and angels, the former only more pure than yourself, as they have shaken off the encumbrance of body, you shall be my subject, as you have long, long been my only pleasure. And let me, at awful distance, revere my beloved Anna Howe, and in her reflect upon what her Clarissa Harlowe once was. Forgive, oh, forgive my rambling. My peace is destroyed, my intellects are touched, and what flighty nonsense must you read, if you now will vouchsafe to correspond with me, as formerly? Oh, my best, my dearest, my only friend, what a tale have I to unfold! But still upon self, this vile, this hated self, I will shake it off, if possible. And why should I not, since I think, except one wretch, I hate nothing so much? Self, then, be banished from self one moment, for I doubt it will be for no longer, to inquire after a dearer object, my beloved Anna Howe, whose mind, all rubbed in spotless white, charms and irradiates. But what would I say? And how, my dearest friend, after this rhapsody, which one reperusal, I would not let go, but to show you what a distracted mind dictates to my trembling pen. How do you? You have been very ill, it seems. That you have recovered, my dear, let me hear. That your mother is well, pray let me hear, and hear quickly. This comfort surely is owing to me. For if life is no worse than chequer-work, I must now have a little white to come, having seen nothing but black, all uncheckered dismal black, for a great, great while. And what is all this wild incoherence for? Is it only to beg to know how you have been, and how you do now, by a line directed for Mrs. Rachel Clark, at Mr. Smith's, a glove-shop in King Street, Covent Garden, which, although my abode is secret to everybody else, will reach the hands of— Your unhappy, but that's not enough. Your miserable Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 50.
Letter 51 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 51. Mrs. Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. superscribed as directed in the preceding. Friday, June 30. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, you will wonder to receive a letter from me. I am sorry for the great distress you seem to be in, such a hopeful young lady as you were. But see what comes of disobedience to parents. For my part, although I pity you, yet I much more pity your poor father and mother. Such education as they gave you, such improvement as you made, and such delight as they took in you, and all come to this. But pray, miss, don't make my Nancy guilty of your fault, which is that of disobedience. I have charged her over and over not to correspond with one who had made such a giddy step. It is not to her reputation, I am sure. You know that I so charged her, yet you go on corresponding together, to my very great vexation, for she has been very perverse upon it more than once. Evil communication, miss, you know the rest. Here people cannot be unhappy by themselves, but they must invoke their friends and acquaintance, whose discretion has kept them clear of their errors, into near as much unhappiness as if they had run into the like of their own heads. Thus my poor daughter is always in tears and grief, and she has postponed her own felicity truly, because you are unhappy. If people who seek their own ruin could be the only sufferers by their headstrong doings, it were something. But, oh, miss, what have you to answer for, who have made as many grieved hearts as have known you? The whole sex is indeed wounded by you. For who but Miss Clarissa Harlowe was proposed by every father and mother for a pattern for their daughters? I write a long letter, where I propose to say but a few words, and those to forbid your writing to my Nancy, and this as well because of the false step you have made, as because it will grieve her poor heart, and do you no good. If you love her, therefore, write not to her. Your sad letter came into my hands, Nancy being abroad, and I shall not show it her, for there would be no comfort for her if she saw it, nor for me, whose delight she is, as you once was to your parents. But you seem to be sensible enough of your errors now. So are all giddy girls when it is too late, and what a crestfallen figure then do the consequences of their self-willed obstinacy and headstrongness compel them to make. I may say too much, only as I think it proper to bear that testimony against your rashness which it behoves every careful parent to bear, and none more than your compassionating, well-wishing Annabella Howe. I send this by a special messenger, who has business only so far as Barnet, because you shall have no need to write again, knowing how you love writing, and knowing likewise that misfortune makes people plaintive. End of Letter 51.
Letter 52 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 52. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Mrs. Howe, Saturday, July 1st. Permit me, madam, to trouble you with a few lines, were it only to thank you for your reproofs, which have nevertheless drawn fresh streams of blood from a bleeding heart. My story is a dismal story. It has circumstances in it that would engage pity, and possibly a judgment not altogether unfavourable, were those circumstances known. But it is my business, and shall be all my business, to repent for my failings, and not endeavour to extenuate them. Nor will I seek to distress your worthy mind. If I cannot suffer alone, I will make as few parties as I can in my sufferings. And, indeed, I took up my pen with this resolution when I wrote the letter which has fallen into your hands. It was only to know, and that for a very particular reason, as well as for affection unbounded, if my dear Miss Howe, from whom I had not heard for a long time, were ill, as I had been told she was, and if so, how she now does. But my injuries being recent, and my distresses having been exceedingly great, self would crowd into my letter. When distressed, the human mind is apt to turn itself to every one, in whom it imagined or wished an interest, for pity and consolation. or, to express myself better, and more concisely, in your own words, misfortune makes people plaintive. And to whom, if not to a friend, can the afflicted complain? Miss Howe being abroad when my letter came, I flatter myself that she is recovered. But it would be some satisfaction to me to be informed if she has been ill. Another line from your hand would be too great a favour, but if you will be pleased to direct any servant to answer yes or no to that question, I will not be farther troublesome. Nevertheless, I must declare that my Miss Howe's friendship was all the comfort I had, or expected to have in this world, and the line from her would have been a cordial to my fainting heart. Judge then, dearest Madam, how reluctantly I must obey your prohibition, but yet I will endeavour to obey it, although I should have hoped, as well from the tenor of all that has passed between Miss Howe and me, as from her established virtue, that she could not be tainted by evil communication, had one or two letters been permitted. This, however, I ask not for, since I think I have nothing to do but to beg of God, who, I hope, has not yet withdrawn his grace from me, although he has pleaded to let loose his justice upon my faults, to give me a truly broken spirit, if it be not already broken enough, and then to take his mercy. The unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. 2 favours, good Madam, I have to beg of you. The first, that you will not let any of my relations know that you have heard from me. The other, that no living creature be apprized where I am to be heard of, or directed to. This is a point that concerns me more than I can express. In short, my preservation from further evils may depend upon it. End of Letter 52. Letter 53 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 53. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Hannah Burton, Thursday, June 29th. My good Hannah, strange things have happened to me, since you were dismissed my service, so sorely against my will, and your pet fellow-servant set over me. But that must be all forgotten now. How do you, my Hannah? Are you recovered of your illness? If you are, do you choose to come and be with me, or can you conveniently? I am a very unhappy creature, and, being among all strangers, should be very glad to have you with me, of whose fidelity and love I have had so many acceptable instances. Living or dying, I will endeavour to make it worth your while, my Hannah. If you are recovered, as I hope, and if you have a good place, it may be they would bear with your absence, and suffer somebody in your room for a month or so, and, by that time, I hope to be provided for, and you may then return to your place. Don't let any of my friends know of this my desire, whether you can come or not. I am at Mr. Smith, a hosier's and glove shop, in King Street, Covent Garden. You must direct to me by the name of Rachel Clark. Do, my good Hannah, come if you can to your poor young mistress, who always valued you, and always will whether you come or not. I send this to your mother at St. Albans, not knowing where to direct to you. Return me a line, that I may know what to depend upon, and I shall see you have not forgotten the pretty hand you were taught, in happy days, by your true friend Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 53.
Letter 54 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 54. Hannah Burton, in answer. Monday, July 3rd. Honoured Madam, I have not forgot to write, and will never forget anything you, my dear young lady, was so good as to learn me. I am very sorrowful for your misfortunes, my dearest young lady, so sorrowful, I do not know what to do. Glad at heart would I be to be able to come to you. but indeed I have not been able to stir out of my room here at my mother's, ever since I was forced to leave my place with the rheumatiz, which has made me quite and clean helpless. I will pray for you night and day, my dearest, my kindest, my goodest lady, who have been so badly used, and I am very sorry I cannot come to do you love and service, which will ever be in the heart of me to do, if it was in my power, who am your most dutiful servant to command, Hannah Burton. End of letter 54.
Letter 55 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 55. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs. Judith Norton, Thursday, June 29th. My dear Mrs. Norton, I address myself to you after a very long silence, which, however, was not owing either to want of love or duty, principally to desire you to satisfy me in 2 or 3 points, which it behoves me to know. My father, and all the family, I am informed, are to be at my uncle Harlowe's this day, as usual. Pray acquaint me if they have been there, and if they were cheerful on the anniversary occasion, and also, if you have heard of any journey, or intended journey, of my brother, in company with Captain Singleton and Mr. Solmes. Strange things have happened to me, my dear, worthy, and maternal friend, very strange things. Mr. Lovelace has proved a very barbarous and ungrateful man to me. But God be praised, I have escaped from him. Being among absolute strangers, though I think worthy folks, I have written to Hannah Burton to come and be with me. If the good creature fall in your way, pray encourage her to come to me. I always intended to have her, she knows, but hope to be in happier circumstances. Say nothing to any of my friends that you have heard from me. Pray, do you think my father would be prevailed upon, if I were to supplicate him a letter, to take off the heavy curse he laid upon me at my going from Harlowe Place? I can expect no other favour from him, but that being literally fulfilled as to my prospects in this life, I hope it will be thought to have operated fair enough. And my heart is so weak, it is very weak, but for my father's own sake, what should I say? Indeed, I hardly know I ought to express myself on this sad subject, but it will give ease to my mind to be released from it. I am afraid my poor, as I used to call the good creatures to whose necessities I was wont to administer by your faithful hands, have missed me of late. But now, alas, I am poor myself. It is not the least aggravation of my fault, nor of my regrets, that with such inclinations as God have given me, I have put it out of my power to do the good I once pleased myself to think I was born to do. It is a sad thing, my dearest Mrs. Norton, to render useless to ourselves and the world, by our own rashness, the talents which Providence has entrusted us for the service of both. But these reflections are now too late, and perhaps I ought to have kept them to myself. Let me, however, hope that you love me still. Pray, let me hope that you do. And then, notwithstanding my misfortunes, which have made me seem ungrateful to the kind and truly maternal pains you have taken with me from my cradle, I shall have the happiness to think that there is one worthy person who hates not the unfortunate Clarissa Harlowe. Pray remember me to my foster brother. I hope he continues dutiful and good to you. Be pleased to direct for Rachel Clark, at Mr. Smith's, in King Street, Covent Garden, but keep the direction an absolute secret. End of letter 55.
Letter 56 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 56. Mrs. Norton, in answer, Saturday, July 1st. Your letter, my dearest young lady, cuts me to the heart. Why will you not let me know all your distresses? Yet you have said enough. My son is very good to me. A few hours ago he was taken with a feverish disorder, but I hope it will go off happily, if his ardour for business will give him the recess from it, which his good master is willing to allow him. He presents his duty to you, and shed tears at hearing your sad letter read. You have been misinformed as to your family's being at your uncle Harlowe's. They did not intend to be there, nor was the day kept at all. Indeed, they have not stirred out, but to church, and that but 3 times, ever since the day you went away. Unhappy day for them, and for all who know you. To me, I am sure, most particularly so. My heart now bleeds more and more for you. I have not heard a syllable of such a journey as you mentioned of your brother, Captain Singleton, and Mr. Solmes. There has been some talk indeed of your brother's setting out for his northern estates, but I have not heard of it lately. I am afraid no letter will be received from you. It grieves me to tell you so, my dearest young lady. No evil can have happened to you, which they do not expect to hear of, so great is their antipathy to the wicked man, and so bad is his character. I cannot but think hardly of their unforgiveness, but there is no judging for others by one's self. Nevertheless, I will add, that if you had had as gentle spirits as mine, these evils had never happened either to them or to you. I knew your virtue, and your love of virtue, from your very cradle, and I doubted not but that, with God's grace, would always be your guard. But you could never be driven, nor was there occasion to drive you. So generous, so noble, so discreet. But how does my love of your amiable qualities increase my affliction, as these recollections must do yours. You are escaped, my dearest miss, happily, I hope, that is to say, with your honour, else how great must be your distress. Yet from your letter I dread the worst. I am very seldom at Harlowe Place. The house is not the house it used to be since you went from it. Then they are so relentless, and as I cannot say harsh things of the beloved child of my heart as well as bosom, they do not take it amiss that I stay away. Your Hannah left her place ill some time ago, and as she is still at her mother's at St. Albans, I am afraid she continues ill. If so, as you are among strangers, and I cannot encourage you at present to come into these parts, I shall think it my duty to attend you, let it be taken as it will, as soon as my Tommy's indisposition will permit, which I hope will be soon. I have a little money by me. You say you are poor yourself. How grievous are those words from one entitled and accustomed to affluence! Will you be so good to command it, my beloved young lady? It is most of it your own bounty to me, and I should take a pride to restore it to its original owner. Your poor bless you, and pray for you continually. I have so managed your last benevolence, and they have been so healthy, and have had such constant employ, that it has held out, and will hold out till the happier times return, which I continually pray for. Let me beg of you, my dearest young lady, to take to yourself all those aids which good persons like you draw from religion in support of their calamities. Let your sufferings be what they will. I am sure you have been innocent in your intention, so do not despond. None are made to suffer above what they can, and therefore ought to bear. We know not the methods of Providence, nor what wise ends it may have to serve in its seemingly severe dispensations to its poor creatures. Few persons have greater reason to say this than myself, and since we are apt in calamities to draw more comfort from example than precept, you will permit me to remind you of my own lot, for who has had a greater share of afflictions than myself? To say nothing of the loss of an excellent mother, at a time of life when motherly care is most wanted, the death of a dear father, who was an ornament to his cloth, and who had qualified me to be his scribe and amanuensis, just as he came within view of a preferment which would have made his family easy, threw me friendless into the wide world, threw me upon a very careless and which was much worse, a very unkind husband. Poor man! But he was spared long enough, thank God, in a tedious illness, to repent of his neglected opportunities and his light principles, which I have always thought of with pleasure. Although I was left the more destitute for his chargeable illness, and ready to be brought to bed when he died, of my Tommy. But this very circumstance, which I thought the unhappiest that I could have been left in, so short-sighted is human prudence, became the happy means of recommending me to your mother, who, in regard to my character, and in compassion to my very destitute circumstances, permitted me, as I made a conscience of not parting with my poor boy, to nurse both you and him, born within a few days of each other, and I have never since wanted any of the humble blessings which God has made me contented with. Nor have I known what a very great grief was, from the day of my poor husband's death, till the day that your parents told me how much they were determined that you should have Mr. Solmes, when I was apprized not only of your aversion to him, but how unworthy he was of you. For then I began to dread the consequences of forcing so generous a spirit. Until then, I never feared Mr. Lovelace, attracting as was his person, and specious his manners and address. For I was sure you would never have him, if he gave you not good reason to be convinced of his reformation, nor till your friends were as well satisfied in it as yourself. But that unhappy misunderstanding between your brother and Mr. Lovelace, and their joining so violently to force you upon Mr. Solmes, did all that mischief, which has cost you and them so dear, and poor me all my peace. Oh, what has not this ungrateful, this double guilty man to answer for? Nevertheless, you know not what God has in store for you yet, but if you are to be punished all your days here, for example's sake, in a case of such importance, for your one false step, be pleased to consider that this life is but a state of probation, and if you have your purification in it, you will be the more happy. Nor doubt I that you will have the higher reward hereafter for submitting to the will of Providence here with patience and resignation. You see, my dearest Miss Clary, that I make no scruple to call the step you took a false one. In you it was less excusable than it would have been in any other young lady, not only because of your superior talents, but because of the opposition between your character and his. So that, if you had been provoked to quit your father's house, it need not to have been with him, nor needed I, indeed, but as an instance of my impartial love, to have written this to you. Mrs. Norton, having only the family representation and invectives to form her judgment upon, knew not that Clarissa had determined against going off with Mr. Lovelace, nor how solicitous she had been to procure for herself any other protection than his, when she apprehended that, if she stayed, she had no way to avoid being married to Mr. Solmes. After this, it will have an unkind, and perhaps at this time an unseasonable appearance, to express my concern that you have not before favoured me with a line. Yet, if you can account to yourself for your silence, I dare say I ought to be satisfied, for I am sure you love me, as I both love and honour you, and ever will, and the more for your misfortunes. One consolation methinks I have, even when I am sorrowing for your calamities, and that is, that I know not any young person so qualified to shine the brighter for the trials she may be exercised with, and yet it is a consolation that ends in adding to my regrets for your afflictions, because you are blessed with a mind so well able to bear prosperity, and to make everybody round you the better for it. But I will forbear till I know more. Ruminating on everything your melancholy letter suggests, and apprehending, from the gentleness of your mind, the amiableness of your person, and your youth, the farther misfortunes and inconveniences to which you may possibly be subjected, I cannot conclude without asking for your leave to attend you, and that in a very earnest manner, and I beg of you not to deny me, on any consideration relating to myself, or even to the indisposition of my other beloved child, if I can be either of use or of comfort to you. Were it, my dearest young lady, but for 2 or 3 days, permit me to attend you. Although my son's illness should increase, and compel me to come down again at the end of those 2 or 3 days. I repeat my request. Likewise, that you will command from me the little sum remaining in the hands of your bounty to your poor, as well as that dispensed to your ever affectionate and faithful servant, Judith Norton. End of letter 56.
Letter 57 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 57. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Lady Betty Lawrance, Thursday, June 29th. Madam, I hope you'll excuse the freedom of this address from one who has not the honour to be personally known to you, although you must have heard much of Clarissa Harlowe. It is only to beg the favour of a line from your ladyship's hand, by the next post, if convenient, in answer to the following questions. 1. Whether you wrote a letter, dated, as I have memorandum, Wednesday, June 7, congratulating your nephew Lovelace on his supposed nuptials, as reported to you by Mr. Spurrier, your ladyship's steward, as from the Captain Tomlinson, and in it reproaching Mr. Lovelace, as guilty of slight, and co., in not having acquainted your ladyship and the family with his marriage. 2. Whether your ladyship wrote to Miss Montague to meet you at Reading, in order to attend you to your cousin's lessons, in Albemarle's Street, on your being obliged to be in town on your old Chancery affair, remember are the words. And whether you spoke your nephew's attendance there on Sunday night, the 11th. 3. Whether your ladyship and Miss Montague did come to town at that time, and whether you went to Hampstead on Monday in a hired coach and 4, your own being repairing, and took from thence to town with the young creature whom you visited there. Your ladyship will probably guess that the questions are not asked for reason favourable to your nephew Lovelace. But be the answer what it will, it can do him no hurt nor me any good, only that I think I owe it to my former hopes, however deceived in them, and even to charity, that a person, of whom I was most willing to think better, should not prove so egregiously abandoned, as to be wanting in every instance to that veracity which is indispensable in the character of a gentleman. Be pleased, madam, to direct to me, keeping the direction a secret for the present, to be left at the Belle Savage, in Ludgate Hill, till called for. I am your ladyship's most humble servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of letter 57.
Letter 58 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 58. Lady Betty Lawrance, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, July 1st. Dear Madam, I find that all is not as it should be between you and my nephew Lovelace. It will very much afflict me and all his friends, if he has been guilty of any designed baseness to a lady of your character and merit. We have been long in expectation of an opportunity to congratulate you and ourselves upon an event most earnestly wished for by us all, since our hopes of him are built upon the power you have over him. For if ever man adored a woman, he is that man, and you, madam, are that woman. Miss Montague, in her last letter to me, in answer to one of mine, inquiring if she knew from him whether he could call you his, or was likely soon to have that honour, has these words: I know not what to make of my cousin Lovelace, as to the point your ladyship is so earnest about. He sometimes says he is actually married to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, at other times that it is her own fault if he be not. He speaks of her not only with love, but with reverence, yet owns that there is a misunderstanding between them, but confesses that she is wholly faultless, an angel, and not a woman he says she is, and that no man living can be worthy of her. This is what my niece Montague writes. God grant, my dearest young lady, that he may not have so heinously offended you that you cannot forgive him. If you are not already married, and refuse to be his, I shall lose all hopes that he ever will marry, or be the man I wish him to be. So will Lord M. So will Lady Sarah Sadleir. I will now answer your questions, but indeed I hardly know what to write, for fear of widening still more the unhappy difference between you. But yet such a young lady must command everything from me. This is then my answer. I wrote not any letter to him on or about the 7th of June. Neither I nor my steward know any such man as Captain Tomlinson. I wrote not to my niece to meet me at Reading, nor to accompany me to my cousin Leeson's in town. My Chancery affair, though, like most Chancery affairs, it be of long standing, is nevertheless now in so good a way that it cannot give me occasion to go to town. Nor have I been in town these 6 months, nor at Hampstead for years. Neither shall I have any temptation to go to town, except to pay my congratulatory compliments to Mrs. Lovelace, on which occasion I should go with the greatest pleasure, and should hope for the favour of your accompanying me to Glenham Hall for a month at least. Be what will the reason of your inquiry, let me entreat you, my dear young lady, for Lord M.'s sake, for my sake, for this giddy man's sake, soul as well as body, and for all our family's sakes, not to suffer this answer to widen differences so far as to make you refuse him. If he already has not the honour of calling you his, as I am apprehensive he has not, by your signing by your family name. And here let me offer to you my meditation to compose the difference between you, be it what it will. Your cause, my dear young lady, cannot be put into the hands of anybody living more devoted to your service than into those of your sincere admirer and humble servant, Elizabeth Lawrence. End of letter 58.
Letter 59 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 59. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Mrs. Hodges Enfield, June 22nd. Mrs. Hodges, I am under a kind of necessity to write to you, having no one among my relations to whom I dare write, or hope a line from if I did. It is but to answer a question. It is this, whether you know any such man as Captain Tomlinson? And, if you do, whether he be very intimate with my uncle Harlowe? I will describe his person lest, possibly, he should go by another name among you, although I know not why he should. He is a thin, tallish man, a little pock-fretten, of a sallowish complexion, 50 years of age, or more. A good aspect when he looks up. He seems to be a serious man, and one who knows the world. He stops a little in the shoulders, is of Berkshire, his wife of Oxfordshire, and has several children. He removed lately into your parts from Northamptonshire. I must desire you, Mrs. Hodges, that you will not let my uncle, nor any of my relations, know that I write to you. You used to say that you would be glad to have it in your power to serve me. That indeed was in my prosperity. But I dare say you will not refuse me in a particular that will oblige me, without hurting yourself. I understand that my father, mother, and sister, and I presume my brother, and my uncle Antony, are to be at my uncle Harlowe's this day. God preserve them all, and may they rejoice in many happy birthdays. You will write 6 words to me concerning their health. Direct, for a particular reason, to Mrs. Dorothy Salcombe, to be left till called for at the Four Swans Inn, Bishopgate Street. You know my handwriting well enough, were not the contents of the letter sufficient to excuse my name, or any other subscription, than that of Your friend. End of letter 59.
Letter 60 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 60. Mrs. Hodges, in answer, Saturday, July the 2nd. Madam, I return you an answer, as you made me do. Master is acquainted with no such man. I am sure no such ever came to our house, and master stirs very little out. He has no heart to stir out, for why? Your obstinacy makes 'em not care to see one another. Master's birthday never was kept so before, for not a soul here, and nothing but seeking and sorrowing from master, to think how it used to be. I asked master if so be he knowed such a man as Captain Tomlinson, but said not wherefore I asked. He said no, not he. Sure this is no tricks, no forgery brewing against master by one Tomlinson. One knows not what company you may have been forced to keep since you went away. You know, madam, but London is pestilent place, and that Squire Lovelace is a devil, for all he is such a like gentleman to look to, as I have heard everybody say, and think as how you have found by this. I trust, madam, you would not let master come to harm, if you knowed it, by anybody who may pretend to be acquainted with him. But for fair, I queried with myself if I should not tell him, but I was willing to show you that I would pleasure in you adversity, if adversity be your lot, as well as prosperity, for I am none of those that would do otherwise. So no more from your humble servant to wish you well, Sarah Hodges. End of letter 60.
Letter 61 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 61. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Lady Betty Lawrance, Monday, July 3rd. Madam, I cannot excuse myself from giving your ladyship this one trouble more, to thank you as I most heartily do for your kind letter. I must own to you, madam, that the honour of being related to ladies as eminent for their virtue as for their descent was at first no small inducement with me to lend an ear to Mr. Lovelace's address; and the rather, as I was determined, had it come to effect, to do every thing in my power to deserve your favourable opinion. I had another motive, which I knew would of itself give me merit with your whole family, a presumptuous one, a punishably presumptuous one, as it has proved, in the hope that I might be an humble mean in the hand of Providence to reclaim a man, who has, as I thought, good sense enough to acknowledge the intended obligation, whether the generous hope were to succeed or not. But I have been most egregiously mistaken in Mr. Lovelace, the only man, I persuade myself, pretending to be a gentleman, in whom I could have been so much mistaken. For while I was endeavouring to save a drowning wretch, I have been, not accidentally, but premeditatedly, and of a set purpose, drawn in after him. And he has had the glory to add to the list of those he has ruined, a name, that, I will be bold to say, would not have disparaged his own. And this, madam, by means that would shock humanity to be made acquainted with. My whole end is served by your ladyship's answer to the questions I took the liberty to put to you in writing. Nor have I a wish to make the unhappy man more odious to you than is necessary to excuse myself for absolutely declining your offered mediation. When your ladyship shall be informed of the following particulars: that after he had compulsorily, as I may say, tricked me into the act of going off with him, he could carry me to one of the vilest houses as it proved in London. that he could be guilty of a wicked attempt, in resentment of which I found means to escape from him to Hampstead. That, after he had found me out there, I know not how, he could procure 2 women, dressed out richly, to personate your ladyship and Miss Montague, who, under pretence of engaging me to make a visit in town to your cousin Leeson, promising to return with me that evening to Hampstead, betrayed me back again to the vile house, where, again made a prisoner, I was first robbed of my senses, and then of my honour. Why should I seek to conceal that disgrace from others which I cannot hide from myself? When your ladyship shall know, that, in the shocking process to this ruin, wilful falsehood, repeated forgeries, particularly of 1 letter from your ladyship, another from Miss Montague, and a 3rd from Lord M., and numberless perjuries, were not the least of his crimes, you will judge that I can have no principles that will make me worthy of an alliance with ladies of yours and your noble sister's character, if I could not from my soul declare that such an alliance can never now take place. I will not offer to clear myself entirely of blame, but, as to him, I have no fault to accuse myself of. My crime was, the corresponding with him at first, when prohibited so to do by those who had a right to my obedience, made still more inexcusable by giving him a clandestine meeting, which put me into the power of his arts. And for this I am content to be punished, thankful that at last I have escaped from him, and have it in my power to reject so wicked a man for my husband, and glad, if I may be a warning, since I cannot be an example, which once, very vain and very conceited as I was, I proposed to myself to be. All the ill I wish him is, that he may reform, and that I may be the last victim to his baseness. Perhaps this desirable wish may be obtained, when he shall see how his wickedness, his unmerited wickedness, to a poor creature made friendless by his cruel art, will end. I conclude with my humble thanks to your ladyship for your favourable opinion of me, and with the assurance that I will be, while life is lent to me, your ladyship's grateful and obliged servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 61. Letter 62 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 62. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Mrs. Norton, Sunday evening, July 2nd. How kindly, my beloved Mrs. Norton, do you soothe the anguish of a bleeding heart! Surely you are mine own mother, and, by some unaccountable mistake, I must have been laid to a family that, having newly found out, or at least suspected, the imposture, cast me from their hearts, with the indignation that such a discovery will warrant. Oh, that I had been indeed your own child, born to partake of your humble fortunes, and heiress only to that content in which you are so happy! Then should I have had a truly gentle spirit to have guided my ductile heart, which force and ungenerous usage sit so ill upon, and nothing of what has happened would have been. But let me take heed that I enlarge not, by impatience, the breach already made in my duty by my rashness, since, had I not erred, my mother, at least, could never have been thought hard-hearted or unforgiving. Am I not then answerable, not only for my own faults, but for the consequences of them, which tend to depreciate and bring disgrace upon a maternal character never before called in question? It is kind, however, in you to endeavour to extenuate the faults of one so greatly sensible of it, and could it be wiped off entirely, it would render me more worthy of the pains you have taken in my education, for it must add to your grief, as it does to my confusion, that, after such promising beginnings, I should have so behaved, as to be a disgrace instead of a credit to you and my other friends. But that I may not make you think me more guilty than I am, give me leave briefly to assure you, that, when my story is known, I shall be to more compassion than blame, even on the score of going away with Mr. Lovelace. As to all that happened afterwards, let me only say, that although I must call myself a lost creature as to this world, yet have I this consolation left me, that I have not suffered, either for want of circumspection, or through carefully credulity or weakness. Not one moment was I off my guard, or unmindful of your early precepts. But, having been enabled to baffle many base contrivances, I was at last ruined by arts at the most inhuman. But had I not been rejected by every friend, this low-hearted man had not dared, nor would have had opportunity, to treat me as he has treated me. More I cannot, at this time, nor need I say, and this I desire you to keep to yourself, lest resentments should be taken up when I am gone, that may spread the evil which I hope will end with me. I have been misinformed, you say, as to my principal relations being at my uncle Harlowe's. The day, you say, was not kept. Nor have my brother or Mr. Solmes. Astonishing! What complicated wickedness has this wretched man to answer for? Were I to tell you, you would hardly believe that there could have been such a heart in man. But one day you may know the whole story. At present I have neither inclination nor words. O my bursting heart! Yet a happy, a wished relief. Were you present, my tears would supply the rest. I resume my pen. And so you fear no letter will be received from me. But don't grieve to tell me so. I expect every thing bad, and such is my distress, that had you not bid me hope for mercy from the throne of mercy, I should have been afraid that my father's dreadful curse would be completed with regard to both worlds. For here, an additional misfortune. In a fit of phrensical heedlessness, I sent a letter to my beloved Miss Howe, without recollecting her private address, and it has fallen into her angry mother's hands, and so that dear friend, perhaps, has anew incurred displeasure on my account. And here too your worthy son is ill. And my poor Hannah, you think, cannot come to me. Oh, my dear Mrs. Norton, can you censure those whose resentment against me Heaven seems to approve of? And will you acquit her whom that condemns? Yet you bid me not despond. I will not, if I can help it. And, indeed, most seasonable consolation has your kind letter afforded me. Yet to God Almighty do I appeal, to avenge my wrongs, and vindicate my inner— But hushed be my stormy passions. Have I not but this moment said that your letter gave me consolation? May those be forgiven who hinder my father from forgiving me. And this, as to them, shall be the harshest thing that shall drop from my pen. But although your son should recover, I charge you, my dear Mrs. Norton, that you do not think of coming to me. I don't know still but your meditation with my mother, although at present your interposition would be so little attended to, may be of use to procure me the revocation of that most dreadful part of my father's curse, which only remains to be fulfilled. The voice of nature must at last be heard in my favour, surely. It will only plead at first to my friends in the still conscious plaintiveness of a young and unhardened beggar, but it will grow more clamorous when I have the courage to be so, and shall demand, perhaps, the paternal protection from farther ruin, and that forgiveness, which those will be little entitled to expect, for their own faults, who shall interpose to have it refused to me, for an accidental, not a premeditated error, and which, but for them, I have never fallen into. But again, impatiency, founded perhaps on self-partiality, that strange misleader, prevails. Let me briefly say, that it is necessary to my present and future hopes that you keep well with my family. And moreover, should you come, I may be traced out by that means by the most abandoned of men. Say not then that you think you ought to come up to me, let it be taken as it will. For my sake let me repeat, were my foster-brother recovered, as I hope he is, you must not come, nor can I want your advice, while I can write, and you can answer me. And write I will as often as I stand in need of your counsel. Then the people I am now with seem to be both honest and humane. And there is in the same house a widow lodger, of low fortunes, but of great merit, almost such another serious and good woman as the dear one to whom I am now writing, who has, as she says, given over all other thoughts of the world, but such as should assist her to leave it happily. How suitable to my own views! There seems to be a comfortable providence in this at least, so that at present there is nothing of exigence, nothing that can require or even excuse your coming, when so many better ends may be answered by your staying where you are. A time may come, when I shall want your last and best assistance, and then, my dear Mrs. Norton, and then I will speak it, and embrace it with all my whole heart, and then will it not be denied me any body. You are very obliging in your offer of money, but although I was forced to leave my clothes behind me, yet I took several things of value with me, which will keep me from present want. You'll say, I have made a miserable hand of it, so indeed I have, and, to look backwards, in a very little while too. But what shall I do, if my father cannot be prevailed upon to recall his malediction? Oh, my dear Mrs. Norton, what a weight must a father's curse have upon a heart so appreciative as mine! Did I think I should ever have a father's curse to depreciate? And yet, only that the temporary part of it is so terribly fulfilled, or I should be earnest for its recall, for my father's sake, as for my own. You must not be angry with me that I wrote not to you before. You are very right and very kind to say you are sure I love you. Indeed I do. And what a generosity, so like yourself, is there in your praise, to attribute to me more than I merit, in order to raise an emulation to me to deserve your praises. You tell me what you expect from me in the calamities I am called upon to bear. May I behave answerably? I can a little account to myself for my silence to you, my kind, my dear maternal friend. How equally sweet and politely do you express yourself on this occasion! I was very desirous, for your sake, as well as for my own, that you should have it to say that we did not correspond. Had they thought we did, every word you could have dropped in my favour would have been rejected, and my mother would have been forbid to see you, or pay any regard to what you should say. Then I had sometimes better and sometimes worse prospect before me. My worse would only have troubled you to know. My better made me frequently hope, that, by the next post, or the next, and so on for weeks, I should have the best news to impart to you that then could happen. Cold as a wretch had made my heart to that best. For how could I think to write to you, with a confession that I was not married, yet lived in the house, for I could not help it, with such a man, who likewise had given it out to several, that we were actually married, although with restrictions that depended on the reconciliation with my friends? And to disguise the truth, or be guilty of falsehood, either direct or equivocal, that was what you had never taught me. But I might have written to you for advice, in my precarious situation, perhaps you will think. But, indeed, my dear Mrs. Norton, I was not lost for want of advice. And this will appear clear to you from what I have already hinted, were I to explain myself no further. For what need had the cruel spoiler to have recourse to unprecedented arts? I will speak out plainer still, but you must not at present report it, to stupefying potions, and to the most brutal and outrageous force, had I been wanting in my duty. A few words more upon this grievous subject. When I reflect upon all that has happened to me, it is apparent that this generally supposed thoughtless seducer has acted by me upon a regular and preconcerted plan of villainy. In order to set all his vile plots in motion, nothing was wanting, from the first, but to prevail upon me, either by force or fraud, to throw myself into his power; and when this was effected, nothing less than the intervention of the paternal authority, which I had not deserved to be exerted in my behalf, could have saved me from the effect of his deep machinations. Opposition from any other quarter would but too probably have precipitated his barbarous and ungrateful violence, and had you yourself been with me, I have reason now to think, that somehow or other you would have suffered in endeavouring to save me. For never was there, as now I see, a plan of wickedness more steadily and uniformly pursued than his has been, against an unhappy creature who merited better of him. But the Almighty has thought fit, according to the general course of his providence, to make the fault bring on its own punishment. But surely not in consequence of my father's dreadful imprecation. That I might be punished here. O my mamma Norton, pray with me, if so, that here it stop. By the very wretch in whom I had placed my wicked confidence. I am sorry, for your sake, to leave off so heavily. Yet the rest must be brief. Let me desire you to be secret in what I have communicated to you, at least till you have my consent to divulge it. God preserve to you your more faultless child. I will hope for his mercy, although I should not obtain that of any earthly person. And I repeat my prohibition. You must not think of coming up to your ever dutiful Clarissa Harlowe. The obliging person who left yours for me this way promised to call to–morrow, to see if I should have anything to return. I would not lose so good an opportunity. End of Letter LXII.
Letter 63 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 63. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Monday night, July 3rd. Oh, the barbarous villainy of this detestable man! And is there a man in the world who could offer violence to so sweet a creature? And are you sure you are now out of his reach? You command me to keep secret the particulars of the vile treatment you have met with, or else upon an unexpected visit, which Miss Harlowe favoured me with, soon after I had received your melancholy letter, I should have been tempted to own I had heard from you, and to have communicated to her such parts of your 2 letters as would have demonstrated your penitence, and your earnestness to obtain the revocation of your father's malediction, as well as his protection from outrages that may still be offered to you. But then your sister would probably have expected a sight of the letters, and even to have been permitted to take them with her to the family. Yet they must one day be acquainted with the sad story, and it is impossible but they must pity you and forgive you when they know your early penitence, and your unprecedented sufferings, and that you have fallen by the brutal force of a barbarous ravisher, and not by the vile arts of a seducing lover. The wicked man gave it out at Lord M.'s, as Miss Harlowe tells me, that he is actually married to you, yet she believes it not, nor had I the heart to let her know the truth. She put it close to me, whether I had not corresponded with you from the time of your going away. I could safely tell her, as I did, that I had not, but I said that I was well informed, that you took extremely to heart your father's imprecation, and that, if you would excuse me, I would say it would be a kind and sisterly part, if she would use her interest to get you discharged from it. Among other severe things, she told me that my partial fondness for you made me very little consider the honour of the rest of the family. But if I had not heard this from you, she supposed I was set on by Miss Howe. She expressed herself with a good deal of bitterness against that young lady, who it seems everywhere and to everybody, for you must think that your story is the subject of all conversations, rails against your family, treating them, as your sister says, with contempt and even with ridicule. I am sorry such angry freedoms are taken, for 2 reasons. First, because such liberties never do any good. I have heard you own that Miss Howe has a satirical vein, but I should hope that a young lady of her sense and right cast of mind must know that the end of satire is not to exasperate, but amend, and should never be personal. If it be, as my good father used to say, it may make an impartial person suspect that the satirist has a natural spleen to gratify, which may be as great a fault in him as any of those which he pretends to censure and expose in others. Perhaps a hint of this from you will not be thrown away. My second reason is, that these freedoms from so warm a friend to you as Miss Howe is known to be, are most likely to be charged to your account. My resentments are so strong against this vilest of men, that I dare not touch upon the shocking particulars which you mention of his baseness. What defence, indeed, could there be against so determined a wretch, after you was in his power? I will only repeat my earnest supplication to you, that black as appearances are, you will not despair. Your calamities are exceeding great, but then you have talents proportioned to your trials. This everybody allows. Suppose the worst, and that your family will not be moved in your favour. Your cousin Morden will soon arrive, as Miss Harlowe told me. If he should even be got over to their side, he will, however, see justice done you, and then may you live an exemplary life, making hundreds happy, and teaching young ladies to shun the snares in which you have been so dreadfully entangled. As to the man you have lost, is a union with such a perjured heart as his, with such an admirable one as yours, to be wished for? A base, low-hearted wretch, as you justly call him, with all his pride of ancestry, and more an enemy to himself with regard to his present and future happiness than to you, in the barbarous and ungrateful wrongs he has done you. I need not, I am sure, exhort you to despise such a man as this, since not to be able to do so would be a reflection upon a sex to which you have always been an honour. Your moral character is untainted. The very nature of your sufferings, as you will observe, demonstrates that. Cheer up, therefore, your dear heart, and do not despair. For is it not God who governs the world, and permits some things, and directs others, as he pleases? And will he not reward temporary sufferings, innocently incurred, and piously supported, with eternal felicity? And what, my dear, is this poor needle's point of now to a boundless eternity? My heart, however, labours under a double affliction, for my poor boy is very, very bad, a violent fever, nor can it be brought to intermit. Pray for him, my dearest miss, for his recovery, if God see fit. I hope God will see fit. If not, how can I bear to suppose that? Pray for me, that he will give me that patience and resignation which I have been wishing to you. I am, my dearest young lady, your ever affectionate Judith Norton. End of letter 63.
Letter 64 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 64. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs. Judith Norton, Thursday, July 6th. I ought not, especially at this time, to add to your afflictions, but yet I cannot help communicating to you, who now are my only soothing friend, a new trouble that has befallen me. I had but one friend in the world, beside you, and she is utterly displeased with me. It is grievous, but for one moment, to lie under a beloved person's censure, and this through imputations that affect one's honour and prudence. There are points so delicate, you know, my dear Mrs. Norton, that it is a degree of dishonour to have a vindication of one's self from them appeared to be necessary. In the present case, my misfortune is, that I know not how to account, but by guess. So subtle have been the workings of the dark spirit I have been unhappily entangled by, for some of the facts that I am called upon to explain. Miss Howe, in short, supposes she has found a flaw in my character. I have just now received her severe letter, but I shall answer it, perhaps, in better temper, if I first consider yours, for indeed my patience is almost at an end, and yet I ought to consider that faithful are the wounds of a friend. But so many things at once! Oh, my dear Mrs. Norton, how shall so young a scholar in the school of affliction be able to bear such heavy and such various evils? But to leave this subject for a while, and turn to your letter. I am very sorry Miss Howe is so lively in her resentments on my account. I have always blamed her very freely for her liberties of this sort with my friends. I once had a good deal of influence over her kind heart, and she made all I said a law to her. But people in calamity have little weight in anything, or with anybody. Prosperity and independence are charming things on this account, that they give force to the counsel of a friendly heart, while it is thought insolence in the miserable to advise, or so much as to remonstrate. Yet is Miss Howe an invaluable person, and is it to be expected that she should preserve the same regard for my judgment that she had before I forfeited all title to discretion? With what face can I take upon me to reproach a want of prudence in her? But if I can be so happy as to re-establish myself in her ever-valued opinion, I shall endeavour to enforce upon her your just observation on this head. You need not, you say, exhort me to despise such a man as him, by whom I have suffered. Indeed you need not, for I would choose the cruellest death rather than to be his. And yet, my dear Mrs. Norton, I will own to you, that once I could have loved him. Ungrateful man! Had he permitted me to love him, I once could have loved him. Yet he never deserved love, and was not this a fault? But now, if I can but keep out of his hands, and obtain the last forgiveness, and that as well for the sake of my dear friend's future reflections, as for my own present comfort, it is all I wish for. Reconciliation with my friends I do not expect, nor pardon from them, at least, till in extremity, and as a viaticum. Oh, my beloved Mrs. Norton, you cannot imagine what I have suffered. But indeed my heart is broken. I am sure I shall not live to take possession of that independence, which you think would enable me to atone, in some measure, for my past conduct. While this is my opinion, you may believe I shall not be easy till I can obtain a last forgiveness. I wish to be left to take my own course in endeavouring to procure this grace. Yet know I not, at present, what that course shall be. I will write, but to whom is my doubt. Calamity has not yet given me the assurance to address myself to father. My uncles, well as they once loved me, are hard-hearted. They never had their masculine passions humanized by the tender name of father. Of my brother I have no hope. I have then but my mother and my sister, to whom I can apply. And may I not, my dearest mamma, be permitted to lift up my trembling eye to your all-cheering, and your once more than indulgent, your fond eye, in hopes of seasonable mercy, to the poor sick heart that yet beats with life drawn from your own dearer heart, especially when pardon only, and not restoration, is implored? Yet were I able to engage my mother's pity, would it not be a mean to make her still more unhappy than I have already made her, by the opposition she would meet with, were she to try to give force to that pity? To my sister then, I think, I will apply. Yet how hard-hearted has my sister been! But I will not ask for protection. And yet I am in hourly dread that I shall want protection. All I will ask for at present, preparative to the last forgiveness I will implore, shall be only to be freed from the heavy cause that seems to have operated, as far as it can operate as to this life. And, surely, it was passion, and not intention, that carried it so far as to the other. But why do I thus add to your distresses? It is not, my dear Mrs. Norton, that I have so much feeling for my own calamity, that I have none of yours, since yours is indeed an addition to my own. But you have one consolation, a very great one, which I have not, that your afflictions, whether respecting your more or your less deserving child, rise not from any fault of your own. But what can I do for you more than pray? Assure yourself, that in every supplication I put up for myself, I will with equal fervour remember both you and your son. For I am, and ever will be, your truly sympathizing and dutiful Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 64.
Letter 65 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 65. Miss Howe, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed for Mrs. Rachel Clark, etc. Wednesday, July 5. My dear Clarissa, I have at last heard from you from a quarter I little expected, from my mother. She had for some time seen me uneasy and grieving, and justly supposed it was about you, and this morning drop a hint, which made me conjecture that she must have heard something of you more than I knew. And when she found that this added to my uneasiness, she owned she had a letter in her hands of yours, dated the 29th of June, directed for me. You may guess that this occasioned a little warmth that could not be wished for by either. It is surprising, my dear, mighty surprising, that knowing the prohibition I lay under of corresponding with you, you could send a letter for me to our own house, since it must be 50 to 1 that it would fall into my mother's hands, as you find it did. In short, she resented that I should disobey her. I was as much concerned that she should open and withhold from me my letters, and at last she was pleased to compromise the matter with me by giving up the letter, and permitting me to write to you once or twice, she to see the contents of what I wrote; for, besides the value she has for you, she could not but have greater curiosity to know the occasion of so sad a situation as your melancholy letter shows you to be in. But I shall get her to be satisfied with hearing me read what I write, putting in between hooks what I intend not to read to her. Need I to remind you, Miss Clarissa Harlowe, of 3 letters I wrote to you, to none of which I had any answer, except to the first, and that of a few lines only, promising a letter at large, though you were well enough, the day after you received my second, to go joyfully back again with him to the VIII house. But more of these by and by. I must hasten to take notice of your letter of Wednesday last week, which you could contrive should fall into my mother's hands. Let me tell you, that that letter has almost broken my heart. Good God! What have you brought yourself to, Miss Clarissa Harlowe? Could I have believed, that after you had escaped from the miscreant, with such mighty pains and earnestness escaped, and after such an attempt as he had made, you would have been prevailed upon not only to forgive him, but, without being married to return with him to that horrid house, a house I had given you such an account of? Surprising! What an intoxicating thing is this love! I always feared that you, even you, were not proof against its inconsistent effects. You, your best self, have not escaped. Indeed, I see not how you could expect to escape. What a tale have you to unfold! You need not unfold it, my dear. I would have engaged to prognosticate all that has happened, had you but told me that you would once more have put yourself in his power, after you had taken such pains to get out of it. Your peace is destroyed. I wonder not at it, since now you must reproach yourself for a credulity so ill placed. Your intellect is touched. I am sure my heart bleeds for you. But, excuse me, my dear, I doubt your intellect was touched before you left Hampstead, or you would never have let him find you out there, or, when he did, suffer him to prevail upon you to return to the horrid brothel. I tell you, I sent you 3 letters, the first of which dated the 7th and 8th of June. See Volume 5, Letter 20. For it was written at twice, came safely to your hands, as you sent me word, by a few lines dated the 9th. Had it not, I should have doubted my own safety, since in it I give you such an account of the abominable house, and threw such cautions in your way, in relation to that Tomlinson, as the more surprised me that you could think of going back to it again, after you had escaped from it and from Lovelace. Oh, my dear, but nothing now will I ever wonder at. The second, dated June 10, see Letter 7 of this volume, was given into your own hand at Hampstead on Sunday the 11th, as you was lying upon a couch in a strange way, according to my messenger's account of you, bloated and flush-coloured, I don't know how. The third was dated the 20th of June. See Letter 30 of this volume. Having not heard one word from you since the promising billet of the 9th, I own I did not spare you in it. I ventured it by the usual conveyance, by that Wilson's, having no other, so cannot be sure you received it. Indeed, I rather think you might not, because in yours, which fell into my mother's hands, you make no mention of it, and if you had had it, I believe it would have touched you too much to have been passed by unnoticed. You have heard that I have been ill, you say. I had a cold, indeed, but it was so slight a one that it confined me not an hour. But I doubt not that strange things you have heard, and been told, to induce you to take the step you took, and, till you did take that step, the going back with this villain, I mean, I knew not a more pitiable case than yours, since everybody must have excused you before, who knew how you were used at home, and was acquainted with your prudence and vigilance. But, alas, my dear, we see that the wisest people are not to be depended upon, when love, like an ignis fatuus, holds up its misleading lights before their eyes. My mother tells me she sent you an answer, desiring you not to write to me, because it would grieve me. To be sure I am grieved, exceedingly grieved, and disappointed too, you must permit me to say, for I had always thought that there never was such a woman at your years in the world. But I remember once an argument you held, on occasion of a censure passed in company upon an excellent preacher, who was not a very excellent liver. Preaching and practising, you said, required very different talents. See Volume II, Letter IV, which, when united in the same person, made the man a saint, as wit and judgment going together constituted a genius. You made it out, I remember, very prettily, but you never made it out, excuse me, my dear, more convincingly than by that part of your late conduct which I complain of. My love for you and my concern for your honour may possibly have made me a little of the severest. If you think so, place it to its proper account, to that love and to that concern, which will but do justice to your afflicted and faithful A.H. P.S. My mother would not be satisfied without reading my letter herself, and that before I had fixed all the proposed hooks. She knows, by this means, and has excused our former correspondence. She indeed suspected it before, and so she very well might, knowing my love of you. She has so much real concern for your misfortunes, that, thinking it will be a consolation to you, and that it will oblige me, she consents that you shall write to me the particulars at large of your say story. But it is on condition that I show her all that has passed between us, relating to yourself and the vilest of men. I have the more cheerfully complied, as the communication cannot be to your disadvantage. You may, therefore, write freely, and direct to our own house. My mother promises to show me the copy of her letter to you, and your reply to it, which latter she has but just told me of. She already apologizes for the severity of hers, and thinks the sight of your reply will affect me too much. But, having her promise, I will not dispense with it. I doubt hers is severe enough, so I fear you will think mine. But you have taught me never to spare the fault for the friend's sake, and that a great error ought rather to be the more inexcusable in the person we value, than in the one we are indifferent to, because it is a reflection upon our choice of that person, and tends to a breach of the love of mind, and to expose us to the world for our partiality. To the love of mind, I repeat, since it is impossible but the errors of the dearest friend must weaken our inward opinion of that friend, and thereby lay a foundation for future distance, and perhaps disgust. God grant that you may be able to clear your conduct after you had escaped from Hampstead, as all before that time was noble, generous, and prudent, the man a devil and you a saint. Yet I hope you can, and therefore expect it from you. I send by a particular hand. He will call for your answer at your own appointment. I am afraid this horrid wretch will trace out by the post offices where you are, if not careful. To have money and will and head to be a villain is too much for the rest of the world, when they meet in one man. End of letter 65.
Letter 66 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 66. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Miss Howe, Thursday, July 6. Few young persons have been able to give more convincing proofs than myself how little true happiness lies in the enjoyment of our own wishes. To produce one instance only of the truth of this observation, what would I have given for weeks past for the favour of a letter from my dear Miss Howe, in whose friendship I placed all my remaining comfort? Little did I think that the next letter she would honour me with should be in such a style as should make me look more than once at a subscription, that I might be sure, the name not being written at length, that it was not signed by another A.H. For surely, thought I, this is my sister Arabella's style. Surely Miss Howe, blame me as she pleases in other points, could never repeat so sharply upon her friend words written in the bitterness of spirit and in the disorder of head; nor remind her, with asperity, and with mingled strokes of wit, of an argument held in the gaiety of a heart elated with prosperous fortunes, as mine then was, and very little apprehensive of the severe turn that argument would one day take against herself. But what have I, sink in my fortunes, my character forfeited, my honour lost? While I know it, I care not who knows it. Destitute of friends, and even of hope, what have I to do to show a spirit of repining and expostulation to a dear friend, because she is not more kind than a sister? You have till now, my dear, treated me with great indulgence. If it was with greater than I had deserved, I may be to blame to have built upon it, on the consciousness that I deserve it now as much as ever. But I find, by the rising bitterness which will mingle with the gall in my ink, that I am not yet subdued enough to my condition. I lay down my pen for one moment. Pardon me, Miss Howe, I have recollected myself, and will endeavour to give a particular answer to your letter, although it will take me up too much time to think of sending it by your messenger to-morrow. He can put off his journey, he says, till Saturday. I will endeavour to have the whole narrative ready for you by Saturday. But how to defend myself in every thing that has happened, I cannot tell, since in some part of the time, in which my conduct appears to have been censurable, I was not myself, and to this hour know not all the methods taken to deceive and ruin me. You tell me that in your first letter you gave me such an account of the vile house I was in, and such cautions about that Tomlinson, as made you wonder how I could think of going back. Alas, my dear! I was tricked, most vilely tricked back, as you shall hear in its place. Without knowing the house was so very vile, a house from your intended information, I disliked the people too much, ever voluntarily to have returned to it. But had you really written such cautions about Tomlinson, and the house, as you seem to have proposed to do, they must, had they come in time, have been of infinite service to me. But not one word of either, whatever was your intention, did you mention to me in that first of the 3 letters you so warmly tell me you did send me. I will enclose it to convince you. But your account of your messenger's delivering to me your second letter, and the description he gives of me, as lying upon a couch, in a strange way, bloated and flush-coloured, you don't know how, absolutely puzzles and confounds me. Lord have mercy upon the poor Clarissa Harlowe! What can this mean? Who was the messenger you sent? Was he one of Lovelace's creatures too? Could nobody come near me but that man's confederates, either setting out so, or made so? I know not what to make of any one syllable of this. Indeed I don't. Let me see. You say this was before I went from Hampstead. My intellects had not yet been touched, nor had I ever been surprised by wine. Strange if I had. How then could I be found in such a strange way, bloated and flush-coloured? You don't know how. Yet what a vile, what a hateful figure has your messenger represented me to have made! But indeed I know nothing of any messenger from you. Believing myself secure at Hampstead, I stayed longer there than I would have done, in hopes of the letter promised me in your short one of the 9th, brought me by my own messenger, in which you undertake to send for and engage Mrs. Townsend in my favour. I wondered I had not heard from you, and was told you were sick, and, at another time, that your mother and you had had words on my account, and that you had refused to admit Mr. Hickman's visit upon it, so that I supposed, at one time, that you were not able to write, at another that your mother's prohibition had its due force with you. But now I have no doubt that the wicked man must have intercepted your letter, and I wish he found no means to corrupt your messenger to tell you so strange a story. It was on Sunday, June 11th, you say, that the man gave it me. I was at church twice that day with Mrs. Moore. Mr. Lovelace was at her house the while, where he boarded, and wanted to have lodged: but I would not permit that, though I could not help the other. In one of these spaces it must be that he had time to work upon the man. You'll easily, my dear, find that out by inquiring the time of his arrival at Mrs. Moore's, and other circumstances of the strange ways he pretended to see me in, on the couch, and the rest. Had anybody seen me afterwards, when I was betrayed back to the vile house, struggling under the operation of a wicked potions, and robbed indeed of my intellects, for this, as you shall hear, was my dreadful case, I might then, perhaps, have appeared bloated and flush-coloured, and I know not how myself. But were you to see your poor Clarissa now, or even to have seen her at Hampstead before she suffered the vilest of all outrages, you would not think her bloated or flush-coloured. Indeed you would not. In a word, it could not be me your messenger saw, nor, if anybody, who it was can I divine. I will now, as briefly as the subject would permit, enter into the darker part of my sad story, and yet I must be somewhat circumstantial, that you may not think me capable of reserve or palliation. The latter I am not conscious that I need. I should be utterly inexcusable were I guilty of the former to you. And yet, if you know how my heart sinks under the thoughts of a recollection so painful, you would pity me. As I shall not be able, perhaps, to conclude what I have to write in even 2 or 3 letters, I will begin a new one with my story, and send the whole of it together, although written at different periods, as I am able. Allow me a little pause, my dear, at this place, and to subscribe myself, your ever affectionate and obliged Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 66. Letter 67 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 67. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, referred to in Letter 12. Thursday night. He had found me out at Hampstead. Strangely found me out, for I am still at a loss to know by what means. I was loth, in my billet of the 6th, to tell you so, for fear of giving you apprehensions for me; and besides, I hoped then to have a shorter and happier issue to account to you for, through your assistance, than I met with. She then gives a narrative of all that passed at Hampstead, between herself, Mr. Lovelace, Captain Tomlinson, and the women there, to the same effect with that so amply given by Mr. Lovelace. Mr. Lovelace, finding all he could say, and all Captain Tomlinson could urge, ineffectual, to prevail upon me to forgive an outrage so flagrantly premeditated, rested all his hopes on a visit which was to be paid me by Lady Betty Lawrance and Miss Montague. In my uncertain situation, my prospects all so dark, I knew not to whom I might be obliged to have recourse in the last resort; and as those ladies had the best of characters, insomuch that I had reason to regret that I had not from the first thrown myself upon their protection, when I had forfeited that of my own friends, I thought I would not shun an interview with them, though I was too indifferent to their kinsman to seek it, as I doubted not that one end of their visit would be to reconcile me to him. On Monday, the 12th of June, these pretended ladies came to Hampstead, and I was presented to them, and they to me by their kinsman. They were richly dressed, and stuck out with jewels. The pretended Lady Betty's were particularly very fine. They came in a coach and 4, hired, as was confessed, while their own was repairing in town, a pretence made, I now perceive, that I should not guess at the imposture by the want of the real lady's arms upon it. Lady Betty was attended by her woman, who she called Morrison, a modest country-looking person. I had heard that Lady Betty was a fine woman, and that Miss Montague was a beautiful young lady, genteel and graceful, and full of vivacity. Such were these impostors; and having never seen either of them, I had not the least suspicion that they were not the ladies they personated. And being put a little out of countenance by the richness of their dresses, I could not help, fool that I was, to apologize for my own. The pretended Lady Betty then told me that her nephew had acquainted them with the situation of affairs between us, And although she could not but say, that she was very glad that she had not put such a slight upon his lordship and them, as report had given them cause to apprehend, the reason for which report, however, she must have approved of, yet it had been a matter of great concern to her, and to her niece Montague, and would to the whole family, to find so great a misunderstanding subsisting between us, as, if not made up, might distance all their hopes. She could easily tell who was in fault, she said, and gave him a look both of anger and disdain, asking him, how it was possible for him to give an offence to such a nature to such a charming lady, so she called me, as should occasion a resentment so strong? He pretended to be awed into shame and silence. My dearest niece, said she, and took my hand, I must call you niece, as well from love, as to humour your uncle's laudable expedient. Permit me to be, not an advocate, but mediatrix for him, and not for his sake so much as for my own, my Charlotte's, and all our families. The indignity he has offered to you may be of too tender a nature to be inquired into. But as he declares, that it was not a premeditated offence, whatever, my dear, for I was going to rise upon it in my temper, it were or not, and as he declares his sorrows for it, and never did creature express a deeper sorrow for any offence than he, and as it is a reparable one, let us, for this one time, forgive him, and thereby lay an obligation upon this man of errors. Let us, I say, my dear, for, sir, turning to him, an offence against such a peerless lady as this must be an offence against me, against your cousin here, and against all the virtuous of our sex. See, my dear, what a creature he had picked out! Could you have thought there was a woman in the world who could thus express herself, and yet be vile? But she had her principal instructions from him, and those written down too, as I have reason to think, for I have recollected since, that I once saw this Lady Betty, who often rose from her seat, and took a turn to the other end of the room, with such an emotion, as if the joy of her heart would not let her sit still, take out a paper from her stays, and look into it, and put it there again. She might oftener, and I not observe it, for I little thought that there could be such impostors in the world. I could not forbear paying great attention to what he said. I found my tears ready to start. I drew up my handkerchief, and was silent. I had not been so indulgently treated a great while by a person of character and distinction, such I thought her, and durst not trust to the accent of my voice. The pretended Miss Montague joined in on this occasion, and drawing her chair close to me, took my other hand, and besought me to forgive her cousin, and consent to rank myself as one of the principals of a family that had long, very long, coveted the honour of my alliance. I am ashamed to repeat to you, my dear, now I know what wretches they are, the tender, the obliging, and the respectful things I said to them. The wretch himself then came forward. He threw himself at my feet. How was I beset! The woman grasping on my right hand, the other my left. The pretended Miss Montague pressing to her lips more than once the hand she held. The wicked man on his knees, imploring my forgiveness, and setting before me my happy and my unhappy prospects, as I should forgive and not forgive him. All that he thought would affect me in former pleas, and those of Captain Tomlinson, he repeated. He vowed, he promised, he bespoke the pretended ladies to answer for him, and they engaged their honours in his behalf. Indeed, my dear, I was distressed, perfectly distressed. I was sorry that I had given way to this visit, for I knew not how, in tenderness to relations, as I thought him, so worthy, to treat so freely as he deserved, a man nearly allied to them, so that my arguments and my resolutions were deprived of their greatest force. I pleaded, however, my application to you. I expected every hour, I told them, an answer from you to a letter I had written, which would decide my future destiny. They offered to apply to you themselves in person, in their own behalf, as they politely termed it. They besought me to write to you to hasten your answer. I said, I was sure that you would write the moment that the event of an application to be made to a third person enabled you to write. But as to the success of their request in behalf of their kinsman, that depended not upon the expected answer. For that, I beg their pardon, was out of the question. I wished him well. I wished him happy, but I was convinced that I neither could make him so, nor he me. Then, how the wretch promised! How he vowed! How he entreated! And how the women pleaded! And they engaged themselves, and the honour of their whole family, for his just, his kind, his tender behaviour to me. In short, my dear, I was so hard set, that I was obliged to come to a more favourable compromise with them than I had intended. I would wait for your answer to my letter, I said; and if that made doubtful or difficult the change of measures I had resolved upon, and the scheme of life I had formed, I would then consider of the matter, and, if they would permit me, lay all before them, and take their advice upon it, in conjunction with yours, as if the one were my own aunt, and the other were my own cousin. They shed tears upon this, of joy they call them; but since, I believe to their credit, bad as they are, that they were tears of temporary remorse: for, the pretended Miss Montague turned about, and, as I remember, said, there was no standing it. But Mr. Lovelace was not so easily satisfied. He was fixed upon his villanous measures, perhaps, and so might not be sorry to have a pretence against me. He bit his lip. He had been but too much used, he said, to such indifference, such coldness in the very midst of his happiest prospects. I had on 20 occasions shown him, to his infinite regret, that any favour I was to confer upon him was to be the result of— there he stopped, and not of my choice. This I'd like to have set all back again. I was exceedingly offended. But the pretended ladies interposed. The elder severely took him to ask. He ought, she told him, to be satisfied with what I had said. She desired no other condition. And what, sir, said she, with an air of authority, would you commit errors, and expect to be rewarded for them? Then they engaged me in a more agreeable conversation. The pretended lady declared, that she, Lord Montague, and Lady Sarah, would directly and personally interest themselves to bring about a general reconciliation between the two families, and this either in open or private concert with my uncle Harlowe, as should be thought fit. Animosities on one side had been carried a great way, she said, and too little care had been shown on the other to mollify or heal. My father should see that they could treat him as a brother and a friend, and my brother and sister should be convinced that there was no room either for the jealousy or envy they had conceived from motives too unworthy to be avowed. Could I help, my dear, being pleased with them? Permit me here to break off. The task grows too heavy, at present, for the heart of your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 67. Letter 68 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 68. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. I was very ill, and obliged to lay down my pen. I thought I should have fainted, but am better now, so will proceed. The pretended ladies, the more we talked, the fonder they seemed to be of me; and the Lady Betty had Mrs. Moore called up, and asked her if she had accommodations for her niece and self, her woman, and 2 men servants, for 3 or 4 days. Mr. Lovelace answered for her that she had. She would not ask her dear niece Lovelace. Permit me, my dear, whispered she, this charming style before strangers. I will keep your uncle's secret. Whether she should be welcome or not to be so near her. But for the time she should stay in these parts, she would come up every night. What say you, niece Charlotte? They pretended Charlotte answered, she should like to do so, of all things. The Lady Betty called her an obliging girl. She liked the place, she said. Her cousin Leeson would excuse her. The air and my company would do her good. She never chose to lie in the smoky town, if she could help it. In short, my dear, said she to me, I will stay with you till you hear from Miss Howe, and till I have your consent to go with me to Glenham Hall. Not one moment will I be out of your company, when I can have it. Stedman, my solicitor, as the distance from town is so small, may attend me here for instructions. Niece Charlotte, one word with you, child. They retired to the further end of the room, and talked about their night-dresses. The Miss Charlotte said, Morrison might be dispatched for them. True, said the other, but I have some letters in my private box which I must have up, and you know, Charlotte, that I trust nobody with the keys of that. Could not Morrison bring up the box? No, she thought it safest where it was. She had heard of a robbery committed but 2 days ago, at the foot of Hampstead Hill, and she should be ruined in she lost her box. Well then, it was but going to town to undress, and she would leave her jewels behind her, and return, and should be easier a great deal on all accounts. For my part, I wondered why they came up with them. But that was to be taken as a respect paid to me. And then they hinted at another visit of ceremony which they had thought to make, had they not found me so inexpressibly engaging. They talked loud enough for me to hear them, on purpose, no doubt, though in affected whispers, and concluded with high praises of me. I was not fool enough to believe, or to be puffed up with their encomiums, yet not suspecting them, I was not displeased at so favourable a beginning of acquaintance with ladies, whether I were to be related to them or not, of whom I had always heard honourable mention. And yet at the time, I thought, highly as they exalted me, that in some respects, though I hardly know in what, they fell short of what I expected them to be. The grand deluder was at the farther end of the room, another way, probably to give me an opportunity to hear these preconcerted praises, looking into a book, which had there not been a preconcert, would not have taken his attention for a moment. It was Taylor's Holy Living and Dying. When the pretended ladies joined me, he approached me with it in his hand. A smart book this, my dear. This all divine effects, I see, a mighty flowery style of an ordinary country funeral, where the young women, in honour of a defunct company, especially if she was a virgin, or passed for such, make a flower-bed of her coffin. And then, laying down the book, turning upon his heel, with one of his usual airs of gaiety, "And are you determined, ladies, to take up your lodgings with my charming creature?" Indeed they were. Never were there more cunning, more artful impostors than these women. Practised creatures, to be sure, yet genteel, and they must have been well educated, once, perhaps, as much the delight of their parents as I was of mine, and who knows by what arts ruined, body and mind. Oh, my dear, how pregnant is this reflection! But the man! Never was there a man so deep, never so consummate a deceiver, except that detested Tomlinson, whose years and seriousness, joined with the solidity of sense and judgment that seemed uncommon, gave him, one would have thought, advantages in villainy the other had not time for. Hard, very hard, that I should fall into the knowledge of two such wretches, when two more such I hope are not to be met with in the world, both so determined to carry on the most barbarous and perfidious projects against the poor young creature, who never did or wished harm to either. Take the following slight account of these women's and this man's behaviour to each other before me. Mr. Lovelace carried himself to his pretended aunt with high respect, and paid a great deference to all she said. He permitted her to have all the advantage over him in repartees and retorts that passed between them. I could, indeed, easily see that it was permitted, and that he forbore the vivacity, that quickness, which he never spared showing to his pretended Miss Montague, and which a man of a wit seldom knows how to spare showing, when an opportunity offers to display his wit. The pretended Miss Montague was still more respectful in her behaviour to her pretended aunt, while the aunt kept up the dignity of the character she had assumed, rallying both of them with the air of a person who depends upon the superiority which years and fortunes give over younger persons, who might have a view to be obliged to her, earlier in her life, or at her death. The severity of her raillery, however, was turned upon Mr. Lovelace, on occasion of the character of the people who kept the lodgings, which, she said, I had thought myself so well warranted to leave privately. This startled me, for having then no suspicion of the vile Tomlinson, I concluded, and your letter of the 7th favoured my conclusion, that if the house were notorious, either he, or Mr. Mennell, would have given me or him some hints of it. Nor, although I like not the people, did I observe any thing in them very culpable, till the Wednesday night before, that they offered not to come to my assistance, although within hearing of my distress, as I am sure they were, and having as much reason as I to be frightened at the fire, had it been real. I looked with indignation upon Mr. Lovelace at this hint. He seemed abashed. I have no patience but to recollect the specious looks of this vile deceiver. But how was it possible, that even that florid countenance of his should enable him to command a blush at his pleasure? For blush he did, more than once, and the blush, on this occasion, was a deep-dyed crimson, unstrained for, and natural, as I thought, but he is so much of the actor, that he seems able to enter into any character, and his muscles and features appear entirely under the obedience to his wicked will. The pretended lady went on, saying, she had taken upon herself to inquire after the people, on hearing that I had left the house in disgust; and though she heard not any thing much amiss, yet she heard enough to make her wonder that he could carry his spouse, a person of so much delicacy, to a house that, if it had not a bad fame, had not a good one. You must think, my dear, that I liked the pretended Lady Betty the better for this. I suppose it was designed that I should. He was surprised, he said, that her ladyship should hear a bad character of the people. It was what he had never before heard that they deserved. It was easy, indeed, to see that they had not very great delicacy, though they were not indelicate. The nature of their livelihood, letting lodgings, and taking people to board, and yet he had understood that they were nice in these particulars, led them to aim at being free and obliging. And it was difficult, he said, for persons of cheerful dispositions, so to behave as to avoid censure. Openness of heart and countenance in the sex, more was the pity, too often subjected good people, whose fortunes did not set them above the world, to uncharitable censure. He wished, however, that her ladyship would tell what she had heard, although now it signified but little, because he would never ask me to set foot within their doors again, and he begged she would not mince the matter. Nay, no great matter, she said, but she had been informed that there were more women lodgers in the house than men, yet that their visitors were more men than women. And this had been hinted to her, perhaps by ill wishes, she could not answer for that, in such a way as if somewhat further were meant by it than was spoken. This, he said, was the true Inander way of characterizing, used by detractors. Everybody and everything had a black and white side, of which well-wishers and ill-wishers may make their advantage. He had observed that the front house was well let, and he believed more to the one sex than to the other. For he had seen, occasionally passing to and fro, several genteel modest-looking women, and who, it was very probable, were not so ill-beloved, but they might have visitors and relations of both sexes, but they were none of them any thing to us, or we to them. We were not once in any of their companies, but in the genteelest and most retired house of the two, which we had in a manner to ourselves, with the use of a parlour to the street, to serve us for a servants' hall, or to receive common visitors, or as traders only, whom we admitted not upstairs. He always loved to speak as he found. No man in the world had suffered more from calumny than he himself had done. Women, he owned, ought to be more scrupulous than men needed to be where they lodged. Nevertheless, he wished that fact, rather than surmise, were to be the foundation of their judgments, especially when they spoke of one another. He meant no reflection upon her ladyship's informants, or rather surmisants, as you might call them, be they who they would, nor did he think himself obliged to defend characters impeached, or not thought well of, by women of virtue and honour. Neither were these people of importance enough to have so much said about them. The pretended Lady Betty said, all who knew her would clear her of censoriousness, that it gave her some opinion, she must needs say, of the people, that he had continued there so long with me, that I had rather negative than positive reasons of dislike to them, and that so shrewd a man as she had heard Captain Tomlinson was, had not objected to them. I think, niece Charlotte, proceeded she, as my nephew had not parted with these lodgings, you and I, for as my dear Miss Harlowe dislikes the people, I would not ask her for her company, will take a dish of tea with my nephew there, before we go out of town, and then we shall see what sort of people they are. I have heard that Mrs. Sinclair is a mighty forbidding creature. With all my heart, madam, in your ladyship's company, I shall make no scruple of going anywhere. It was ladyship at every word, and as she seemed proud of her title, and of her dress too, I might have guessed that she was not used to either. What say you, cousin Lovelace? Lady Sarah, though a melancholy woman, is very inquisitive about all your affairs. I must acquaint her with every particular circumstance when I go down. With all his heart, he would attend her whenever she pleased. She would see very handsome apartments and very civil people. The deuce is in them, said the Miss Montague, if they appear to other to us. She then fell into family talk, family happiness on my hoped-for accession into it. They mentioned Lord Montague's, and Lady Sarah's great desire to see me. How many friends and admirers, with uplift hands, I should have! Oh, my dear, what a triumph must these creatures, and he, have over the poor devoted all the time! What a happy man he would be! They would not, the Lady Betty said, give themselves the mortification but to suppose that I should not be one of them. Presents were hinted at. She resolved that I should go with her to Glenham Hall. She would not be refused, although she were to stay a week beyond her time for me. She longed for the expected letter from you. I must write to hasten it, and to let Miss Howe know how everything stood since I wrote last. That might dispose me absolutely in her favour and in her nephew's, and then she hoped there would be no occasion for me to think of entering upon any new measures. Indeed, my dear, I did at the time intend, if I heard not from you by morning, to dispatch a man and horse to you, with the particulars of all, that you might, if you thought proper, at least put off Mrs. Townsend's coming up to another day. But I was miserably prevented. She made me promise that I would write to you upon this subject, whether I heard from you or not. One of her servants should ride post with my letter, and wait for Miss Howe's answer. She then launched out in deserved praises of you, my dear. How fond she should be of the honour of your acquaintance. The pretended Miss Montague joined in with her, as well for herself as for her sister. Abominably well instructed were they both. Oh, my dear, what risks may poor giddy girls run, when they throw themselves out of the protection of their natural friends, and into the wide world! They then talked again of reconciliation and intimacy with every one of my friends, with my mother particularly, and gave the dear good lady the praises that every one gives her, who has the happiness to know her. Ah, my dear Miss Howe, I had almost forgot my resentment against the pretended nephew. So many agreeable things said made me think, that if you should advise it, and if I could bring my mind to forgive the wretch for an outrage so premeditated vile, and could forbear despising him for that and his other ungrateful and wicked ways, I might not be unhappy in an alliance with such a family. Yet thought I at the time, with that intermixture does every thing come to me that had the appearance of good. However, as my lucid hopes made me see fewer faults in the behaviour of these pretended ladies, than recollection and abhorrence have helped me since to see, I began to reproach myself, that I had not at first thrown myself into their protection. But amidst all these delightful prospects, I must not, said the Lady Betty, forget that I am to go to town. She then ordered her coach to go to the door. We will all go to town together, said she, and return together. Morrison shall stay here, and see every thing as I am used to have it, in relation to my apartment and my bed, for I am very particular in some respects. My cousin Leeson's servant can do all I want to be done with regard to my night dresses, and the like. And it will be a little airing for you, my dear, and a want of your apparel to be sent from your former lodgings to Mrs. Neeson's, and we can bring it up with us from thence. I had no intention to comply, but as I did not imagine that she would insist upon my going to town with them, I made no answer to that part of her speech. I must here lay down my tied pen. Recollection, heart-affecting recollection, how it pains me! End of Letter 68. Letter 69 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 69. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. In the midst of this agreeableness, the coach came to the door. The pretended Lady Betty besought me to give them my company to their cousin Leeson's. I desired to be excused, yet suspecting nothing. She would not be denied. How happy would a visit so condescending make her cousin Leeson? Her cousin Leeson was not unworthy of my acquaintance, and would take it for the greatest favour in the world. I objected my dress, but the objection was not admitted. She bespoke a supper of Mrs. Moore to be ready at 9. Mr. Lovelace, vile hypocrite and wicked deceiver, seeing, as he said, my dislike to go, desired his ladyship not to insist upon it. Fondness for my company was pleaded. She begged me to oblige her, made a motion to help me to my fan herself, and, in short, was so very urgent that my feet complied against my speech and my mind, and being, in a manner, led to the coach by her, and made to step in first, she followed me, and her pretended niece, and the wretch followed her, and away it drove. Nothing but the height of affectionate complaisance passed all the way. Over and over, what a joy would this unexpected visit give her cousin Leeson! What a pleasure must it be to be such a mind as mine, to be able to give so much joy to everybody I came near! The cruel, the savage seducer, as I have since recollected, was in rapture all the way, but yet such a sort of rapture as he took visible pains to check. Hateful villain! How I abhor him! What mischiefs must be then in his plotting heart! What a devoted victim must I be in all their eyes! Though not pleased, I was nevertheless just then thoughtless of danger, they endeavouring thus to lift me up above all apprehensions of that, and above myself too. But think, my dear, what a dreadful turn all had upon me, when, through several streets and ways I knew nothing of, the coach slackened its pace, came within sight of the dreadful house of the dreadfullest woman in the world, as she proved to me. Lord be good unto me, cried the poor fool, looking out of the coach. Mr. Lovelace! Madam! turning to the pretended Lady Betty. Madam! turning to the niece, my hands and eyes lifted up. Lord be good unto me! What, my dear? He pulled the string. What need to have come this way, said he. But since we are, I will but ask a question. My dearest life, why this apprehension? The coachman stopped. His servant, who with one of hers was behind, alighted. Ask, said he, if I have any letters. Who knows, my dearest creature, turning to me, but we may already have one from the captain. We will not go out of the coach. Fear nothing. Why so apprehensive? Oh, these fine spirits, cried the execrable insulter. Dreadful did my heart then misgive me. I was ready to faint. Why this terror, my life? You shall not stir out of the coach, but one question, now the fellow has drove us this way. Your lady will faint, cried the execrable Lady Betty, turning to him. My dearest niece, niece I will call you, taking my hand. We must alight if you are so ill. Let us alight, only for a glass of water and hartshorn. Indeed, we must alight. No, I am well, quite well. Won't the man drive on? I am well, quite well, indeed I am. Man, drive on, putting my head out of the coach. Man, drive on, though my voice was too low to be heard. The coach stopped at the door. How I trembled! Dorcas came to the door on its stopping. My dearest creature, said the vile man, gasping as it were for a breath, you shall not alight. Any letters for me, Dorcas? There are two, sir, and here is a gentleman, Mr. Belton, sir, waits for your honour, and has done so above an hour. I'll just speak to him. Open the door. You shan't step out, my dear. A letter perhaps from Captain already. You shan't step out, my dear. I sighed as if my heart would burst. But we must step out, nephew. Your lady will faint. Maid, a glass of hartshorn and water. My dear, you must step out. You will faint, child. We must cut your laces. I believe my complexion was all manner of colours by turns. Indeed, you must step out, my dear. He knew, said I should be well the moment the coach drove from the door. I should not alight. By his soul, I should not. Lord, nephew, Lord, cousin, both women in a breath, what ado you make about nothing? You persuade your lady to be afraid of alighting. See you not that she is just fainting? Indeed, madam, said the vile seducer, my dearest love must not be moved in this point against her will. I beg it may not be insisted upon. Fiddle-faddle, foolish man! What the pother is here? I guess how it is. You are ashamed to let us see what sort of people you carried your lady among. But do you go out and speak to your friend, and take your letters. He stepped out, but shut the coach door after him to oblige me. The coach may go on, madam, said I. The coach shall go on, my dear life, said he, but he gave not, nor intended to give, orders that it should. Let the coach go on, said I. Mr. Lovelace may come after us. Indeed, my dear, you are ill. Indeed, you must alight. Alight but for 1/4 of an hour. Alight but to give orders yourself about your things. Whom can you be afraid of in my company, and my nieces? These people must have behaved shockingly to you. Please the Lord, I'll inquire into it. I'll see what sort of people they are. Immediately came the old creature to the door. 1,000 pardons, dear madam, stepping to the coach side, if we have any way offended you. Be pleased, ladies, to the other two, to alight. Well, my dear, whispered the Lady Betty, I now find that an hideous description of a person we never saw is an advantage to them. I thought the woman was a monster, but really she seems tolerable. I was afraid I should have fallen into fits, but still refused to go out. Man! 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 cried I, gaspingly, my head out of the coach and in, by turns, half a dozen times running, drive on! Let us go! My heart misgave me beyond the power of my own accounting for it, for still I did not suspect these women. But the antipathy I had taken to the vile house, and to find myself so near it, when I expected no such matter, with the sight of the old creature, altogether made me behave like a distracted person. The hartshorn and water was brought. The pretended Lady Betty made me drink it. Heaven knows if there was anything else in it. Besides, said she whisperingly, I must see what sort of creatures the nieces are. Want of delicacy cannot be hid from me. You could not surely, my dear, have this aversion to re-enter a house, for a few minutes, in our company, in which you lodged and boarded several weeks, unless these women could be so presumptuously vile as my nephew ought not to know. Out stepped the pretended lady, the servant, at her command, having opened the door. Dearest madam, said the other to me, let me follow you, for I was next the door. Fear nothing, I will not stir from your presence. Come, my dear, said the pretended lady, give me your hand, holding out hers. Oblige me this once. I will bless your footsteps, said the old creature, if once more you honour my house with your presence. A crowd by this time was gathered about us, but I was too much affected to mind that. Again the pretended Miss Montague urged me, standing up as ready to go out if I would give her room. Lord, my dear, said she, who can bear this crowd? What will people think? The pretended lady again pressed me, with both her hands held out. Only, my dear, to give orders about your things. And thus pressed, and gazed at, for then I looked about me, the women so richly dressed, people whispering, in an evil moment I stepped out, I, trembling, forced to lean with both my hands, frightened too much for ceremony, on the pretended Lady Betty's arm. Oh, that I had dropped down dead upon the guilty threshold! We shall stay but a few minutes, my dear. But a few minutes, said the same specious jilt, out of breath with her joy, as I have since thought that they had thus triumphed over the unhappy victim. Come, Mrs. Sinclair, I think your name is, show us by the way, following her and leading me. I am very thirsty. You have frightened me, my dear, with your strange fares. I must have tea made, if it can be done in a moment. We have farther to go, Mrs. Sinclair, and must return to Hampstead this night. It shall be ready in a moment, cried the wretch. We have water boiling. Hasten then. Come, my dear, to me, as she led me through the passage to the fatal inner house. Lean upon me. How you tremble! How you falter in your steps, dearest niece Lovelace, the old wretch being in hearing. Why these hurries upon your spirits? Will be gone in a minute. And thus she led the poor sacrifice into the old wretch's too well-known parlour. Never was anybody so gentle, so meek, so low-voiced, as the odious woman, drawing out, in a purling accent, all the obliging things she could say, awed, I then thought, by the conscious dignity of a woman of quality, glittering with jewels. The called-for tea was ready presently. There was no Mr. Belton, I believe, for the wretch went not to anybody, unless it were while we were parleying in the coach. No such person, however, appeared at the tea-table. I was made to drink 2 dishes, with milk, complacently urged by the pretended ladies helping me each to one. I was stupid to their hands, and, when I took the tea, almost choked with vapours, and could hardly swallow. I transiently thought, that the tea, the last dish particularly, had an odd taste. They, on my palatating it, observed, that the milk was London milk, far short in goodness of what they were accustomed to from their own dairies. I have no doubt that my 2 dishes, and perhaps my hartshorn, were prepared for me, in which case it was more proper for their purpose, that they should help me than I should help myself. Ill before, I found myself still more and more disordered in my head, a heavy torpid pain increasing fast upon me, but I imputed it to my terror. Nevertheless, at the pretended lady's motion, I went up-stairs, attended by Dorcas, who affected to weep for joy that she once more saw my blessed face. That was the vile creature's word, and immediately I set about taking out some of my clothes, ordering what should be put up, and what sent after me. While I was thus employed, up came the pretended Lady Betty in a hurrying way. My dear, you won't be long before you are ready. My nephew is very busy in writing answers to his letters, so I'll just whip away, and change my dress, and call upon you in an instant. Oh, madam, I am ready. I am now ready. You must not leave me here. And down I sunk, affrighted, into a chair. This instant, I will return, before you can be ready, before you can have packed up your things. We would not be late. The robbers we have heard of may be out. Don't let us be late. And away she hurried before I could say another word. Her pretended niece went with her, without taking notice to me of her going. I had no suspicion yet that these women were not indeed the ladies they personated, and I blamed myself for my weak fears. It cannot be, thought I, that such ladies will abet treachery against a poor creature they are so fond of. They must undoubtedly be the persons they appear to be. What folly to doubt it! The air, the dress, the dignity of women of quality. How unworthy of them, and of my charity, concluded I, is this ungenerous shadow of suspicion! So recovering my stupefied spirits, as well as they could be recovered, for I was heavier and heavier, and wondered to Dorcas what ailed me, rubbing my eyes, and taking some of her snuff, pinch after pinch, to very little purpose. I pursued my employment, but when that was over, all packed up that I designed to be packed up, and I had nothing to do but to think, and found them tarry so long, I thought I should have gone distracted. I shut myself into the chamber that had been mine. I kneeled, I prayed, yet knew not what I prayed for, then ran out again. It was almost dark night, I said. Where was Mr. Lovelace? He came to me, taking no notice at first of my consternation and wildness. What they had given me made me incoherent and wild. All goes well, said he, my dear. A line from Captain Tomlinson. All indeed did go well for the villanous project of the most cruel and most villanous of men. I demanded his aunt. I demanded his cousin. The evening, I said, was closing. My head was very, very bad, I remembered, I said, and it grew worse and worse. Terror, however, as yet kept up my spirits, and I insisted upon his going himself to hasten them. He called his servant. He raved at the sex for their delay. 'Twas well that business of consequence seldom depended upon such parading, unpunctual trifles. His servant came. He ordered him to fly to his cousin Leeson's, and to let Lady Betty and his cousin know how uneasy we both were at their delay, adding, of his own accord, desire them, if they don't come instantly, to send their coach, and we will go without them. Tell them I wonder they'll serve me so. I thought this was considerably and fairly put. But now, indifferent as my head was, I had a little time to consider the man and his behaviour. He terrified me with his looks, and with his violent emotions, as he gazed upon me. Evident joy-suppressed emotions, as I have since recollected. His sentences short, and pronounced as if his breath were touched. Never saw I his abominable eyes look as then they looked, triumph in them. Fierce and wild, and more disagreeable than the women's at the vile house appeared to me when I first saw them, and at times such a leering mischief-boding cast. I would have given the world to have been 100 miles from him, yet his behaviour was decent, a decency, however, that I might have seen to be struggled for he snatched my hand 2 or 3 times, with a vehemence in his grasp that hurt me, speaking words of tenderness through his shut teeth, as it seemed, and let it go with a beggar-voiced humbled accent, like the vile woman's just before, half inward, yet his words and manner carrying the appearance of strong and almost convulsed passion. O my dear, what mischief was he not then meditating? I complained once or twice of thirst. My mouth seemed parched. At the time I supposed that it was my terror, gasping often as I did for breath, that parched up the roof of my mouth. I called for water. Some table beer was brought me. Beer, I suppose, was a better vehicle for their potions. I told the maid that she knew I seldom tasted malt liquor, yet, suspecting nothing of this nature, being extremely thirsty, I drank it, as what came next, and instantly, as it were, found myself much worse than before, as if inebriated, I should fancy, I know not how. His servant was gone twice as long as he needed, and, just before his return, came one of the pretended Lady Betty's with a letter from Mr. Lovelace. He sent it up to me. I read it, and then it was that I thought myself a lost creature, it being to put off her going to Hampstead that night, on account of violent fits which Miss Montague was pretended to be seized with. For then immediately came into my head his vile attempt upon me in this house, the revenge that my flight might too probably inspire him with on that occasion, and because of the difficulty I made to forgive him, and to be reconciled to him. His very looks wild and dreadful to me, and the women of the house such as I had more reason than ever, even from the pretended Lady Betty's hint, to be afraid of. All these crowding together in my apprehensive mind, I fell into a kind of frenzy. I have no remembrance how I was for this time it lasted, but I know that, in my first agitations, I pulled off my head-dress, and tore my ruffles in 20 tatters, and ran to find him out. When a little recovered, I insisted upon the hint that he had given me of their coach. But the messenger, he said, had told him that it was sent to fetch a physician, lest his chariot should be put up, or not ready. I then insist upon going directly to Lady Betty's lodgings. Mrs. Leeson's was now a crowded house, he said, and as my earnestness could be owing to nothing but groundless apprehension, and oh, that vows, what protestations of his honour, did he then make! He hoped that I would not add to their present concern. Charlotte indeed was used to fits, he said, upon any great surprises, whether of joy or grief, and they would hold her for 1 week together, if not got off in a few hours. You are an observer of eyes, my dear, said the villain, perhaps in secret insult. Saw you not in Miss Montague's, now and then at Hampstead, something wildish? I was afraid for her then. Silence and quiet only do her good. Your concern for her, and her love for you, will but augment the poor girl's disorder, if you should go. All impatient with grief and apprehension, I still declared myself resolved not to stay in that house till morning. All I had in the world, my rings, my watch, my little money, for a coach, or, if one were not to be got, I would go on foot to Hampstead that night, though I walked it by myself. A coach was hereupon sent for, or pretended to be sent for. Any price, he said, he would give to oblige me, late as it was, and he would attend me with all his soul. But no coach was to be got. Let me cut short the rest. I grew worse and worse in my head. Now stupid, now raving, now senseless, the vilest of vile women was brought to frighten me. Never was there so horrible a creature as she appeared to me at this time. I remember I pleaded for mercy. I remember that I said I would be his, indeed I would be his, to obtain his mercy. But no mercy found I. My strength, my intellects failed me. And then such scenes followed. Oh, my dear, such dreadful scenes! Fits upon fits, faintly indeed and imperfectly remembered, procuring me no compassion. But death was withheld from me. That would have been too great a mercy. Thus was I tricked and deluded back by blacker hearts of my own sex than I thought there were in the world, who appeared to me to be persons of honour, and, when in his power, thus barbarously was I treated by this villanous man. I was so senseless, that I dare not aver that the horrid creatures of the house were personally aiding and abetting, but some visionary remembrances I have of female figures, flitting, as I may say, before my sight, the wretched woman's particularly. But as these confused ideas might be owing to the terror I had conceived of the worst and masculine violence she had been permitted to assume to me, for expressing my abhorrence of her house, and as what I suffered from his barbarity wants not that aggravation, I will say no more on a subject so shocking as this must ever be to my remembrance. I never saw the personating wretches afterwards. He persisted to the last, dreadfully invoking heaven as a witness to the truth of his assertion, that they were really and truly the ladies they pretended to be, declaring that they could not take leave of me, when they left town, because of the state of senselessness and frenzy I was in. For their intoxicating, or rather stupefying potions had almost deleterious effects upon my intellects, as I have hinted, insomuch that, for several days together, I was under a strange delirium, now moping, now dozing, now weeping, now raving, now scribbling, tearing what I scribbled as fast as I wrote it, most miserable when now and then a ray of reason brought confusedly to my remembrance what I had suffered. End of Letter 69.